Good evening, everyone, and welcome to our final day coverage of the European Poker Festival. My name is Alan Finn, and I'll be your commentator for the final day of this coverage for this tournament. Here we have the chip counts, and it's a little bit different from what I see. If you guys recognize, I recognize a few guys from the stream yesterday, but I'll do the seat by seat layout in terms of first to eighth. So we've Gunther in first, Clement in second, Thomas in third, who I recognize from yesterday. Konstantin in fourth, Dorjan in fifth. I think I recognize that name also. Alexander in sixth, Klaus in seventh, and Igor in eighth. Obviously, Igor on a little bit of a shorter stack there. Gunter, chip leading the table with 47 big blinds. Then you have Everton in between. See how this table works out in terms of the action. The really nice coverage of the day two yesterday. So hoping for the same excitement today again. Obviously, Igor and Klaus sitting in between the 8 and 12 big blind stacks there. Push fold mode is what I like to call that. Blinds starting at 40, 80k today. We have 3 tables left at the moment. We'll be playing down to a winner today. See the dealer shuffling the cards, getting the first hand off and running. And again, we have the positions of each player, who has position on who, and all that beautiful, beautiful stuff, dynamics and whatnot. Apocalypse, welcome on in. How are we doing today, sir? There we have it. The cards are in the air for our coverage on this final day. Igor with the first hand. Start off with here with 8 big blinds. Let's get out of the way. Totally fine. Clement here then. And head off under the gun +1. I'm going to be throwing that in the middle too. And 7 here for Dorjan. I think Dorjan I recognize from previous streams when I did coverage before. Welcome on in, mate. How are we doing today? Apocalypse is still a pretty decent return for a $5 investment, bro. That happens every time you be rolling in the dollars, put it that way. Decent run nonetheless. Well done. In here, the cutoff, are we going to be folding also? Goes around to the small blinds here, which is Alexander. Against the shove here into the big blinds, who's sitting on a shorter stack by the looks of it. And 9 has that playability in terms of never really going to be in that bad a shape, no matter what you get called by. Nice call, I think is absolutely fine too. I prefer a jam here, given Klaus the stack size with 9 big blinds, as I said. Welcome on in, Pete, again. How are we doing today, sir? Yeah, as I said, I think that 10-9 is just going to be better played as a jam. I don't think you can profitably, limp call an all-in, but again, I'm not 100% sure on the small blind limping ranges. Yeah, Dorjan KM I recognize from before, just from previous streams I did prior. But yeah, thanks again for the information in terms of who is the stronger regs. You did a good job of that yesterday, and yeah, that's a little bit of an issue with the 10-9 there, that you let 7-3 off, realize all its equity. Well, not all of it, but yeah, obviously get to see a flop there, and instead of taking down the pot himself, Klaus is going to take it down instead. So a few chips of an add up there to Klaus's stack, probably on 11 big blinds now. Clement throwing the 8-6 off under the gun into the muck. Dorjan here might be tempted to open here. Decides to fold. Thomas going to be folding the queen 6 off under the gun +2 again. Constantine going to get all the way with queen 7 off. Gunter folding 2. Alexander with jacks, really nice spot to have a premium here. Probably just going to go for a min open here. As I said, Klaus is kind of sitting with a shorter stack, so I'm not sure how big the stack is in the big blind. But I think a raise for min is going to be completely standard. A little bit bigger, 2.5x here. And Klaus picks up the kings. It's a really unfortunate spot for Alexander here. Obviously a really, really nice spot for Klaus. And he says the magical words of all in. And this is going to be snapped by Alexander without any hesitation. And that's exactly what happens, I believe. Just double checking. Total setup KM. Total setup indeed. And he flicks it in. Will be very upset to see kings there out of all hands off a 11 or 12 big blind stack. Vamos, my little escargot. No doubt a French supporter, Sky Nuts. But yeah, complete setup here in terms of 2 hands here. And wow, the jack comes on the flop. Klaus, you can see shaking the head there. Very, very annoyed, but again, it's completely out of his control. Still 2 cards to come, and we have a king on the turn. Wow. What a start to the stream. What a start to the stream. Wow. That's got the juices going in terms of my adrenaline. Nasty, nasty kind of board run out, but again, completely standard pre-flop, and obviously whatever happens post when both players are all in, it's completely out of their hands, but still, from a neutral's standpoint, it was pretty entertaining of a run out, I should say. Unlucky for Alexander there to run into the kings either way. Pre-flop itself. It's a cruel world. It's a cruel world, Apocalypse, when that's the case, no? But a nice hand, a nice double up for Klaus. Probably puts him up to maybe the 20 plus big blind range here. But yeah, that was that was an interesting one to get going, no? I enjoyed that. And I'm sure everyone else that's tuning in at the moment probably enjoyed that run out too. On to the next hand. So we have Thomas here in the black top. I remember him from the stream yesterday. He was on the feature table. Very solid player too. Didn't really do much wrong. Chipped up pretty nicely the moment he came on the feature table, and yeah, decent stack of 31 big blinds from what I can see on the graphics, which is good. Healthy stack. Gets all the way with the ace-2 off. Constantine folding again. Gunter getting all the way too. A lot of German players probably still left in the field. There was like 3 or 4 on the feature table yesterday, if I remember correctly. We have 2 or 3 on this table again. Klaus here on the button, just going to be folding, I guess. It's obviously tempted to try and steal the blinds here, but Queen 4 definitely at the bottom of range there. And with Igor picking up the kings off 5 bigs. No other option here but to go all in, and again in this situation small blind should be shoving relatively wide. So if that's the case, usually big blind will have to call relatively wide also. And he just goes for a call, which I'm not really a fan of, because of that stack size, I mean, he goes for a raise. That's even a little bit more unorthodox, if I'm honest with you. I don't really see the merit in doing that, because big blind, if he 3-bets all in here, doesn't have any fold equity. So this looks really, really strong in my opinion. When you have a guy raising off 5 big blinds when he should literally only have a jamming range. So Clement might read this as exactly what it is, in my opinion. It's a 3x raise too. I don't think he's going to go all in. If anything, he might just call, because king 2 suited might still be okay of a call. In terms of the pot odds you're getting pre, and that's exactly what happens. But as I said, I think Igor just really has to go all in here. There's no other move. Raising off that stack size just doesn't make that much sense. And as I said, it looks really, really strong. And yeah, I think this is whatever. If he just goes with this post, it is what it is. You know, if Clement has any ace, he's just going to be 3-betting all in pre-flop. So he never has an ace in the spot unless it's like a weak ace, offsuit ace X, like ace 2, ace 3, ace 4. Offsuit, for example. But that's probably the only ace X he's going to have there, in my opinion. But yeah, the thing is, if small blind decided to go all in there, Clement might have called with king 2 suited because of how wide the small blind is meant to be jamming. So technically, you could argue that if Clement, or if the small blind just decides to raise there, Clement could have lost more. So for sure, I think the small blind literally has only one option there, but they go all in. I don't think raising is a thing off that stack size. Falls around to cut off here. He gets out of the way, or excuse me, the hijack. Alexander, who's folding the 5-4 off. Klaus, wow, premiums are going around the first 4 or 5 hands here. We saw jacks, kings again, and now aces. And Klaus has had kings and aces in the first 4 hands. Don't think you can ask for much more in terms of a better start with the double up he got also. Is he going to get any action here against Dorjan in the big blind? It's a little bit bigger than min open. I think you still have to call this. Although the sizing is maybe 2.3, 2.4, so it does make a difference in terms of making it 160 versus 190 here. But I still think this is a pretty standard call pre-flop, even versus a slightly bigger raise first in sizing. But I think it might be a little bit close as well. As I said, it's not a min open. It's a little bit bigger. If it was a min open, this is a call all day. So he might be contemplating a 3-bet here. He does decide to 3-bet. But again, I'm not really a fan of the sizing. I think it's a bit too small. It's a bit too small, I think. But at the same time, I'm not exactly sure on the sizing here, but probably should be at least 3x. It's a little bit smaller than that. And I don't mind the 3-bet, to be honest. I did the 3-bet as an absolutely fine play, but sizing I think needs to be a little bit bigger. But facing the 4-bet all in here, we're just going to be folding this ace-3 off. Yeah, it is a nice card protector, silent. And I know if I ever played live poker, I'd probably be inclined to have something like Luigi and Mario. Quite an entertaining one. And thanks, Jerry, for the kind words. Dorjan getting in his Hollywood minutes or TV minutes with the camera. But yeah, obviously we all know here that it's going to be pretty standard fold. Obviously Klaus. Yeah, for sure, Zonk. I can get behind a call there too. You know, it's difficult to get aces, so when you do, you want to definitely maximize your value. I suppose the only other what would maybe more incline me to call is that if Dorjan is 3-betting, you know, enough value and bluffs from the big blind in that situation, then I definitely like calling more, given the stack sizes too. So for sure I can get behind a call. And actually, now that you mention it, I definitely prefer that. So that was a good thing to point out there. But at the same time, it's going to be very player dependent. If he's a strong reg who's going to be 3-betting light, then obviously calling there makes the most sense. But if he has reads on Dorjan, or he's basing it off maybe just previous hands he's played, etc., where he believes maybe Dorjan mightn't be 3-betting light in that situation, and he's just going to get called the vast majority of the time, then maybe just 4-bet all in is going to be maybe the better play. But for sure, I think I agree with what you said, Zonk. I think just calling there is going to be the best play. So we have Igor here going all in with the ace king suited off 5 big blinds, or should I say 10 big blinds, apologies. And we've Gunter, who might feel obliged to call here, but it's not exactly the cheapest. And he does get it through. So nice hand to Igor, chips up a little bit more. Yeah, pretty fiery start to the start of the stream. A lot of premiums going around in terms of jacks, kings, aces, ace, king, and there's been action for the most part in terms of players getting value with them. Whether that's an all-in pre-flop or some 3-betting itself, but for sure the premiums have been on show since the start of coverage. So we've Alexander here off a very short stack, 4 to 5 big blinds more or less. Shoving with the ace-7 suited, completely standard. Klaus going to get out of the way. We have another fold for Igor. Clement here might be a little bit tempted to call, but has to be a little bit concerned that there's 3 to 4 other players behind him. Or should I say 3 specifically, excuse me. So needs to be a little bit aware of that. I still think he might find the call, but as I said, it's kind of close with this hand in particular with guys behind him. And he's probably deciding whether to 3-bet, not 3-bet all in, but 3-bet to a bigger size and to isolate the guy who's all in. Which I think would be the better play, because if he calls, then big blind and maybe guys behind might have more incentive to call also. So I think he's going to find a raise here. And no, just decides to call. It might entice the big blind, but I'm not sure who is in the big blind in terms of the stack sizes. My only other concern here is if somebody picks up any sort of a marginal or decent hand, they should be just like shipping over the top. And Constantine probably going to have to fold here, I would say. But yeah. So definitely an interesting spot there in terms of ranges, what to call. And Clement makes in my opinion, a decent call. If you think about what Alexander's going to be shoving there, it's going to be a lot of pocket pairs, obviously some ace-x itself, but king-queen is never in bad shape. As you can see, it's technically a favourite. Maybe factor in some cards that were folded, etc. But yeah, for sure, king-queen versus ace-high is never in that bad a shape. And he spiked the queen. That puts him in a huge favourite for this hand. And an even bigger favourite dominating the spades. So an ace and an ace only for Alexander, or we're going to be losing our first player of this coverage. And that is it for Alexander. GG, my friend. So we're down to 23 players now, guys, and Alexander nets himself a little bit under 1.2k, 1.165 to be exact. Well played, Alexander. A decent run nonetheless, mate. Congrats. All players guaranteed 1.5k now. Final 23 players remaining. 45k up top, which we will be playing down to a winner today. Still another couple of hours away from that, but we're playing down to a winner today, guys, so stick around to see that happen. Down to 23 players at the moment, and again we have the chip stacks here. 7-handed at the moment. 3 tables running at the moment for this table, or sorry, this tournament I should say. Falls around to Clement here now. Queen 2 suited, probably going to be folding, I'd imagine. But also looking at the stacks ahead, see can he steal? Decides not to. Dorjan here, more than good enough hand here, but you can see that blinds have gone up, so that puts more pressure on these sort of 10 to 15 big blind stacks. And these kind of hands get a little bit marginal in terms of should I or shouldn't I raise. But I think Dorjan is a competent enough player to realise this is definitely a raise in this situation. He's definitely in that situation in terms of push or fold, but of 13 big blinds, still a deep enough stack that you can get away with min raising these sort of hands in these positions. Now, Gunter might find an all-in here. If he has any experience playing with Dorjan prior, he'd be more than competent or aware that Dorjan can definitely have some of this in his range. So if that's the case, shipping 5s here, and that's exactly what happens. Obviously Dorjan, again, unfortunately is going to have to fold here. He's made 2 situations where he's had to fold facing action from the other players, I should say. We've seen him 3-bet Constantine, or not Constantine, but 3-bet ace-3, I should say, a couple of hands ago against the cut-off race first in, having to fold to a 4-bet, and unfortunately he's going to have to fold here facing the all-in from Gunter. But again, absolutely nothing wrong with either decisions he's made on them 2 hands exactly. Just ran into the hands, unfortunately, which is going to happen every now and again. See him taking his time to deliberate whether he's going to call or not, but I think we all know it's not going to be a call. That's exactly what happens, just puts it in the middle. Yeah, as I said, just 2 situations for Dorjan. You know, as I said, decided to 3-bet that ace-3 that time against a cut-off open. Didn't work out, and tried to steal the blinds with a hand that's more than good enough to raise in that situation. But Gunter, realising that 5s is going to be a 3-bet all-in. So nicely played by Gunter, and again, nicely played by Dorjan. Just again, not a lot you can do there facing that action. Goes around to Clement here. Just thinking about raising. Decides to not bother. Dorjan again might feel a little bit inclined to go all in here. I think that would be an absolutely fine play either way. I don't think you can raise off this stack size for the most part. Calling, I don't think, is an option really at all. So I think it's going to be an all in here, or you might decide to just not bother with this hand and fold. And he does decide to get out of the way. I don't mind that, you know, in later position. I think, you know, shoving all in there off 10 big blinds with Queen Jack off wouldn't be a bad play. It's a little bit kind of in between, given he was in the hijack there with 4 players behind. It's probably still an all-in, to be honest, but you know, there's some pay jumps as well where there might be shorter stacks in the field overall where he feels he can wait for a better spot, which I don't mind. And obviously Klaus not going to be defending versus Gunther's race first in here from the small blind. Seven deuce never loses, eh? That 7 deuce game can get a lot of people into a lot of trouble. I know it's obviously not a thing in tournaments, but I've seen some ridiculous hands. People going crazy with 7 deuce off. Stuff like deuces are wild. All them kind of side games you'd play, where it just drives the action. But yeah, obviously in tournaments, you're not going to be playing the 7 deuce game unless you have some degenerate kind of side bets going on where it's been agreed between multiple players. But yeah, it doesn't happen in tournaments. Fold around to Gunther here on the button. He's getting out of the way too. Klaus then Queen 10 in the small blind. And pretty sure Igor, if my remembering if that's him in the big blind, I'm pretty sure it is, who has a shorter stack. And again, it's kind of like I'd still rather just jam the Queen 10 here. You know, obviously Queen 3 can't defend versus the raise here, but you really want to just like maximize fold equity, and I think Queen 10 off in this situation against that stack size, you know, might be better off as an all-in. But takes down the pot nonetheless. Problem is in that situation, you know, it's again, if big blind has any marginal or somewhat halfway decent hands, they're obviously going to defend. And if you just decide to go all in with Queen 10, then you're going to fold out that part of the big blind's range. So I would still rather see a jam there with the Queen 10 off. Dorjan not going to be going anywhere with the Queen 4 off, just decides to fold. Or sorry, 8-4 off. Thomas here now, first hand to play, I believe. He's going to be coming in for a raise with the King 10 off. Constantine getting out of the way. Gunther getting out of the way also. Folds around to Klaus on the button, I should say. Don't think he's going to be doing anything else here except folding. And he does decide to pass. Igor getting out of the way too, and it falls around to Clement, who unfortunately doesn't have much to defend here and just gets out of the way immediately. So Thomas plays his first pot, wins his first pot. Nothing wrong with taking down the blinds with King 10 off. Pre-flop. Here we have Thomas coming in for a raise again with ace-jack off. Constantine getting out of the way. Igor on the button here. Kind of not a lot you can do there with Queen 10, just going to get out of the way as well. Dorjan in the big blind. Not a lot you can do here with 10-4 suited. Probably just going to have to fold here. If he was a little bit of a deeper stack, you could maybe just justify defending here, but off 8 bigs, when it's a 2.1, 2.2 raise. Just gonna have to probably get out of the way there, unfortunately. Not a lot you can do. Again, we have the chip counts here. Gunther still leading the way. Clement in second off 30 big blinds. Thomas on 28 big blinds. Klaus and Constantine on 27 and 22. The two guys on relatively bad, or should I say, life support itself. Igor and Dorjan on 6th and 6th and 7th. Well, you know, one double up there in the back, you know, plus 15 big blinds, which goes a long way in terms of having a bit of breathing room. So we have a lot of Clement guys in the chat supporting him. Obviously French guys potentially. Obviously Clement is a French national himself. And by the sounds of it, a competent player too. So looking forward to seeing what he's capable of doing throughout the rest of this coverage. So Klaus now in the hijack, opening up the ace-10 off 24 big blinds, or 25 more or less. And again like that, it's probably just going to get through. Jack 4 is just not good enough to defend versus the min open. Well, 2.1. There is still parts of your range that kind of has to still fold versus the 2x open, 2.1, 2.2. Obviously the bigger the size and the differ the ranges are. Jack 4 is definitely going to be a fold. Hunter under the gun, folding the ace-4 off. Klaus here, going to be folding the 9-3 off as well, one would imagine. This is what happens with the fold. Clement here on the cutoff, going to be getting out of the way too with 6-3 off. And as wide as Dorjan would like to shove here, I think the 5-2 suited, it's not going to be one of those hands, unfortunately. Going to at least think about it anyways, but personally myself, I will be folding this. And he does agree with my perspective on this also, and decides to get out of the way. Thomas here now with ace-3 off. Again, I'm not sure on the stack depth from the big blinds, but he might come in for a call here. He doesn't, he decides to raise to 200. $250 I should say, yeah, it looked a little bit bigger. And Constantine's just going to have to fold here with 6-4 off. I would be folding personally myself anyways. Constantine might have other ideas. He does decide to defend. Well, he hasn't put them in yet, but he has the calling chips in the hand. But decide, he's very indecisive with this decision here, whether to call or to defend or not. As I said, personally myself, I probably wouldn't defend this. And he does decide to get out of the way. Thomas showing the ace, I believe. I hope it was the ace. I don't think it was the 3. It looked like the ace. The Albanian guy is annoying me already. I mean, some people just like to take their time, Yuri. Some people like to just take their time. I mean, definitely more time than needed in some decisions, but it's one of the fun things about seeing these streams, that you get to see the whole cards and you have to ask yourself why they would take so long with this decision. But you know, that's sometimes just live poker. People just tend to take longer than someone else. But yeah, there's definitely been some pretty obvious decisions. Yeah, no, I agree, Yuri. I agree. You don't need that much time to make a decision with 5-2. So that's what I was kind of more or less just about to say, that you have to kind of question why they're taking that long. But yeah, no, for sure. There's there's a certain amount of time you should take for every decision, depends on your hole cards, and we saw some examples of that already. Where yeah, definitely probably taking longer than necessary. But you know, as I said, it's going to vary from player to player. We had one or two guys yesterday. Yeah, I agree, Apocalypse. Yeah, that's exactly kind of more or less what I was saying. Watching in New Zealand, enjoying the stream. Nice to have you tuned in with us on Steels. I have a brother living in New Zealand as well. Christchurch to be exact. But nice to have you with us. Glad to hear you're enjoying the stream. Thomas taking out another pot there. Yeah, I usually play online poker, and the volume I play in a session, you know, decisions wise, you got to be pretty swift. Maybe a 15 second decision or time bank, whatever, and you have an extra couple of seconds if needed. But yeah, playing fast fold format or Zoom, whatever they call it for cash games, you know, it's pretty swift action where you don't take too long with your decisions. It's pretty immediate, because you just know the ranges and you know your decision kind of more so immediately. And we have Clement here coming in for a raise under the gun +1. Yeah, I haven't been on Steeled to visit him, although he's pretty crazy for me to come over to go working with him and just kind of experience some of the life over there. But maybe in future I'll reconsider. But yeah, for sure, the city itself looks amazing. Thomas here in the cutoff facing the raise first in from Clement with the ace-king suited, decides to get out of the way. Constantine, I imagine, is going to be taking the same decision. That's exactly what happens. Gunter in the small blind here now. Pocket trees. Decides to cold call. I don't mind it. Stack depths here can probably justify it. Obviously, Clement starting the hand with 27 effective. So Gunter's going to be looking for a tree. Yeah, for sure on steals. Time and a place. You know, I kind of have my own stuff going on at the moment, so this is a little bit of an ambitious call. I know you're getting a good price here, but 9-4 off, but playability multi-way, it's not ideal. Off comes Queen, Queen 7. Gunter still ahead here, but facing a c-bet from Clement potentially. A little bit of a sticky spot being out of position. Gunter was more so just hoping for a tree on the flop. So when he doesn't hit the tree, as the saying goes, no set, no bet. Oh, checks around to Clement, pre-flop raiser. I think this is going to be a good spot in position to c-bet this here. And he seems to agree with my analysis also. Don't have to bet big here. And you can see there 175k. It puts stuff like this in a difficult spot. These under pairs and obviously just hands like that itself. You know, when you get a cold call from the small blind, it's predominantly going to be something like that. And obviously the big blind, getting the price he got pre-flop, he's going to have a super wide range too. So, you know, obviously Clement has some overs and some backdoor equity, but for sure, it's going to be a pretty standard spot to bet that. And he takes it down. Dorjan now under the gun +1. Going to be folding, I'd imagine. Does decide to get out of the way. Thomas here with 9-4 off, and the hijack going to be getting out of the way too. Constantine going to be going for a raise with this hand in these positions. Not much more else you can do. Don't think folding is a good play. So he decides to go for a raise here, which I like. So 2.5, just a little over 2.1, close to 2.2x. So obviously on the small blind, going to be getting out of the way with 9-4 off as well. Not a lot you can do here. And he decides to fold. Igor here looking down at the beautiful 7-2. So we've gone from seeing a lot of premiums to a lot of junk hands. That's going to happen when it comes to the distribution of the hands. It's very, very random. So Constantine taking down the pot there, chipping up with the blinds and antes. Still seven-handed at the moment. Dorjan now picking up the jacks off this stack size. Again, not much more you can do here except go all in. I don't think min raising here off this stack size is going to be a thing. But proves me wrong. More so could just be a situation where he has no fold equity, just in case there's some premiums that wake up, or sorry, people wake up with some premiums ahead of him where he might be able to get away from jacks, but he's leaving himself 3 big blinds behind for that purpose. That if someone behind decides to go all in and somebody else wakes up with a bigger hand, he can maybe start folding jacks there. But against somebody that's going to be heads up in that situation, he's never going to be folding jacks. To be honest, I don't think he's going to be folding jacks ever anyways, but that's more or less the reasoning behind leaving himself 3 big blinds instead of just going all in itself. Constantine thinking about calling here, but again, there's 3-4 players behind him. Don't think you want to be calling in that situation. You know, if you're in the blinds with this hand, you might get away with calling or feel more comfortable about it. But in this situation here with, as I said, 3-4 players behind, probably just going to elect to fold is what I would do in this situation. As you can see, I know from my own experience yesterday, what I would assume I would do in this situation, players on the table took a different action, so it's always possible that somebody might have found the call there with ace-5 suited. Falls around to Clement in the big blind, who is going to fold the 8-4 off. Dorjan picks up the blinds and antes there, which again keeps his head afloat, adds 2 to 2.5 big blinds, give or take, to his stack size, which when you think about it is a 25% increase, which sounds a lot, to be fair. See Thomas giving him the nod there. Good job, bro. Thomas first act now in this hand. Getting out of the way with the famous 7-2 off. Gunter here now in the hijack, who might be tempted to open the 7-6 suited here. Exactly what happens. Goes for a min. Yeah, I get where you're coming from. I can't beat 2-0. So it just depends. Like I'm sure that's up to the tournament directors in terms of whether they should or shouldn't have a shot clock. I mean, if you see some of the high rollers, the time they take to make decisions, obviously it's a lot of a higher buy-in. But they take a really, really long time for the smallest decisions. So I can understand shot clocks being, in that events or them sort of situations. There isn't that extreme kind of decision or time to take for decisions. A lot of the guys are pretty swift with the decisions pre-flop. Obviously if it's a big decision on the river, then you can understand somebody taking longer than usual. But when it kind of comes to pre-flop, I think the decisions in a lot of the spots are pretty obvious. But anyways, back to the hand itself. Gunter opening in the hijack. No, for sure, definitely KM, and that's the issue with these smaller buy-ins. I say smaller buy-ins. It's still a 300 or whatever, 270, 300 euro buy-in tournament. There's going to be a good mix of professionals, semi-pros, recreationals, whatever the case may be. So for sure, agree with KM there that it would alienate them. But anyways, back to the action here. We go post-flop with Gunter and Klaus. Quite the interesting flop for both, catching a piece. Yeah, for sure, Barclays. I think it could be a good amount of time. Look, as I said, when I'm playing online, you're given 15 seconds to act. So it's given that it's live, I think 30. If you were to make a time bank situation or whatever the case may be, a pre-flop clock, I think 30 is a good one as well. Because as I said, there's some decisions that are very, very obvious, and then there's ones where you kind of have to debate or deliberate, I should say. But I think that's more so post-flop than it is pre-flop. Very nice turn here for Klaus. Gunter still having the open-ended straight draw, but on a paired board, the equity of that hand reduces a decent amount, as now there's full houses possible. Interesting check back from Klaus there. Obviously gets a really, really bad river in terms of 4 to a straight being there now. But I definitely would bet in Klaus's shoes there. Gunter's range in terms of betting the flop like he did, it's going to have a lot of over pairs, some straight draws and stuff like that as well that you want to just kind of maximize value against. And now he's kind of in a weird spot. Does he feel like he can value bet? I would still value bet this, obviously, but definitely not the nicest board overall. But for sure, you can just put in, I don't know, wow, that's too nitty. That's too nitty. It's too nitty. Yeah, I think way too passive on the turn in terms of missing out on value there, because Gunter is definitely going to check call the turn there with the straight throw, as long as the bet size isn't too big. But yeah, I think when Gunter checks the river there, I'm not sure how long it kind of took, but he kind of maybe discounts some 10x there in terms of straights. So if that's the case, then you can probably value bet, and if he decides to raise all in, then obviously we have a very clear fold, but for sure, definitely miss value on the turn. I would definitely prefer bet and turn and then probably checking back river, because it's a lot more likely for Gunter to have a 10 in that situation. Anyways, back to the action here. Klaus now really maneuvered his stack quite well since the start of the coverage. Forget the exact stack size he came in, but he's definitely 2x the stack, if not 2.5x the stack. Dorjan now, I think this is going to be a 3-bet all in. Again, Klaus, if he's aware of how wide he can potentially be in terms of stealing the blinds here, King Queen here is going to be miles ahead of that range. or at least doing pretty well overall. Again, taking his time. I think Klaus can feel in his stomach that there's an all-in coming here. So hasn't made that decision. I really hope he's not going to pass here. I think this is a pretty standard all-in. I'm baffled by some of the decisions some of these kind of make sometimes. As I said, this is not the first time where my instinct would say to go all in here. I just don't really see the merits of calling this. I think it's kind of risk avert in terms of I don't want to lose all my chips in this moment. And I just don't think that's good poker, in my opinion. I think you just have to take these spots and just 3-bet all in. Because now you're going to go post-flop where if Dorjan doesn't hit a king or a queen, what's he going to do? Not a lot. And obviously in this situation, it's going to work out quite well for him. But I still prefer 3-betting all in post, or sorry, pre-flop. I mean, obviously he's going to get the full double up now because Klaus is unlucky enough to hit the king. And I can imagine Klaus just maybe going all in here. Or just putting them all in, given the stack to pot ratio. But obviously this is fine too. And I mean, if Dorjan just doesn't go all in here, I'm just going to stop giving my analysis anymore. Well, yeah, I can imagine Chips is going to be going in the middle here. If he didn't make the decision pre-flop, he should be definitely making the decision post. He does announce all in, and Klaus is going to pretty happily call this, one would imagine. Obviously going to get the bad news to realise he's up against a stronger king. But still has outs, still has some backdoor equity in terms of backdoor straight and flush draws. But he definitely will not be folding here against this all-in from Dorjan. Well, yeah, as I said, I still prefer the 3-bet all-in from Dorjan pre-flop. It's just going to be the better play in the long run, in my opinion. And yeah, Klaus decides to call, and he's going to get the bad news, as I said. But he still has some backdoor equity. Any 9. You know, if he turns a queen, a jack, stuff like that. Backdoor straight draw, and if he turns a diamond, then he has extra equity for the river. So we'll see what happens here. But Dorjan, player at risk, but big favourite at the moment. 78%. The jack of diamonds. It's probably the spiciest card in the deck, KM. There's that queen. So he needs a jack and a jack only. And he doesn't get it. Dorjan gets the double up, and now he's on 19 big blinds. Well played, Dorjan. Nice double up. That's what I'm saying. So the guys that are on the shorter stack, yeah, if they're on like 8, 9, 10 big blinds, one double up gets them up to 20 big blinds. So it goes a long way. Just got to be patient, pick those spots. But as I said already, I still prefer the 3-bet all in from Dorjan, but it worked out better just calling in this exact situation anyways. So again, we have the chip counts here. Gunter, Clement and Thomas all around 29 to 33 big blinds. And then you have Klaus and Konstantin and Dorjan all on 20, 22 and 24 big blinds. And Igor definitely on life support in terms of being on 7 big blinds. Yeah, not a lot you can do in that situation. Just kind of hope to pick up a hand, get called by a worse hand, and hold is usually the game plan there. So we'll see what happens. Klaus here now, king 10 off, getting out of the way, Igor getting out of the way as well. Clement here, Queen, or sorry, 10-8 off, going to be getting out of the way too. Dorjan going to be folding too. Again, as wide as a player can steal from the button in this exact situation, Jack 4 is just not going to be one of them candidates. Still have to fold some hands, and as I said, that's going to be one of them. And you have Thomas here limping in with the Jack 6 off, which I think is absolutely fine. You can also see a raise too, but as I said, either is fine. I don't think folding is a play, and if it does, and if you do, sorry, I don't think it's a good one. It's good enough to limp in, and if you think Constantine is going to be ISOing wide, then for sure you want to limp in here. And I'd love to see a little bet here from Thomas. You know, he's going to have a lot more ace-X than Constantine in this exact situation, so he's going to get a lot of folds in this spot. And again, you just have to bet one big blind, a little bit over one big blind, because as I said, it's hard to hit pairs. It's hard to hit hands in poker. And when you're in the small blind and the big blind, where ranges are really, really wide, stabbing one big blind there can be very, very effective. Nicely played there by Thomas. Klaus first to act here now. Folding Clement, folding also. Dorjan here in the cutoff, a queen, or sorry, 10 queen, 10-3, sorry, apologies. In the cutoff here. Getting out of the way. Thomas here might be tempted to steal with the Jack 8, but he decides not to. Same to be Constantine here. There is going to be some parts of your range that you're just going to have to fold, and 3-2 off is going to be one of them. You can limp in really, really wide in them situations, but again, you're going to have to find some folds. You're going to have to fold some parts of your range, and 3-2 off is probably going to be one of them. There's a few more I can think of, but as I said, definitely 3-2 there. I don't mind just getting, or just folding like he did. Now we have Igor. It's the hand he's probably been waiting for off this stack size. So I can't imagine he's going to be doing anything else except going all in here. I know we saw him at the start of the stream. Opening 3x, small blind versus big blind off 5 big blinds with kings. With 9s here. It's just going to be going in the middle. So we'll see what happens in terms of anyone else potentially picking up a hand here. Thomas is going to be getting out of the way there. Constantine with king 10 off here, probably going to be a fold too, I'd imagine. That's what it is. Gunter getting out of the way pretty swiftly, and now we're folded around to Klaus. 10-4 off is going to get through. Igor's going to chip up a little bit, keeping his head afloat by picking up those blinds. On 9 big blinds now, but going to be in the blinds immediately again. Man has to put out 200k. So it's a big blind ante, so it's 50, 100, 100 with a big blind ante of the 100k. Again, we have the chip counts here. Pretty similar for the top 3 in terms of not much of a difference, 31, 32, 33. Very similar from 4 to 6 as well in terms of the stack sizes, 20, 20 and 22. And again, like that, Igor on 9 big blinds, but he's after posting the ante, and he's been in the big blind again, so dropped down a little bit again, but as I said, picking up those blinds and antes the last hand goes a long way. Clement here debating whether to open the 9-8 suited, decides not to. Dorja now with 6-5 suited, a very, very pretty hand. Not sure if you want to open off this stack size in this situation, gotta be careful. Or deliberate in his decision making, or Dorjan. Decides to pass, which I don't mind. I think is absolutely fine. I just think them sort of hands can get you in a lot of trouble post-flop off that stack size, where you probably want to be waiting for a little bit of a stronger hand itself. With Constantine now in the cutoff, it's going to be an open for sure. Something like 2.1, 2.2. I think he did 2.15 the last couple of times and sticks to that trend. Klaus here now in the small blind, which is interesting. I think he's either going to 3-bet all in or he's going to call. I think it's going to be one of the two. Folding, I don't think, is a good play here. Although I'm saying that Igor's behind on a super short stack, but as I said, I think calling here is absolutely fine. I think the only other option in terms of another decision would be 3-betting all in. But I think calling here is 100% also. Again, how King Queen off here plays against the cutoff raise first in range, it's going to be doing pretty well. Obviously, doesn't hit except picks up a good shot. I would like to see a bet there for Constantine and not check back so quickly. You know, if I was in Klaus's shoes here, seeing how fast he checked back the flop, I might be a little bit inclined to start bluffing, but having king high here in this spot is not bad either. And now Constantine decides to bet. See what happens here. It's a little bit of an awkward spot with king queen here facing the bet on the turn. Decides to pass. I think that's probably the best play. It's either you're going to continue bet, or it's either you're going to bet the turn in Klaus's spot there, or you know, just going to have to check fold, unfortunately. But I like the decision pre-flop to defend from the small blind, or the cold call from the small blind. Klaus picking up that pot there, regardless. Or sorry, Constantine picking up that spot or pot. Dorjan now picking up suited Broadway, king queen suited. Coming in for a raise, no doubt. That's what happens. Sizey pick 222, 220. Hunter already folding, or more or less had the body language of someone who was folding, standing up like that. And now we have Klaus picking up this ace-king off here. A little bit unsure, does he just 3-bet all in here, or just go for a small 3-bet? In position, you can definitely get away with this. Out of position, I imagine, would just be all in. In position here, you can probably get away with a small 3-bet. But he does decide to all in. Go all in, I should say. Which I think is probably the best play. Dorjan be a little bit annoyed over this because it's a really, really pretty hand. And I just think you have to fold here. I don't even think it's really up for debate. There's just better parts of your range here to call in this situation. And you just have to hope that Klaus is like maybe just 3-betting all in here with 9s, 10s, jacks, which you would be, to be fair, but that's like probably the only hands for the most part that you're in good shape against. Otherwise, you're probably just going to be dominated quite a lot here. He does decide to pass. A little bit, as I said, annoying for Dorjan to pick up that hand there and face the 3-bet all in, but I think the fold is the best play there. Don't think he can do much else, to be fair. On to the next hand again. Thomas now picking up the 10s. Really, really strong hand in this situation. He's going to come in for a raise here, which is completely standard. Counter folds. Fold around to Klaus here now on the cutoff. One would imagine he's going to be folding too, which is what happens. Folding around to Dorjan in the big blind, who's at least going to be calling. Don't think it's good enough to 3-bet all in here. Well, as I said, it wouldn't be the first time I've been proven wrong with my assessment. But I think calling here is probably going to be the only play. I mean, that's what it feels like anyways, and that's what kind of more or less happens. Thomas versus Dorjan here, big blind versus under the gun. Interesting flop here. Dorjan with middle pair, top kicker. Thomas picking up the gut shot. And he's going to go for a bet here, which I don't mind. I don't mind. It's obviously a good board for your range overall in terms of having a lot of sets, straights, two pairs, etc. And you want to get folds from some hands that might have an over and stuff like that. So really good pair for Dorjan there. I like Thomas's bet here in this situation because again he has such a good board coverage in this spot. Just unfortunate that Dorjan has the two pair here, which I don't think he's ever going to be folding. Now it's just a question, does he want to check raise all in here? And the thing is, in this spot, if he does decide to check raise all in here, it looks extremely, extremely strong. Welcome on in, Dej. 420, how we doing, sir? Good luck to all the check regs. Good luck to all the check regs, indeed. Yeah, so as I said, like Dorjan has a little bit of a decision here. As I said, like if you think about what Thomas is going to have here when he bets twice, it's a pretty strong range. But he has to bluff these kind of pocket pairs like 9s and 10s as well sometimes. Well, you know, he's going to have a lot of value in terms of strong hands too, sets, two pairs, straights as well. A little bit of an awkward spot here, as I said. Yeah, I agree, KM. Like, look, in terms of, from what I study playing cash games, these kind of pocket pairs in these formations or in these positions, they do tend to be turned into a bluff sometimes, but again, not always bluffed. So obviously, betting 10s here and facing an all-in, which Dorjan might end up doing, it'll be a little bit of annoying, I should say, to not realise the equity. And this is what more or less happens, unfortunately. See with Thomas a little bit annoyed that he has to bet fold his hand. But to be honest, I don't really mind this double barrel here with this hand. Yeah, it's more or less an all-in. He's left himself one big blind behind, but it's an effective all-in. But I agree, KM. Like checking behind here, you're going to have some ace-x. You're going to have, you know, some hands like you mentioned in terms of like being able to check back the turn and still have relatively strong hands itself. Well, yeah, obviously Thomas can't call this all in. As I said, it's frustrating that You don't get to realise your equity in terms of seeing the river, but again, at the same time, it's a pretty good hand to bluff. You know, stuff like nines and tens here is like probably the best candidates for bluffs, but more so the tens, I think. Like them pocket pairs in particular with like spades and diamonds, they'd be the best ones to barrel here. And then maybe start checking the ones without the spades and diamonds more frequently, I'd say. Well, yeah, it's hard to find bluffs here from Dorjan's perspective. And yeah, Thomas unfortunately just has to bet fold there. But as I said, for me personally, I don't mind double barrel there with that hand. I think it's 100% because you just have such a good advantage on that board in terms of what the big blind's going to have a lot. Just unfortunate that Dorjan had the two pair, strong two pair at that. On to the next hand, as they say. Goes around the clouds here now on the hijack. Raised his king nine in the hijack before. Might be tempted to do it again. We shall see. Decides to pass this time. Igor again on life support in terms of 5, 6, 7 big blind vicinity. Unfortunately, I don't think he's going to be going all in with queen 9 off here. Frustrating when you're the short stack and don't really pick up any hands and having to constantly fold and fold and fold. But like that's just part of the game sometimes. You've got to be patient, wait for your hand, and then go with it and just hope to double up and hold. And with Clement here on the button with an ace 8 suited, it's going to be more than good enough to come in for a raise. See what he decides to do for a min open by the looks of it. Dorjan more than likely just going to be folding here. I'm not exactly sure on the ranges in what they 3-bet in terms of bluffs here. Or maybe this might be a bad one to do it with, but again, there's probably better candidates, I would say. He does elect to pass. And obviously Thomas, I'm not, maybe he could have defended that, but it's probably again between calling a fold and there's probably close, I think. Where there was a min open, maybe he can defend it, but maybe after losing the last hand, he wants to just kind of play a little bit more tighter, avoid them kind of awkward spots post flop with them hands. No, I agree, Stone. I agree. Jack 3 should be a defend there, but as I said, maybe just after losing the last hand, he might be a little bit risk avert in terms of not wanting to play some post flop situations and just want to avoid them for the moment. That's more or less what I'm thinking, because for me personally, I think defending the Jack 3 there makes the most sense. But as I said, after losing that pot the last hand, he might just want to avoid the more marginal spots pre-flop and kind of having a domino effect to kind of tricky spots post. Now we have Dorjan here on the button folded around to him. Obviously going to be folding here too. But I'm going to be proven wrong this time. Thomas waking up with the 8-3 suited, not going to be doing anything with that, and it's going to be Constantine who's going to be defending versus the min open here, well 2.3 technically. And yeah, the 9-4 here personally, I'm not a big fan of opening this. As I said, you want to steal wide in these formations when it falls around you on the button. Dorjan has more than a big enough stack to open wider, but 9-4 is definitely pushing it too far in my opinion. Like, you'd have to really strongly believe that Thomas and Constantine are just going to overfold their blinds. And it's not the worst assumption, but again, there has to be a threshold of like what you do and don't open, and 9-4 off for me personally is going to be only a fold pre-flop. And now he's going to get into a dicey spot here with both players having a 9, And 9-4 being now kicked by the 9-8. But we'll see how the run out and how the players decide to play. Don't blame Dorjan for betting his 9 here. A lot of hands you need protection from, a lot of hands you want to get folds from, etc, etc. And Constantine is only going to play check call here. And you can see it's a pretty swift decision. So it's a bit of a tell here sometimes when somebody grabs their chips that quickly that, you know, giving the indicator of somebody that doesn't have that hard of a decision. So if I was to isolate his range down to some hands, would be at least 9x, some queen x itself, obviously, and some gut shots and straight draws, whatever the case may be. So it's kind of an indicator when somebody takes that quick of a decision, they obviously have something that the decision was that quick to make. But it's a very standard check call from Constantine. And again, if you're in this situation like Dorjan is with 9-4, for sure betting the flop there makes a lot of sense too. Now, betting this turn is up for debate. Again, obviously a good card for Dorjan. But you have to kind of think, does he have showdown value here with the 9, or is he just bloating the pot for no reason? So it's kind of a bit of a mergey kind of play here. Don't think you ever get called by too much worse here with 9-4. That's the only other downside. You know, it's as I said, it's a bit of a merge play in terms of like still potentially getting called by worse, but it's very, very thin. So unless he's just decided to turn this into a bluff here on this turn ace. Obviously Constantine's in a really difficult spot here now, who's probably just going to be forced to fold. So yeah, it's an interesting bet on the turn here for Dorjan. As I said, he still beats some hands. You know, if Constantine has some pocket pairs between the 3 and the 9 with a spade, then obviously he's still ahead of that, which are not going to call on the turn. So I'm not sure if I like the bet by Dorjan here, unless he's just made the mind up to say, right, I'm just turning this into a bluff here because this ace is very good for my range. And he's not wrong, but at the same time, there's still better hands that has no showdown value here that you probably want to be turning into a bluff versus turning a 9 by the looks of it into a bluff here. So definitely need to be careful in doing this. As I said, like Dorjan is still ahead of some of his check call range that Constantine does on the flop. So I just don't think it's necessary to bet that. But, you know, he's the one taking down the pot. I'm not. So maybe he knows better. But I do strongly think there's better hands to do that with than betting a 9 on the turn there with the ace. You know, you're going to have all the flush draws, the straight draws, and yeah, there's just a lot of better hands to do that with than, you know, turning a 9 into a bluff there. See there, there's 20 players left from our starting 24, so there's obviously been a few knockouts from the outer tables. If I remember correctly, there was only 1 knockout on the feature table, so there's obviously been 3 more on the outer ones. So I'd imagine when we play down to 18 players, it'll be down to the last 2 tables. Should be 9-handed, I assume, is what's going to happen, but we shall see. All players guaranteed 1.75k here, 1.8k if you want to round it off, excuse me. Now we've Dorjan picking up some steam here. Done well to bounce back. Yeah, redraw at 16, that makes a lot more sense. Thanks for that, Apocalypse. So yeah, another 4 players have to go. And we'll be doing a seat redraw then. That's another couple of players away. Still have 20 in the field at the moment from a starting field of close to nearly 1,100 runners for a 270, 300 euro tournament, which is really, really nice. 45k for first. We're going to be playing down to that winner today. So another couple of hours of coverage here. See how it goes. Dorjan now with a nice stack size in front of him. He's manoeuvred it well, I give him credit for that. Igor still on 5 big blinds here, really feeling the potential pinch of being the short stack. As I said, it's a pretty terrible situation to be in when you're on that short stack, 4, 5, 6 big blinds, and you cannot pick up a hand. But as I said, you just got to be patient. Just got to be patient. Now we've Dorjan picking up another hand here. Comes in for a raise. Thomas now picking up a hand here with 10s. There's a good chance this might be going in. Now, if Thomas decides to 3-bet all in, Dorjan might be able to fold. But it's definitely going to be a close one. I think he might just be getting a bad enough price to fold versus an all in. Yeah, I just don't think Thomas has that much fold equity, so it's really going to be up to Dorjan to realise, okay, is ace-queen good enough against Thomas's range when he 3-bets off this stack size? And for sure, it's a close decision in my opinion. Again, tournament poker isn't my forte. I usually just play cash online, but I still have a general idea of what probably is the most effective play or decision in a lot of these spots. I stand by that. So for sure, this ace-queen off here is a close decision. Whether to just go all in or potentially find the fold. But I've no doubt Dorjan has played with Thomas enough to potentially understand that he's capable of maybe finding a light 3-bet here off this stack size. So for sure, if you're going back to the discussion we had earlier on about taking the length of time to make a decision when it comes to pre-flop, I think this might be a decent example of a tough decision, whether you should or shouldn't. But either way, Dorjan can understand that he might take his time on this decision. Thomas giving him the look down, the stare down. You can only get that vibe or that dynamic in live poker, guys. It's great to be able to see it. But yeah, for sure, a little bit of a difficult decision with Dorjan. I don't think I'm not even sure if calling is a thing here. I mean, he's getting a good enough price to realise his equity on the flop anyways. So maybe calling is a thing here, given that price. You can just see Thomas looking at him. Wow, he's just going to fold. Interesting. Yeah, I agree, Apocalypse, and that's the thing. Like, obviously, Thomas 3-betting off that stack size looks extremely strong. But at the same time, I think Thomas is a confident enough player to maybe find something light in terms of like some suited ace-x there, or maybe even some offsuit ace-x potentially. You know, blockers to value. But you know, maybe Thomas doing that made Dorjan's decision a little bit easier because it looked that much stronger. Personally myself, I'd rather 3-bet the 10s all in. And it really will be up to Dorjan then in terms of breaking it down. Do I have enough equity to call here given the price? And again, it's a little bit of a closer decision. It's still a close decision, I would say, because, you know, Thomas had maybe 17 or 18 big blinds effective. Dorjan had maybe, you know, 27, 28. So it's a good chunk of a stack. Yeah, I agree, Tej. I agree for sure. It's just the stack sizes are very similar there that, you know, I've no doubt there's some shorter stacks in the field where, you know, again, ICM is a thing there in terms of the pay jumps. But that needs to be factored into your decision as well. So if you take in the 3-bet size from Thomas and you know, the ICM potentially, and just the stack sizes itself, and there's a lot of variables to take into account. So For sure, I agree. It's a strong fold, and probably better off to avoid that situation. You know, we have another 2 or 3 eliminations for a €200 or maybe €150 pay jump. Well, €200, I think, by the looks of it. I'm just looking at the pay jumps on the Twitch chat. So yeah, it's worth something, you know. Given it was a 270 buy-in tournament, it's technically close to a buy-in in terms of the next pay jump. So as I said, it is worth something. But as I said, there's plenty of things to take into account when you're making that decision there with Ace Queen. Like Ace Queen suited is going to be an all-in for sure. Ace Queen off is definitely in a tougher decision. All around the Klaus here on the button. Probably going to be folding. Igor finally picking up a hand here, and again, as wide as a small blind is meant to be jamming here, 8-7 is not going to be a call. Clement has been quite a little bit card dead as well on this feature table, but hasn't done anything wrong in any way, shape or form. But as I said, given how wide the small blind is going to be jamming there, there's parts of the range that the big blind is going to have to fold, and 8-7 offsuit is going to be one of them for sure. But Igor chipping up a little bit there, keeping his head above water. A lot to be said for it when you're sitting on that short stack, just picking up them blinds and antes. Live to fight another orbit in that regard. Thomas here with a pretty looking King 10 suited under the gun. For sure going to be coming in for a raise. Could be the 240 or 275. I think he usually makes a little bit of a bigger raise first in sizing than others. And looks like 250. That's what it is. Folds around the Klaus in the cutoff. 17 big blinds. It's probably going to be a fold, I guess. But again, wouldn't be the first time. My assumptions have been proved wrong, but thankfully I was right this time. Igor with a pretty looking 9-8 suited, but imagine there's going to be a fold off this stack size. Not a lot more he can do in this situation. That's exactly what happens. And gets folds all the way around to Dorjan, who for sure is going to be defending here. For sure going to be defending here. A very, very interesting flop of Thomas and Dorjan flop top pair. I think this might get a little bit expensive for Thomas. He has some backdoor equity regardless. I imagine this is just going to go C-bet call. And it's funny how quick Dorjan called there. You think about all the time he's taken before for pretty obvious decisions. That was a snap call there. So it might make Thomas a little bit conscious here, and he does decide to check back the turn, which is very good in this exact situation. Yeah. It's funny how Dorjan acted so quickly in that spot there. I mean, obviously Thomas can't do anything about that. His top pair never folding in that situation. But maybe Dorjan could have got more value on the river there with a slightly bigger sizing. I think in that situation where you kind of look at Thomas's range there, he's going to be relatively capped. So I think King Jack there, you can probably get a lot more value. But Thomas could have lost more in that situation for sure. Still on 15 big blinds, but again the chip counts: Dorjan, Gunter and Clement. Top three guys, Gunter and Clement, both on 25 big blinds respectively. Then you have Klaus, Thomas and Constantine on 18, 15 and 15, all around the same stack size. You still have Igor on the 8 big blinds. Still keeping his head afloat. He's been doing that relatively well. As I said, hasn't picked up that many hands, and his body's been patient, and that's all you can do in these situations. Now to Klaus here with the ace-2 off. Going to be folding, I'd imagine. And that's exactly what happens. Got Igor here now. One would imagine this is going to be going in the middle. You're never too happy about shoving these pocket pairs. You just kind of hope it gets through and nobody else picks up a hand. But as I said, there's just some spots in poker that you just got to bite the bullet. And this is going to be it for Igor. So unless Thomas or Dorjan pick up a hand here, he's going to be getting this all in through. Thomas is going to look down. King 9 off. It's probably going to be a fold. Stuff like King 10 and King Jack will be pretty goddamn close here, I'm not going to lie, but King 9 off in that situation is going to be a pure fold. So again, Igor chipping up a little bit. Now on the 10 big blind stack. Little by little. Gunter first to act here now. Immediate fold. Hesitation with the Queen 2 off. Klaus here under the gun +1. Probably going to be a fold also. That's what happens. Igor now in the hijack. 7-6 off. Probably going to be going in the mucked also. Clement finally picking up some hands here. As I said, he's been relatively quiet on this featured table, but also hasn't picked up that many hands or has been involved in many spots that he could justify. This cut off, King Queen off here, for sure going to be coming in for a raise. That's what happens. Dorjan now on the button, ace-8 off. It's an interesting spot here to potentially 3-bet bluff. Really just depends if he's feeling it. I think in this spot in particular would be a good spot to do it with, because Clement is probably going to be opening relatively wide, and again ace-X blocking value. It's definitely one of those hands that people like to 3-bet bluff but decides to pass, which I don't mind, but again it's definitely a spot you can decide to 3-bet. I think Clement, well, I was going to say I think Clement might get this through, but I think Constantine has to defend. I think 10-7 has to be defended there. I know you're on 12 big blinds, bro, but it's a min open. It's going to have good possibilities post-flop in terms of making a hand. If it was slightly bigger, you could justify folding, but I think in that spot against the min open, it's a pretty standard defend there from the big blind. But Constantine decides to take a more passive route and fold. Clement taking down that pot. I think it's one of his first to take down on the feature table, so we shall see will he gain momentum from that. Folding the 5-3 off, UTG. The gun +1 here, Igor might be inclined to go all in here. I think it wouldn't be a bad play, but I don't mind the fold either. I think if it was later positions, would for sure be going in the middle. Clement would have called it off if he decided to shove the King 9 suited. But as I said, I think I might have jinxed this in terms of Clement picking up some momentum now. There's 2 hands in a row for raising. Comes in for a raise to 240, just a min open. Mostly the standard sizing by a lot of players. Fold around to Constantine now in the small blind, 6-3 suited, going to be a fold. And now we've Gunter to look down at his whole cards. Was for sure going to be defending here. I know in cash games this is a very cheeky 3-bet at times, but I think in this situation you just want to call and realise equity. Try and pick up some draws, some hands on the flop. See where we go after that. And it's basically going to be a bet fold here. Should I say a check fold in terms of Gunter's action. Really bad flop for 6-5 of hearts, monotone texture. Clement decides to check back, which I don't mind. I think either or is fine in this situation. Gunter just giving up the pot here completely. For sure, Clement needs to bet here now. Still a bunch of hands that can call that are way behind, or at least behind to Clement's ace queen here. So definitely betting this turn after it goes check, check, and then check again from out of position in the big blind. And a snap fold by Gunter. Yeah, so Clement realising they're checking back in the flop is a thing, and it's just one of those spots where if you bet that sort of hand and face a raise, you really, really are not happy. So checking back there, for sure, with that hand, I like it a lot. But Gunter couldn't do much with 6-5 of hearts in that spot. It's a really, really bad hand. So check folding seemed to be the best play there. Igor here now. 4 off, going to be folding UTG. Clement getting out of the way pretty swiftly also. Dorjan with the queen 6 off here. Very deliberate in this decision making, which we saw plenty of examples of so far on the coverage here. Decides to get out of the way with that. And now we have Thomas picking up a premium. And it's interesting between whether to raise for min here or just to go all in. If it was ace king off, I think going all in with it is better, but ace king suited has a lot of playability post flop, so I think I like a small raise here, and this is exactly what he's going for. But sizing, I just don't think it needs to be this big, but you know, if somebody picks up a hand, it's probably not going to make that much of a difference anyways. Claws in the big blind here. Yeah, as I said, the sizing is a little bit bigger here, and given, you know, if he invests 2.5 big blinds here or close to 3 big blinds, he's going to be left on 12, so a decent portion of a stack with king 6 suited here when you think about it. So we saw some size and tells pre-flop with Thomas's range, and I think I saw some examples of it yesterday in terms of he tends to actually raise bigger pre-flop when he actually has stronger hands, as simplistic as that sounds. Like, it's not that big of a difference, but it's still half a big blind more with the stronger hands. Yeah, it's a bit of an annoying spot here because king 6 is a good enough hand to call versus a min, and maybe a little bit more. You know, 2.2, 2.3 I think is probably enough to call, but when you start coming closer to 3x, a little bit more of a closer call, a closer decision, and yeah, he just decided to fold. Now, I don't think the players at the table are picking up on that in terms of the size and difference that Thomas has been using. But I think I've kind of noticed that. Obviously, I can see the whole card, so it makes my decision or my assessment a little bit more accurate. But I have noticed that trend that the sizings are a little bit bigger pre-flop when he has stronger hands. But you know, if he makes him in open like that with king 6, is definitely a call, but versus close to 3x, probably going to be more of a fold. I agree, Yuri. Yeah, I agree 100%. As I said, I think if you want to kind of make your life easier in terms of when you should shove and when you should min open, I think the offsuit hands, in terms of like ace king off, ace queen off, ace jack off, better to just shove them hands. And then with the suited ones, as I said, better playability post flop. We'll just go for the min open with them hands. We have Constantine now going all in with the ace 5 suited. Hold it around to Igor, who is not going to be able to defend with the beautiful 9-4 off. So, or sorry, I should call the all in versus that. 9-4 off, not really that good of a hand. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm thinking as well, Yuri, mate. It's 100% what I'm thinking. That's what I'm saying. The suited hands like that play better post flop than versus the offsuit ones. For sure, I would have min raised the king, the ace king suited there. And I think Thomas realised that, but it's just the sizing he used. It's just not the most efficient one. And it's exactly why, like you said, that when somebody goes all in, they're going to go all in regardless. And if they're either going to call you all in if you go all in. So, you know, you kind of want to have hands to defend like that with the king six where you dominate. So for sure, 100% agree with your assessment as well. We've Klaus here now on the button with ace nine off, coming in for a raise. 250k. Clement now in the big blind here. I think this might be a 3-bet all in here. I would say from Clement versus Klaus's stack size. But I think calling can be pretty good as well. And that's what he elects to do. Would have been interesting to see what Klaus might do if he decided to face the all-in. I think ace-9 is a really close decision off that stack size. Yeah, for sure, Yuri. Just inconsistent with the sizings. And as I said, obviously I can see the whole cards, so I can accurately assess it more to that. But as I said, like it's what players should be doing on the table anyways. Keeping an eye on what people are doing in terms of sizings pre-flop. Again, I know they're not going to be able to see the whole cards, but you still have to keep an eye on, like, you know, Thomas making a 240, and then out of nowhere he's starting to make a 325. You know, you can come to some conclusions there if you're really keeping an eye on what people are doing on the table itself. But look, again, I can see the whole cards, so as I said, my assessment's going to be a lot more accurate. That's still what people should be looking out for when they're playing live, because, you know, live tells are a thing, whether that's a sizing thing in terms of the bet sizes, or you know, some live tells in terms of body language. They do exist. Yeah, obviously Klaus here c-betting the flop. I think it's absolutely fine. I think checking back this hand as well, because facing a check raise in this spot, you're just gonna be forced to fold a lot. And the thing is, with ace-9, it's still ahead of a lot of the big blinds defending range here. So I think betting is fine sometimes, but ace-9 here, as I said, it still has a decent amount of showdown value that you don't really want to bet and face a raise here, because now you're literally forced to fold. But again, what the big blind is going to be defending in that spot, it's going to be a lot of hands that are just going to be check folds versus a bet. But as I said, like, ace high still has a decent amount of showdown value there, where checking back would have been completely viable too. Just obviously very annoying having to bet fold a hand that has a decent amount of showdown value still. I mean, for me personally, if I was playing a cash game there, 100 big blinds deep, or whatever the case may be, for sure I'm checking back that ace high a lot there. So what I imagine in this exact format of these kind of stack sizes with 13 big blinds there, you should be checking back way more frequently, in my opinion, for that exact reason. You know, you bet, and if you get raised, you just have to fold. And you fold a hand that has a decent amount of equity against the big blinds range there itself. So for sure, it needs to be careful there in that spot. And we Constantine with the sevens here, under the gun +1. Coming in for 255. Raise first in. It's going to fold around to Clement in the small blind, who more than likely is going to be folding the queen 9 off. That's exactly what happens. Dorjan as well, more or less in the same situation of not being able to defend here versus the min open, well, a little bit 2.1, 2.15 maybe, thereabouts. And Constantine gets that through. I think I think going all in there and min raising are both completely fine. I think if that was in later position, I think open jamming the sevens there off 14 big blinds is probably the best play. But when you're kind of in earlier position with more players behind, min raising there seems like the better play, which I like. So I think Constantine realised that too. So well played by him. We have Klaus here off 11 big blinds. I think the only play here is going to be all in, but again, like that, we see some small raises here. Look, again, I don't mind this either way. I just personal preference. It's very close this spot actually. Very close for King Jack here, because again, Igor was pretty swift in his decision to go all in there. So, you know, that's a timing tell when somebody goes all in that swiftly. You know, it's pretty obvious that their decision is quite easy. So if that's the case, most of the time it's going to be a relatively strong hand. So when you take that into account here, Klaus needs to be conscious, and he does make the fold. So in my situation there, I would have been all in, but as I said, raising off that stack size, still absolutely fine. There's still plenty of playability. Yeah, for sure. But as I said, Yuri, when it comes to a timing decision that Igor did, it was pretty immediate, you know. So like best case scenario, Igor's rejamming 9s and 10s there. You know, other than that, like King Jack suited there in that spot, probably is going to be pretty dominated. You know, if Igor took a little bit longer, then it might have been more. I mean, he might have considered it a little bit more, but for sure it's a good fold. But I think Igor made that potentially easier for him when with how swift he made that all in. Yeah, for sure. That's what I'm saying. Like, there's a lot of guys that think once they get to kind of 9-10 big blinds, they just have to go all in, and don't have a raise first in range at all, and it's just not true. It's just not true. There's still plenty of playability of 7 or 8 big blinds, if I'm honest. We see Clement opening the Queen 6 suited here. Thomas in the small blind here off 12 big blinds, going to be getting out of the way as well by the looks of it. Now we have Constantine here. We've seen him folding 10-7 suited for some min raise from Clement a couple of hands ago. He's going to defend the King 9 here and decides not to. Again, for me personally, you still got to defend your big blind, and given the 2 examples, he's for sure overfolding, in my opinion anyways. As I said, if the min raise was a little bit bigger, or sorry, if the raise first in was a little bit bigger in terms of the size, and then you could argue folding a little bit more frequently. Yeah, for me personally, Yuri, it is a little bit on the tighter side, but you know, every player is going to be different. You know, more experienced players will understand that they're pretty standard defends versus min opens. As I said, if the raise first in size was a little bit bigger, then you could debate whether you should call or fold. But you know, suited hands in general have better playability than the offsuit ones. So for sure, King 9 there is still going to be defend versus min open, but versus bigger size it might be a fold. But again, I'm not 100% sure on some of these cold call ranges versus different raise first in sizes. But I know versus min we can defend super wide, even off a 15 big blind stack. But yeah, I agree. Maybe at this stage people are getting a little bit risk averse because there's pay jumps, there's ICM, stuff like that. But in saying that, there's not another pay jump for another 2 or 3 eliminations, so that needs to be taken into account also. But yeah, for sure, I've no doubt that you know, the numbers for the final table, you know, if you make the final table, it's like 3.3, 3.4k, which to anyone in general, it's a lot of money. So it's not something to turn your nose away from, or to turn your face away from. But yeah, for sure, obviously people's decisions might be influenced by, you know, the amount of money that they're going to be playing for at some point. But you know, at the same time, you need to accumulate chips, because without the chips you won't get to the final table. So I mean, overfolding your big blind like that is putting yourself in that situation where you won't make the final table, in my opinion anyways. But I agree for sure. I have no doubt that that's going to be playing on people's minds in terms of what's up top. And given there's only 20 players left in the field, it can definitely influence some of the decision making. Or maybe it's just a lack of knowledge too. That's another thing as well, you know. Again, it's a few variables. It's a few variables, to be fair. Georgian getting some espressos into him. Must have had a late night last night. Although coverage for this final or the coverage for day 2 finished up around 12 p.m. I'm living in Ireland, so 12 p.m. So it would have been 1 a.m. in other places, Central Europe, for example. Now we've Gunter, who's decided to jam all in here with the 7 high, blind v blind, putting max pressure on Klaus. And this is kind of going back to what I was saying, some of the examples I saw prior. That small blind has to jam really, really wide here. And again, Gunter is clearly aware of that. So I think there's a very standard call for Klaus here. Oh, wow. This is crazy. This is way too much. This is way too much. And this is going back to, again, what we were discussing already, Yuri. Yeah, just overfolding the big blind there against stuff like that. It's just, you're going to bleed chips, and it's just not the way to do that. It's just not the way to get to a final table. It's not the way to get to a pay jump. Well, maybe technically to get to a pay jump, you can fold a lot. But yeah, that Queen 10 suited is way too much of a fold. Whatever about the King 9 and 10-7 in the previous examples we saw with Constantine, Klaus cannot be folding that in that exact situation. It's way too much. And you're literally burning money by not calling by not calling there. Yeah, but Yuri, mate, it's like you're not going to get to the final table folded in hands. It's just it's as you said already, you're just going to be bleeding out, and you just can't wait for these major premium spots or premium hands, because you know that's out of your control. So you gotta play with what you're given. Let's be real. And passing on spots like that is just detrimental for your EV and your probability of making the final table, like we discussed. But for sure, cannot be folding the Queen 10 there. Cannot be folding the Queen 10. Again, here we have the chip counts and the table layout. Still 7-handed here on the table, on the feature table, I should say. There's 18 players left. So as far as I know, we're going to be doing a seat redraw after 16 players, or sorry, when there's 16 players remaining, or there will be down to 2 tables, I'd say. So, as I said, it'll be a redraw at that time frame, I believe. Not sure how long that's going to take, but I'm sure we'll find out when we get down to the 16, the last 2 tables itself. Yeah, it is a nice table layout, Stupid City. The graphics and the whole layout, the production of the stream is really quality, I gotta say. And now we have Klaus taking the bullet here, biting the bullet with ace-3. And we see Clement in the big blind here, who's probably going to be calling. And this is what I'm saying. You know, you pass another spots where there's going to be way more EV in it, and now you're jamming the ace-3 off here, and unfortunately running into the big blind who has ace-10, which has him dominated. Could have been also different for Klaus if he made that call with the Queen 10, but ifs and buts mean nothing. But a very standard call here for Clement, and he'd be hoping to add 1.8 million to his stack. So we'll see what comes on the flop. Ace-3 versus ace-10, and Klaus in really bad shape here. He needs runner 3s, which 3% of the time is going to happen. That's going to be GG for Klaus. Unlucky, my man. Yeah, GG, mate. Good stuff. Good run out regardless, a good run itself. You guarantee yourself 1.75k, which isn't bad. It is not bad at all. Now everyone guaranteed for 16th and 17th place, 2k itself. Which again, for a €270 tournament, pretty good return on investment. Obviously you would have been liking to run deeper, but can't complain all the same. 2 for the sweat. Wasn't to be, sir. Wasn't to be. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Stupid City. Like again, it's you can't be results orientated, but you just again going back to the Queen 10 hand where Gunter, you know, jammed 7 high, 7-6 off, and having Queen 10 in the big blind there. Queen 10 suited. Queen 10 off is kind of a little bit closer, but that's probably still a call. To be fair, but definitely Queen 10 suited is a very very standard call there, and a very very high EV call, let's say, given how wide small blind is going to be jamming there. But yeah, it could have been also different for Klaus, but it is what it is at this stage. No point crying over spilled milk. Or as I said, if nor buts. Could have been different, but Igor now on the button here. I think it's going to be a very, very standard all-in. But we saw guys min-raise off these stack sizes as well, which, you know, I think in earlier positions I don't mind it. I think we want to maximize our fold equity here. I prefer a raise. Sorry, an all-in. But that's just my personal preference here. But I think this is maybe somewhat standard regardless. But either way, we're on 17 players at the moment. Playing down to 16, and we'll be doing a table redraw then. We'll be pausing the tournament clock in that time frame as well, so we'll see how it pans out. But we're still on 17 players at the moment. Yeah, I agree, Yuri, again, mate. I think the both of us share very similar perspectives on a lot of these decisions, because a lot of the things you've said, I've agreed with you for sure. And I agree, shoving the ace-9 in the spot here is for sure the standard play. Exactly, yeah, exactly. And again, it just comes down to the situation. If there was an earlier position here, I don't mind a minor open with some parts of your range because I've more players behind. But yeah, in this situation here, you just want to maximize fold equity, and I think only having all-ins for the most part is going to be the best play. And this is snap all in by Igor. Yeah, I'm not a fan of that, Dorjan. I'm not a fan of it, mate, to be honest with you, but it's a little bit, yeah, just again, Dorjan does these things, bro, and Dorjan is Dorjan. But like with ace-4 off here, it's not that you it's just against the stack size and against Igor's kind of persona, his player type, etc. It's not the one you want to be doing that against, in my opinion. Igor has been relatively, you know, tight and waiting for the hands, etc., etc. So yeah, you need to be a little bit conscious of that, and I think it was a bit of a misstep by Dorjan. I don't mind the 3-bet, but I think against him, against Igor in particular, probably not the best player you want to do that against, in my opinion. Yeah. No, I agree, Stupid City, and that's more or less what I'm thinking of, or more or less what I said, I suppose. And I think, as I said, it's the player type. Whatever about the stack size, it's not that I don't think people can have a raise first in range and then have a fold to a 3-bet, but I just think against Igor in particular, he's been a bit on the tighter side, or it's just, you know, not that he hasn't picked up that many hands, to be fair. So that's another thing. So overall, my perception of Igor is a little bit on the tighter side, so that'd be less of a reason for me to 3-bet them sort of hands, like Dorjan decided to do there. But yeah, against that stack size in general, is probably not the best thing to be doing. And then if you factor in Igor's kind of player profile or how he's been playing in general, for sure, definitely not something you want to do there at all. Clement opening here on the button here now with the ace-6 off. Thomas in the big blind. Not a lot you can do with king 2. Shows Clement the 2, letting him know that it's really, really trash that he has what he had in the big blind there. See there, Clement, as I said, I think the moment I said he might get some momentum, I more or less jinxed it, because he's been stacking chips the last 45 minutes to an hour. Yeah, I agree, Yuri. It's definitely something to take into account in terms of opening wider and just playing more aggressive across the board. But again, there's a line you probably shouldn't cross. But for sure, I agree. The dynamic of the table in general is for sure on the tighter side. But like you said earlier on, it's like, you know, maybe this is playing into some people's minds in terms of the money up top and all that jazz. So the better players will exploit that. And as we kind of said earlier on, Gunter is obviously one of the stronger players. Clement is one of the stronger players. And, you know, Dorjan, yeah, okay, he's obviously done some more aggressive plays, but he's aware. He's conscious of what's going on at the table. And he's obviously not afraid to maybe push some boundaries in terms of, you know, 3-betting light and, you know, attacking these guys that are maybe playing a little bit more tighter and more risk averse, whatever. But I agree that the overall dynamic with the table is definitely on the tighter end, and you know, 2 or 3 of these guys will definitely have no issue exploiting that. But as I said, there's definitely still a line that you don't want to cross in terms of like overdoing it, because that can come back to bite you in the ass. Excuse my language, but that's what kind of happens as well. If you get too out of line, basically, is what I'm saying. So obviously got to pick your spots, but for sure on the tighter end, the dynamic is on the table. But you're going to get that in these tournaments anyways, this kind of later stage, you know. It's there's only 17 players left at the moment, you know, only a couple of spots away from the final table. Decent pay jumps start happening then if you manage to make the final table. So it's kind of more or less what we said already, that there might be some risk avert players in the field still, and they want to really be sure if they decide to go with a hand that they're confident in doing it. And I think this is a good spot for Clement to open as well. And again, he's definitely stacked some chips. Last hour to an hour and 15 maybe. He's been patient, he's been aggressive, he's picked the right spots, hasn't really got out of line. Decides to pass on the ace-5 here. So again, like that, just weighing into the situation and what players are ahead of him, basing his decision on that. He's smart player for sure, Clement is. Gotta say that. He's definitely giving me that impression too, Skynuts. Definitely seems to know what to do, which gives him a big edge if that's the case on this field, being this deep in the tournament. Dorjan coming in for a raise here with the king 8 off. Definitely a little bit on the wider side, but again, guys trying to capitalise on potentially people folding their blinds too much. But Gunter is definitely not one of those guys that will be folding their blinds. So that would be something I'd be a little bit conscious of, making this decision with Dorjan, who's in the big blind, who's in the blinds in general. And I would base my decision on that, even who's on the button. I'd be a little bit sceptical of raising into Gunter's big blind here with these sort of hands, but you know, for sure we can open wider. I just don't know if king 8 is too wide and given it's Gunter in the big blind, who won't be folding that often. But Dorjan stacking some chips there. Welcome on in, Ivan, or Ivan. I'm not quite sure if that pronunciation is correct, but I would say Ivan. PT1, how we doing, sir? Clement here now under the gun with Jack 8 suited. Again, this might be a hand he could contemplate raising. He is going for it. This one I like. Again, knowing that you have Igor in the big blind. One of the more tighter players on the table. Not to say that he won't play a hand, but sure, there's an indicator that he might be defending as wide as he should be. Obviously Dorjan getting out of the way there with 10-6 off. Thomas here, 9 big blinds. I mean, there's not much you can do. Not much you can do there except fold. Again, there's 5 players behind, but probably a little bit on the, I'm not going to say looser side. It just depends if he really believes Clement is going to be opening enough, opening wide enough UTG. So he definitely needs to be conscious of that. And plus, there's another 4 players behind him. Or should I say 3 players behind him. And manages to get it through. Thomas will be happy to get that one through for sure. As I said, we're still on 17 players at the moment, guys. 51 hands into the coverage today. We'll be having a table redraw, or seat redraw, whatever way you want to phrase it. When we get down to 16 players, we'll be down to the final 2 tables. We will be playing down to the winner today, guys, just in case you didn't realise. First place is €45,000. A WSOP Main Event ticket, which is worth another 10,000 thereabouts. So you're talking 55k plus for first, for €270 buy-in. Absolutely nothing to cry about there in that regard. I think it's pretty solid amount there. Really good guarantees with Kings and this EPF tournament, European Poker Festival. Now we've Igor in the small blind, picking up the pocket queens, the ladies, coming in for a raise to 270. Clement now in the big blind. Probably okay to defend this enough, but again, you got to be factoring in Igor. How wide is he going to be opening here? Clement still believes Jack 8 is still a call here, and I don't blame him. I'm pretty happy to call here myself. But again, facing Igor in a pot, we need to be a little bit apprehensive, a little bit skeptical. So we'll see what comes on the flop here. So very, very nice flop for Igor, and a piece of the pie as well for Clement. And I think in Clement's shoes here, depending on what Igor is going to bet here, will make his decision whether he will call or fold, because it's a pretty bad board for Clement's range in general. He's never going to have ace queen, never going to have aces or queens, stuff like that. But against this sizing, I think Clement is going to call. I think Igor is hopefully thinking this guy has an ace, let me get max value here. And that's an absolutely detrimental card for Clement there. This is gonna hurt his stack a little bit. Really, really unfortunate turn for Clement, but Igor decides to go for the check here, which I really, really like. You know, out of position here is going to be c-betting this flop really, really wide. So his range by the turn here is going to contain a bunch of junk, a bunch of air hands. But not in this situation. So I think Igor only can call here. I really hope he doesn't decide to get raised. Obviously, if he raises, he's going to get called, but yeah, I think only check calling here is fine. Look, Clement is going to have some Jack 10, 9 10, King 10, and King Jack in this spot, potentially. Maybe not so much the suited ones, but the offsuit ones, I would assume. So we want to keep them in the pot by the river to potentially bluff. And we have the chat calling out for Jack River and 8 River. Some people don't want to see Igor win. Some people want to see him lose, and back or vice versa. Either way, I think Igor has only a call, has to call here. Literally afraid of nothing. I really hope he doesn't go for the raise, and he doesn't, thankfully. Now, it's interesting because, I mean, Clement is going to go broke here, but Clement has to imagine Igor has at least an ace here. I imagine Igor's heart is probably pounding in his chest with the excitement here. Trying to get a full double up here. Oh, I hope he doesn't go Duncan. And this is the body language I see, and I'm already really conscious and scared. Not scared, but you get my point. Like, there's a lot of Hollywood going on here in terms of body language. I think if Igor had a weaker hand, he'd just be inclined to check more swiftly. Yeah, and if he leads, look again. Obviously, Clement is gonna raise all in. I'd say for the most part, but leading here, it just doesn't make any sense. And again, the body language is a real indicator. Like this is not something you want to do. And the thing is, like, Clement might end up only calling here. This is the other major mistake, in my opinion, that Igor does this. Exactly, I agree, Casino. I agree, because the body language and all the Hollywood and stuff like that. And this is the problem by doing this. You know, if he checks the river here, obviously Clement is going all in every single time. You know. So sometimes you just have to give people the rope, and if they don't take the rope, then it is what it is. And this is the problem. So he misses out on. And Clement is going to be happy with that. I know it's a cooler, but Clement is actually going to be happy with that because he saved himself probably another 500-600k chips. And that's the problem, you know. Yeah, obviously, it's like, you know, if Clement has an ace there potentially, maybe he doesn't bet the turn or whatever the case may be. But as I said, sometimes you just got to give people the rope, and if they don't take the rope, then it is what it is. I think personally that's just a very, very standard check there, and I just thought Igor met a hand and just wanted to make sure he got paid, and ended up costing himself a couple of 100k in terms of the chips itself. I think only check is the option there, Yuri, if I'm honest. But again, it's the Hollywood and all that stuff that making it look like he has a tough decision. I think most of the time when people make it look like that, they just tend to be very, very strong. And you know, if he just took the 5 or 10 seconds to just check instead of like donking like he did, yeah, it's just one of those things that as I said, look, the thing is, if Clement has an ace there, he's probably not going to bet the river if he even bets the turn in that situation. But if he has bluffs, you know, Jack 10, 9, 10, then he might decide to follow through. Then he needs to check the river there. As I said, if somebody doesn't take the rope or he doesn't take the bait, then it is what it is. But you have to give people the rope in that regard. You know, he still won a big pot regardless, which is never a bad thing. But as I said, it kind of more or less kind of says a lot about how Igor plays in general versus how a more experienced player would play itself, you know, if I'm being honest. And as I said, Clement is actually probably happy. Yeah, exactly, Apocalypse. That's exactly it. So at least if you check the river there, you give him the opportunity of betting, you know, with the bluffs. And if he has the value, like the 8x that he had in that spot, then it's all good, like, you know. You just like kill any opportunity to win any more chips. Now the only plus side potentially to donk on that river is to make sure that Clement calls with an ace. Like, that's the only benefit of doing that. But again, it's such a strong line from Igor to do that it's just not ideal. Yeah, collusion, no. Collusion, no. It's just a decision that a player made where a lot of other players just wouldn't. And I think, as I said, if a more experienced player is playing Igor's hand there, they're always checking the river. It's just whatever would happen in terms of both players having value there, I would not classify that as collusion. Very hard to believe, as Apocalypse said. Yeah, just not the best play, and that's what it is. So Dorjan here, flopping middle set, which is very, very nice. Obviously Clement with this hand, disastrous flop in terms of, you know, having ace high here, strong ace high at that. But for sure, I will be check calling one here anyways. Backdoor flush draw, 2 overs, etc. Dorjan here, not the nicest turn card for his range. And it goes check, check. Or sorry, for his hand, I should say. And I don't think Clement is going to be doing anything here. And he does decide to check. And again, like that, Dorjan, it's interesting because I don't think Clement is ever checking a straight here. So if he's never checking a straight, then you have to value bet the sevens here, because he can still call with some 8x. He can still have some overpairs that if he thinks you're bluffing. And we saw 2 examples of that earlier on the stream as well, where Klaus, who got eliminated a few hands ago, checked back the river on a 4-card straight as well, when the out of position who checked, for this example here, probably never has a straight. There's just certain times where I see river decisions as well, where it's kind of like, you know, if some people just took a couple of seconds longer and try to actually break down what the out of position play or the opponent's range looks like, for sure that's a bet in the river there, for sure with the sevens. But now we've Gunter finally picking up a hand here with kings, taking a look at the tournament clock, making sure what size the blinds are. That's the impression I got once he looked over his shoulder. So he makes a min raise, and Igor waking up with ace queen suited. I think this is going to be going in the middle, guys, and we're going to be seeing a 40 big blind pot, roughly. I stand corrected. Stand corrected, Igor just cold calling the ace queen suited. Maybe hoping somebody wakes up with a hand behind. But we shall see. Clement deciding whether to squeeze or cold call here. I don't think he's ever folding. Personally, myself, I'd like a call here, given the stack depths. I really hope he doesn't find a raise, because if he does, he's for sure going to be getting action from at least one of these players. I think that's a raise. Or it's a call, apologies. It's the grey chips that are the bigger sizings. Dorjan going to be getting out of the way here, one would imagine. Thomas now, the shorter stack in the big blind. Oh, one of those spots where you might feel that squeezing all in here. He actually gets out of the way. That's a good fold. I still think he should call there, for what it's worth. I think that's still too tight, even multi-way folding ace-8 suited. There's a lot of hands that you probably will fold there, but a suited ace is probably not one of them. So Gunter still a decent amount ahead here. Obviously a king on the turn would be a disaster, as it would give Igor the nut straight. You see Gunter here checking out of position, which I think is a pretty standard play in a multi-way spot situation. Stupid City calling for the king. That's what I'm thinking too, bro. But at the same time, it'd be detrimental for Igor, or sorry, Gunter. I'd imagine Clement is going to be checking behind here. Not much more he can do there. So that gives Igor some more equity here. Or more outs, I should say, at least. Doesn't really improve his hand. Gunter checking again, which I don't mind giving us multi-way. Got like 1 pair, 2 pair hands on that turn. Some straights come in as well. And this might just go check, check, check again. We're going to be going to the river 3-handed. This is what happens. So we go to a river, and it actually gives Clement the best hand here. Such a disaster board for Gunter's Kings. Unfortunately, mate, I think you're just going to have to check again. such a bad run out for Kings, unfortunately. And he's actually going for a bet here. I think this is too thin. I think this is too thin. I mean, I don't mind betting super small here because 1 pair of hands will call and you just get snapped by 7s. He's going to be actually 150. I think this is okay, that sizing. I think anything bigger is probably a bit of a mistake. Ace-8 would have won. Hindsight is great, Yuri. Jerry, I don't know. It depends. It depends. Like some people, I know personally myself when I'm playing cash games that when I'm out of position multi-way in spots, I tend to check range. And Gunter was first to act in that spot, so I don't mind him checking that spot there. And look, obviously the turn and river just got worse and worse, where betting didn't really make that much sense. For sure, you can definitely bet the flop, but there's a lot of people that just check range when they're out of position multi-way. I think when you're first to act, when there's 2 more players behind, I think checking makes the most sense. And I agree, Igor, yeah. Or sorry, I agree, Yuri. Igor should have 3-bet. So I'm not sure, was there an elimination on the outer table, guys? But I think there's going to be a table redraw now, if I see correctly. See a lot of the players stacking up chips there, so maybe a player got eliminated on the outer tables. So if that's the case, we're going to be doing a table redraw and potentially a 15-minute break as well. That's what I assume is happening right now. So I'll give this just a few more moments to make sure, but I think we're going to be going on a table redraw. So if that's the case, guys, I'll give this maybe 5 or 10 minutes, whatever the case it'll be. So I will return when the players or the table redraw has been completed. So until then, guys, we'll talk to you in a little bit.
Guys, please back to your seats. David, do you have pause now? Yes, so you have 15 minutes, just move your chips, okay? 15, not 50. Not 50, not the one.
Six. 37, yeah? 6. I've been break? 50-minute break? 15.
No, 15.
15, yeah.
Lucas says he's got a very, very good hands. Do you though?
How much can you sell 1 card? Show 1 card. Oh, sell it.
LK saying, can you sell 1 card?
7,000, 24,000.
Il t'a fait une revenue, 31 000, tu connais ses cartes.
With King 10 of clubs,
Card run out.
raises to 1,500. Gold with King 10 offsuit.
222.
Gonna make the
No,
call.
we paid 222. So if you have a pair, you have a battery on it.
Gold with Queen Jack offsuit now.
Félix Navidad. Amen. Hi.
LQ with King 10 of clubs here.
Feliz peux regarder les cartes derrière. J'aime bien faire ça aussi.
Jack 9-6, 2 hearts. Lupu with the best of it right now. Elke with a gut shot. Goj with a gut shot as well.
Sexy.
Elke fires out.
Confiant.
Service, please.
2500.
Thank you. Je t'aime.
Goj makes the call, and Lupu is sat up in his chair. Elects to just call. Queen of hearts on the turn. Elke makes a straight. Goj makes a straight. Lupu makes, as Matt Damon would say, top 2 pair. There is a flush possible as well. What is going to happen here? 5,000 is the bet from Goj. I met Lupu last week in Malta. Those glasses are the coolest I've ever seen. Awesome. Seems like a very cool dude. Having a tough night tonight, but seems like a very good guy. Reaching for chips here. 15,000 is the bet. Elke just snap folds the straight. Not interested one bit. And a call from Goj.
Fucking crazy.
Ace of diamonds on the river. So Goj with the best of it. Lupu can't be loving this board with his 2 pair. He checks it on over to Goj. He's got the straights. Must feel like his opponent would never check a flush. 007 Axel T says, lol, Elke. Well, to be fair, there are 2 players behind. He does not have a heart in his hand. Don't begrudge him this fold. How big is that?
That's 65,000.
Ay, 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 65,000 euros. And once again, Lupu is in the blender.
Yes.
Goj knows exactly where he's at. And if Lupu calls, this will be a 172,000 euro pot.
Coco.
Absolutely massive. Lupu says he's got a very, very good hand. Do you though?
How much can you sell 1 card? Show 1 card. No, sell it. Sell it.
Elke saying, can you sell 1 card?
This card, 7,000.
Oh, no, like this.
This card, 24,000.
Expensive card.
En gros, tu payes 31 000, tu peux laisser 4.
Right?
Yes.
You cannot go back.
24,000.
Tu payes 31 000, tu peux laisser 4.
And you can't raise me.
Can he buy both?
You can't buy both. You can't buy both. You can only buy one and you can't raise me.
On est en stream, hein. We are on stream.
24, 7, you can't buy both and you can't raise.
T'imagines? Ouais, ça fait un call.
Can buy the 7,000.
No.
Wow, Lupu's given him 7k.
I never see that in my whole life.
What's he turned over? Is it the
10 of diamonds for 7k. Oh my word, what is going on, chat?
Ah non, il peut payer en fait. Ah oui, je crois qu'il paye. Oh, yo, yo. Oh.
You want the coin?
He's been asking Lupu if he wants the coin.
Oh, you have it?
Yes, the coin.
Armin's got the coin as well.
Du sens avec l'as de cœur.
This is unbelievable, chat.
Genre, bon, flop, il peut payer.
Come on, this is taking forever. Sorry, I know it's a big decision, but it's a long time now.
Yeah, it's a long time.
Yeah, the stream delay is going to catch up.
Do you reckon they're still playing this hand?
The stream. Wow. Makes the call and gets shown the nut straight. €172,000 pot going Armin Goj's way. He is now the biggest winner on the night by a long shot.
Oh, big numbers for some players there, Henry.
Some huge numbers.
Moi j'aurais bluff ce spot.
Okay, 8 for John, raising it up to €1,200.
C'est mon fils, les gars. Je dois penser comme je pense. C'est mon fils. Et j'aurais joué comme ça le coup dans sa situation.
In the big blind.
Mais je sais en plus.
Feels like he's in the mood to play
Ouais. Mais moi,
as many hands as he can. Who's going to make the call?
250, 300 000. Et 400 000, je perds pas 400 000.
I think Lupu wants to play a big pot against John and Armin.
220, 230.
10-5 deuce. Off to a decent start there is Lupu. Flopping middle pair. If he's going to win this pot, he needs to flop something, and he's done just that.
C'est Lambeau, ça va?
It's sort of proved, though.
Ça va, frère?
They're still playing the stand-up game. I completely forgot.
So did I.
Fucking flip.
Lupu is sitting down.
Il n'y a personne qui va s'asseoir, je vous le dis. Hein.
Personne qui va, c'est ça.
2K is the bet. 2K has been called 5 or 3.
Ah, combien le bon pot?
No 5, no 3, but he does pick up extra outs in the form of a straight draw.
Avec des restes préflop et tout.
I like this bet from John. Very, very tempting to check, given there is an overcard to the boards.
Bah non, hier.
But recognizes that his opponent is a little loosey-goosey.
Ah bah là, il n'y avait pas de cap hier.
I said an overcard to the board. I, of course, meant an overcard to his pair.
It's all right, mate.
And call is a decision from Lupu.
I don't think anyone at home is judging you after 8 hours in the booth, mate.
This is true. 10 on the river. I think John could eke out some extra value here.
I'd like to see him go for it.
C'est du 6 card Omaha, 3 board.
6-card Omaha triple board. You sicko.
Let's do it. Same here.
He's so annoyed at that coin flip.
I did a live tilt. 15K is the bet from John. Really like this bet.
Don't flip a coin.
Oh, it's 20K.
Exactly.
Wow, what boss.
Pot size bet with second pair.
Fucking flip.
Ça n'a rien changé. Ça n'a rien changé. On joue combien de temps encore?
C'est jusqu'à 2 heures.
Wow, it makes the call. John gets a pot-sized river bet paid off
Normal, non?
on the river with pocket eights.
Gets to sit down as well. And maybe the stand-up game creeping into Lupu's thought process there.
Thank you.
As we're into the wee hours here in Rozvadov. Henry, we're back tomorrow, aren't we?
We are indeed. Same time, same place, same funky people in the booth.
Same game?
Same game, I believe.
1-2-4.
Yeah, little 1-2-4. Down your local.
Ouais, ça.
You put the AC on for a little bit there, Paul?
Parce que toi, tu vois, là, c'était content de voir un 6 à côté offsuit.
Really on, mate.
Bon, moi, tu veux avoir une belle carte, tu vas
How I prayed for.
You haven't got a jacket on.
Non, ça va aller sur un palais, si on veut. J'ai joué.
Oh well.
So sick.
Queen 10 versus Ace Jack to the flop. Ace King 4. Goes way out in front. If he makes 2 pair though, it could be a problem as Lupu blasts in some chippies. I wouldn't be surprised to see a raise here from Goj. He does just come to the call, but he's been very switched on tonight.
T'entends ça? Non, c'est moi qui va t'entendre en
Toi,
fait.
t'as pris la mienne en fait.
Looks like they're a bit too deep. Oh my word, the jack of clubs.
Oh, wow, wow, wow.
On the turn, and Lupu is going to get unstuck some of the 400k.
C'est pour ça qu'il était un peu.
17-7 in the middle.
12, 12.5.
See what he comes with. Yeah, bang on 12, believe. Sick read, Mr. Gazaby.
Thank you, sir.
What a turn card.
Not my first rodeo.
Ace or a jack needed. Back-to-back callers for Goj. Set over set the previous hand. He's now turned 2 pair. His opponent has turned a straight. 3 of clubs on the river, and finally Lupu has the stone cold nuts in a spot. I'd like to see him just blast here.
Yeah.
Just like 2x pot.
I think I'd love to see that as well, but I think we'll see something more in the line of 32.
Like your image, everything, diamonds, brick. Just do it.
32-2, that's my guess. What are you choosing, Henry?
I'm choosing 60,000. Like B150. Like, you've literally been blasting every hand all night. You finally got it. Your opponent snap called flop, snap called turn. Just fire out a big bet. You unblock all the pairs. Most importantly, you unblock top pair.
32-2. I know I'm wrong.
On va vraiment jouer alors. C'est très tellement.
That is huge.
He has bombed that.
Wow, a snap fold. Goj just snap fold 2 pair.
C'est Xavier.
Armin Goj, take a bow. I mean, talk about just making a name for yourself.
Wow.
In less than
Henry.
16 hours of televised poker.
Wow. That's unbelievable.
What's up?
Good morning.
Are you ready for today?
Yeah.
See you at Kings.
Welcome on back in, guys. Down to the last two tables of the EPF Festival, European Poker Festival, I should say. And here the table redraw there for a short break. Here's the players that are on the featured table. So we have Mephisto, who I recognize from yesterday's stream, Dorjan and Vasil, second and third, Jan and Christopher, fourth and fifth. We got Nicholas and Gunter, sixth and seventh, and Constantine, still the shorter stack on this featured table. Yeah, Mephisto I recognize from yesterday, and Dorjan obviously was on the feature table before the redraw. Same thing with Gunter and Constantine. So still a few faces we recognize, but obviously with the table redraw, we were going to get some guys from the other tables that are going to be joining us here. So again, chip counts. Mephisto dominating with 58 big blinds. Dorjan and Vasil, the 24, 23 big blinds. Jan and Christopher on 21 big blinds respectively, and then Nicholas, Gunter, 19 and 15, and as I said already, Constantine on the shorter stack of 8 big blinds. Again, not exactly live support, but for sure would need a double up sooner rather than later. But we saw a few guys maneuver their stacks quite well in terms of the shorter stacks. I know Dorjan was a shorter stack when he more or less, well, the start of the coverage, if I remember correctly, who maneuvered his stack up to 24 big blinds at this stage. Obviously, the blinds have gone up since. And just touching on the blinds as well, we're going to have 80, 160k with a 160k big blind ante. So you're talking 400k in the middle before any cards are dealt at all. So usually when that's the case, these blinds add up quite substantially. And you can see that from a short stack perspective that these blinds do add up. Keeps your head afloat water, excuse me. Keep your head above water, I should say. Live to fight another orbit when you pick up them blinds from a short stack perspective. And here we have the chip counts with the chip positions, or player positions, I should say. I have a feeling I recognise Jan from somewhere before, maybe a previous stream as well. With a few German players on this table again. We're playing 8-handed, obviously, and 2, 4, 5 of those guys are German players. We got 1 Albanian, 1 Czech, and then 1 Ukrainian. I'm just going to call Vasil. I think that's how they say it in Ukraine when they pronounce that name, but I'm just going to say Vas to make my life a little bit easier. So we're off to the first hand here with Jan under the gun. Goes around to Nicholas, who picks up the queens. Pretty nice hand to pick up for the first of the feature table, I should say. And fold around to Constantine, the big blind, who's a shorter stack with Queen 9. So we see a slightly bigger raise here from Nicholas here compared to what some of the other players are doing in general. 2.5x. And debating whether to defend in the big blind here. As I said, it's a little bit of a bigger raise first in size than your normal 2x or 2.1, 2.2. Usually this is close enough to 2.5 if it's not exactly 2.5. So defending these sort of hands versus bigger raise first in sizes, it needs to be taken into consideration. Does elect to pass, which is kind of what I assumed. We'll see going forward if that's going to be Nicholas raise first in size in general, and that we don't see an example that we may have saw with Thomas, who coincidentally was making a slightly bigger raise first in sizing with premiums than he would be with, you know, the half decent, semi good kind of hands or whatever the case may be. So got to keep an eye out for that. Something I picked up on. Obviously, watching the stream, I can see the whole cards. So we'll see, will Nicholas keep that trend up with the 4.25 raise first in sizing, or the 2.5x usually, or close to it itself. Falls around to the dealer button here, which is Constantine, who might be inclined to stick it in, and I really like the non-hesitant all in here. One of the few guys at the tables that wouldn't be that swift in the decision, to put it that way. Didn't hesitate at all in getting that in the middle. And again, I'm not sure what Dorjan is contemplating about here. Decides to fold, and this is actually a little bit close from Jan. It's probably still a fold, but yeah, probably just better spots in general there. But I do feel that it could be up for debate in terms of calling King 8 suited there. But yeah, again, with the ICM and all that jazz in play, probably just going to be a pretty often a fold, I'd say. Vasil. I'm going to say Vasil. As I said, I could say Vas, but I want to try and come close to the actual pronunciation of the names. And if I'm butchering them, please somebody from Ukraine tell me if anyone's tuning in. But yeah, Vasil opens up here. 3-2-3, or sorry, 3-2-5. So you can see the race first in sizing difference between what Nicholas did in the hand before. So we shall see. Yeah, Bird, I kind of got away lightly last night in terms of it being a relatively short stream. I think we started streaming at like 9 p.m. or something like that, my time. And it finished up at like 12 a.m. or something like that. So if today is a little bit longer, I'm pretty sure it's to subsidize the hours that it was maybe extended or close to the hours that it was meant to be yesterday, and just make up for them hours today. But yeah, it's looking like a long final day. But it is what it is. More than happy to commentate on it, more than happy to enjoy everyone's company here that's tuning in. All the mods, all the chat pros, all the group of people that are here at the moment. 162 on Twitch. I'm sure there's a few more on YouTube also. But as I said, I'm more than happy to commentate here. Very passionate about the game, very passionate about talking about hands. So for sure, looking forward to a long day. Enthusiastic, you could say. Until maybe the last hour, where I might be a little bit depleted mentally. But until then, we're golden. Constantine here making a min raise, a little bit over min, 2.1 thereabouts with the kings. Really, really nice hand to pick up in this spot. Short stack. See if he gets any action. And we saw some examples of this kind of stack size in terms, can we have a raise first in range? Can we have, you know, a raise and it fall to a 3-bet? And we saw guys do it. Vasil probably going to defend here, I'd say. As I said, it's maybe a 2.1 raise first in sizing, so for sure Jack 9 off here in the spot is going to be good enough. So we'll see what happens post. Decide to defend from the big blind with Jack 9. So we go to a flop, Kings versus Jack. Jack 9, I should say, and the flop is Jack High. Probably down to the lack of sleep apocalypse running deep in that tournament last night. Typing today is a little bit of an issue. Anyways, back to the hand. I imagine this is just going to go bet and all in. I don't think there's a lot that Vasily can do. Asking for a chip count. As I said, I imagine this is going to go raise all in because the SPR, stack to pot ratio, it is what it is. As I said, there's not a lot you can do here, in my opinion. I mean, calling, there's a decent amount of bad turn cards as well, where you mightn't be so sure of what's going on. But again, there's just nothing else to do here except just flick this in the middle, push Constantine all in. I think it's pretty standard, I'd say. There we have the all-in, as expected. And Constantine going to snap call that without any hesitation, which I don't blame him. And Vasily, again, can't really fault the guy for just deciding to go all-in. I put him in for the rest of the stack. The hand more or less drives itself in terms of pre-flop and post-flop, so there's well played by both. Just unfortunate that Vasily is on the wrong end of the top pair here. And Constantine is going to get that double up. Vasily still on 13 big blinds after losing that. So definitely nothing to worry about yet. But obviously a little bit annoying losing that big pot. But as I said, I don't think there's much else you can do there in terms of playing the hand any differently. Imagine Bird, yeah? Imagine kings winning in kings. Yeah, again, Apocalypse, there's not much you can do. Not much you can do there. As I said, the pre-flop is completely standard, and once you flop top pair there, when somebody's sitting there with that shallow of an SPR, it's just going to play itself, basically. So, as I said, it is what it is, but obviously for Vasily, it's a little bit unfortunate. But look, he's still on 14 big blinds, more than enough to play with. And you can see there with Constantine getting that one double up, shot him straight back up to 22 big blinds, so second in chips on this table, which is just goes to show how shallow the stacks are in terms of once you get a double up, how beneficial it can be for your chip count in terms of the average amount of, or the average stack size itself. Here we have Dojan debating whether to do something with King 5 off there, but decides not to. Obviously Gunter here with under the gun. Sevens coming in for a min open, more or less. It's going to work. So it's a good thing to see that when you see the under the gun kind of strategy where Gunter might be more inclined to open ship this. Well, his stack size is still a little bit deeper than most, but it's really good to see the strategy for min opening in that situation with these pocket pairs versus if it was maybe, you know, later position that open jamming might be more effective. And again, I think Gunter, we saw him shoving 7-6 small blind versus big blind where Klaus, I think it was, folded the queen 10 suited. So that's just an example of what he's capable of doing when it comes to aggression. So in that situation, he understands that min opening that hand is probably going to be the highest EV play instead of open jamming with, you know, 6-7 players behind. So I like that. Gunter here in the big blind, who's for sure going to at least defend, one would imagine. Might be tempted to 3-bet all in here as well, which I wouldn't blame him for doing either. We've seen him doing it with 5s earlier on when Dorjan opened the Jack 8 suited. 3-bet all in. I think it was 15-16 a big blinds effective with 5s. So seeing this here now, yeah, there we go. And pretty swift fall by Mephisto. Saw Mephisto do a lot of aggressive stuff yesterday in terms of triple barrel bluffs and delay C bets and, you know, river follow-up bets, all that sort of stuff. Played really, really well. Definitely took some spots on rivers that were definitely over aggressive from my perspective. Not sure would I have done them personally, but I think I said that last night during the coverage that I'm pretty sure Mephisto did not generate that stack size by playing nitty passive poker. Pretty sure he got there by doing exactly what we saw yesterday. If anyone tuned in for that coverage, it was very, very aggressive for a lot of spots, whether that was race first in, you know, 3-bet spots, whatever the case may be. Post flop, in terms of c-betting, betting the turn again, and then following through on the river. I do have one or two hands in my mind that I remember from yesterday, but for sure an aggressive opponent, and not someone you want to be in a pot with that often, I would say, especially out of position. Constantine taking down that pot there with ace queen suit, ace queen off. Still on 16 players out of over 1,000 runners, close to 1,100 runners. We're down to the final two tables, 16 players remaining still. We will be playing down to a winner today, guys. Winner will take home 45,000 euro, along with WSOP Main Event ticket worth another 10k there, more or less. So you're talking 55k plus for first place in this tournament for 270 euro buy-in. Extremely, extremely good value. Back to the action here in terms of Mephisto. Coming in for a min open here under the gun +2. Ace jack suited, completely standard. Nicholas here now on the cutoff. Not sure this is a hand you want to be cold calling off 18 big blinds, but you know, a couple of players behind left to act too. Needs to be a little bit careful in that decision. Tries to cold call in position. We'll go to a flop. Just depends whether Constantine wants to come along here. We saw Constantine, or maybe that was Klaus if I remember correctly. Had a little bit of a light call, multi-way with 9-4 off, Queen 6 off here, sort of more or less in the same vicinity in terms of should you complete here. You need to be careful not to over-defend here. I think Queen 6 is just going to be a fold here, although you're getting an amazing price. It's just a really, really bad hand multi-way, and I think just getting out of the way is going to be the best decision, and he does come to that decision himself. Go to a flop, a queen, queen 9. Bet he wish he called with the Queen 6 off now. Now we all know here that that's not how poker works. Can't be results orientated, etc. Mephisto starting off with a check here. Nicholas, by the sounds or by the looks of it, check back pretty quickly. And again, that can usually be a tell. Like when somebody checks back really or makes a decision very, very swiftly, the overall decision was quite easy. So if you start piecing together what the range can look like based off that, you know, it's going to be a lot of weak hands basically. When Mephisto, yeah, okay, he has ace high, but what showdown does he really have? And you know, he's still uncapped. So he's just going to get a snap fold here, and look, guys, live tells are things. You know, timing tells are things. You know, it is a thing. And when somebody acts that quickly and checks back that flop, they're pretty capped. So when the out of position there is probably checking relatively high frequency. Yeah, once the in position player checks back, he never has a queen there, whereas you can still have a queen and just apply a lot of pressure. Plus a flush completed as well. So for sure, Mephisto there realised he can just take down this pot now, or at least bet twice, and take it down that way as well if needed. What you can see there, again, Mephisto with the aggression. Just reiterating or verifying my point of my kind of assessment of him yesterday and how he played. He played really, really well. Vasily here now off 13 big blinds. Probably good enough to be opening off the stack size. Obviously, Dorjan is going to be defending here, I'd imagine. Not sure there's much else to do here. Vasily, a bit of a stare down, shades on. Said numerous times throughout this coverage, he's very deliberate in his decision making. Whether it's a call, raise, and even a fold. But going to be a call this time. Going to a flop heads up. King Queen versus Ace 3. Dorjan versus Vasily. 7-7-5 rainbow. All players whiff the flop. So we'll see what happens. Vasily going to take a stab here on the flop or go for a c-bet. One would imagine he would. Okay, yeah, he doesn't have the best backdoor equity, but very hard for Dorjan to defend a lot of his range here versus this sizing. He uses about a third pot. And Dorjan going for the call here. It's probably a little bit close of a call, in my opinion. But he must know there's a queen coming on the turn, because he's after improving, and he's gone miles ahead in terms of percentages here. I don't think Vasily is going to bet this turn, although I don't blame him for doing it, but again, it gets really, really awkward when you're on a shallow-ish stack. All in is not something you want to say here, because Dorjan is going to call pretty quickly, I would say. This is the problem when you're in these situations post-flop. And I just imagine Dorjan is just going to say all in pretty quickly here. Well, maybe not pretty quickly. He never does anything too quickly, our Dorjan. But yeah, he's probably just going to be going all in here. It's a little bit of an unfortunate turn for Vasily, because it's one that he's going to bet quite a bit, I'd say. You know, there's still stuff like 8-9, 6-8 maybe that he'd check calls to flop with in terms of what Dorjan can defend, you know, pre-flop itself. There's a lot of straight draws. There's a lot of maybe ace-high floats. Yeah, okay, Vasily, you know, blocks ace-highs itself. But, you know, this turn itself is pretty good for Vasily's range, not so much for Dorjan's. Like, Dorjan is not going to be calling many king highs and queen highs here, except this sort of hand, and even that flop bet or flop call is a little bit debatable too. But obviously when you call these sorts of hands on the flop and you know, have a queen on the turn, it's very, very nice, because the in-position player is going to bet really, really frequently on overcards, which they should, in my opinion, because out of position should never really have that much of them. I assume that is more or less an all-in from Dorjan, and obviously a very, very swift fold from Vasily. It's a bit unfortunate. Look, in terms of how he played the hand, I think it's really, really good. Just a little bit unfortunate that Dorjan turned the queen. You know, if that comes a jack, 9, 10, etc., etc. I mean, there's just certain turn cards that you just have to barrel, and that's obviously one of them for Vasily. But yeah, a little bit unfortunate that Dorjan connected with that queen, because Vasily would have won the pot otherwise. I'm not sure about the flop call from Dorjan's perspective, if it's good or not. Again, there's just some parts of your range that are pretty close. Maybe king queen is ones that you should be calling and stuff, like other king highs. Other king highs are probably going to be folds, because, you know, Vasily can still have some king 10, king jack where you're ahead of that. So for sure, calling king queen there is probably the best king queen. Or sorry, king high you can call, I should say. Dorjan adding up to a stack again. kept up the trend even after the seat redraw and that break, dinner break or small time or whatever for 15 minutes. Constantine now coming in for a raise on the button. Ace-3 off, completely standard. Dorjan folding. I thought he said call with the 10-2 off. Obviously that wasn't the case. I think this is going to be a fold. And that's exactly what it is. Instinctively, that's what it kind of looked like. Constantine having a laugh there, showing the ace, but only the ace, not the 3 alongside it.
But if you see, maybe don't say the truth, what they're going to do. Maybe you see the card and say.
It's not possible. You can't look at the card and make your decision if you want to change or not.
Exactly. If you see on the base, I don't want to change normal because I made how it's good.
Nicholas here now with the ace-jack, under the gun +1. Relatively strong hand. Yeah, it's for sure, the great do nothing. We saw a few examples of guys that are more some min raising versus probably open shoving, and I don't know, maybe the conclusion we more or less came to was the risk aversion in terms of some players and the money up top and all that jazz, and not really looking at it from an EV perspective that it's going to be better to jam that than to, you know, open for min and then fold to a 3-bet. But we also came to the conclusion too that there's still a bit of playability in the 8 to 10 big blind range. That you can still have some raise folds off that stack size. But again, I agree, there's parts of your range that you probably should just be open jamming to maximize fold equity, and an ace-3 is probably one of them. All in here from Mephisto. I mean, this guy really puts a smile on my face, I'm not going to lie, in terms of aggression. Really does this really well. You know, just realizes that, okay, yeah, obviously Nicholas is going to have a hand sometimes where 3-betting eights is just going to be crushed. But he's playing range versus range here. And if he understands that it's going to be a lot of 3-bet all-in folds, he's going to really push them in this bucket in terms of, you know, doing it more frequently and probably never calling with eights. It's an interesting one. He's very situationally aware and just like more or less fearless in terms of, you know, willing to fire the trigger, like, or you know, 3-bet all in and, you know, triple barrel bluff. I'm sure there's times in his career where it's gone really badly too, so it's just his timing has been pretty good. But realistically, at the end of the day, you're playing against a range. And if eights gets a lot of folds from that range with a 3-bet all in here, it's a very good play. And that's exactly what happens here. Nicholas has no choice but to fold the ace-jack. Nice hand from Mephisto. You definitely need that quality as a poker player in terms of not really caring too much about the money and just understanding that this is the best decision here, and just you know, roll with that and let the cards fall as they may. Because, you know, I've obviously done the coverage of this the last 2 days, today and obviously last night for a few hours, and it's just way too often guys were missing out on opportunities to be, you know, either take an aggressive route, which would have worked a lot more, and then obviously choosing the latter in terms of, you know, folding hands they probably shouldn't be folding, and just missing opportunities in that regard. But with Mephisto, it doesn't even matter. It's like he just seems to always want to pick the more aggressive route because he understands that it's putting that max pressure on people where, you know, they may crumble in the decision making between making the right and the wrong answer, or you know, question what they're doing. Mephisto, that there's no hesitation in any decision making. So again, have to credit or give credit where credit is due. You know, Mephisto's definitely living up to that. So credit to him. Fall around to Jan here on the button. Queen 9 suited. They're coming in for a raise here, I guess. That's what happens. Mephisto gets out of the way pretty swiftly, and we obviously have Vasil here in a very, very short stack situation of 4 big blinds, and there's not a lot he can do here except probably fold. It's not an ideal situation for Vasil being that short, you know. Losing that pot where it kind of cost him 50% of a stack, and then a bluff not working out then with the ace-3 suit at that time. A little bit unfortunate. But at the same time, I don't fault him in any way or form for what he's done. Just the way it's kind of unrolled or unraveled, I should say. Falls back around to Jan here this time, but he won't be opening like he did on the button last time, or last hand I should say. It's just a very, very annoying spot here with Vasil because I don't even think he can shove with 7-5 off here. I would always advocate to shove the small blind pretty wide. But when you don't have that much fold equity, your shoving range needs to be a little bit more narrow, I think, or a little bit more tighter. I mean, 7-5 suited, no problem. 7-5 off. Nicholas he just don't have that much fold equity because it's 2 big blinds more, and yeah, that's kind of the conclusion he's come to, unfortunately. And obviously Nicholas would have called with the King 9. He can limp, yeah. Wouldn't be the first time a decision like that has been made when the vast majority would pick the all-in. Don't think there's a limping range or a limping strategy of that stack size. Christopher here now. First hand of the feature table to be involved in from my own perspective. Coming in for a raise here. 350. 350. Oh, Constantine. We're going to see some fireworks here, guys. Set up City. Set up City. Imagine it's going to be a small 3-bet to something like, I don't know, 750. If even. I don't even know. It's 750, 800k. Yeah, 900 even. Again, you're in position. You don't need to make it. I mean, this is probably still fine. 2.3, 2.4, 2.5 seems good here. But yeah, it's absolutely irrelevant in terms of how this is going to play out. It's just going to go all in pre-flop and, you know, let the cards fall as they may after that. I would be very surprised if these two guys do not know each other as well. So if there's any previous history, I don't know, maybe Constantine feels he can get away with 3-betting light sometimes. I think that Christopher's capable of open lighter here, which I don't doubt he is. But either way, yeah, this is just whatever. Doesn't matter how much it is more. It's going to be a snap call here for Constantine. I don't really understand the Hollywood here, to be honest. Two of them show the hands. So 4-1 favours for Christopher here to double up. 6.2 million chip pot. Here comes the flop. I think, oh wow, I saw Christopher's hand go up because the Queen of Spades would have been the first card that everyone would have saw. And then it went back down again. Wow, what a flop, eh? What a flop. The interesting river, guys. That is it. Double up for Christopher. Quite the flop. Quite the flop. Yeah, that was a funny one because I don't know if anyone else saw Christopher's hand go up. As I said, the Queen of Spades would have been the first card he saw. And then we get the different camera angle of the actual board itself and see the King would have been the last card. Such a roller coaster of emotions this game is. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure Christopher's going to be shoving lighter than Kings there, you know. So Queens is like just so far ahead of like a lot of that range. But yeah, I'm sure something would have crossed his mind when he saw Kings. That's for sure. So again, taking any opportunity to open, to raise first in, I should say. But Christopher wakes up with a hand here. Two of the deeper stacks, but unfortunately this is going to go 3-bet fold. Mephisto, as I said, is definitely a character that will take the aggressive opportunity or aggressive decision probably a lot more than the other individuals. But is he thinking about a 4-bet here? Hasn't folded yet. Still deliberating what to do, guys. As I said, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a 4-bet here. He's going for it. Stacking the chips or counting the chips at least. Won't know this. We all know it's not going to work, but gotta admire the heart. As I said already, guys, I saw numerous examples of Mephisto being the very aggressive opponent. And the vast majority of the times it works, but then there's always going to be times that you pick to do it. In terms of like right now is a perfect example. That timing is a little bit off. But again, you got to give credit, or you got to give heart. Give credit for the heart. Just unfortunate that Christopher has a hand here. Usually, you'd imagine the big blind 3-bet range here Does decide to go all in. Usually the big blinds 3-bet range here is going to be quite strong, but if the hijack decides to 4-bet after that, it's going to be really, really strong. So for Christopher to come back over the top there, you just have to have top of the range, and more or less ace king off there is going to be probably in that category, I'd say. But yeah, hijack 4-betting there is like really, really strong. But again, you got to admire the heart. You got to give credit to that. Visto, as I said, he's a very, very aggressive opponent, and I would not like to have him on my table. Possibly another hand he's going to be tempted to open here. Seal here. Now waking up with the ace king off also. Doesn't get any action here, and that's not going to look like it. Constantine obviously on a super short stack after losing the queens to kings a couple of hands ago. And he does decide to call with 7-4 off. I'm not sure about that, Constantine. I think that might be a little bit too loose. I mean, he still has 37% against the ace king, which is still not bad, obviously. We should see what happens. There's a 7 for the back door. Ace king is going to take that down. He's going to take that down. We got Constantine now, is what I would classify as being on life support, realistically. It's like maybe one big blind left or something like that, if even. We see Vasily getting that double up again. We're getting that double up to keep him a little bit over 5 big blind range, maybe close to 10 at this point. Seeking again some momentum now after this. Get another double up, and he's back up to the top 2, top 3 positions on the table. Goes to show that these shacks are relatively shallow, that losing 10 big blinds can hurt a lot of these guys' stacks, realistically. I think the 7-4 there from Constantine. Go figure, he picks up 7-4 again. Second time lucky, no? Second time lucky, something like that. Dorjan obviously with a worse hand, funnily enough. So again, we have second coming of the 7-4 off. And unless a 6 or a 2 comes on the river, we're going to see Constantine getting a double up. There it is. Constantine up to 4 big blinds now. Obviously, that doesn't hurt Dorjan's stack at all, realistically. Yeah, bluffing with the best hand, right, Apocalypse. Just to get the call, just to get the call. There again, we have the chip counts, guys. Constantine and Vasile on the shorter stacks, sub 10. You have Nicholas and Gunter around the 15, 17 big blinds, and obviously the top 3. Mafis still in the leading that top 3 itself, I should say. Constantine here now. One would imagine he's going to be shipping this off the 4 big blinds. That's exactly what happens. Dorjan's going to be folding here. He's going to be the big blind to make the decision if he picks up a hand. We've yet to find out. Obviously, Dorjan gets out of the way here, and we have Mephisto looking down at King Jack, and this man is not going to hesitate in calling this. And he's probably a little bit surprised that he's actually behind to the ace 10. More or less a 70-30 in Constantine's favour with the ace 10, going by the graphics. 68-32. Flop is Jack high, unfortunately, but Constantine has the redraw with the 10 of spades. So any ace, any 10. Not a spade. King Jack still ahead here, going to win 2/3 of the time, more or less. Pretty interesting river. And it's a spade. Constantine with the double up to 11. Sun run is real. That's how easy poker is, guys. Run queens into kings. Be left with 4 big blinds. Call it off at 7-4 off. Then run it up again with 7-4 off. And with the famous ace 10 to be back up to 11. It's like nothing happened at all. Yeah, Apocalypse, it's as easy as that, bro. Just stay getting it in with 32%. You'll be a winning player consistently in the long run. That's how maths work. That's how numbers work. In case anyone thinks I'm serious, I'm genuinely being serious. Oh, it's nice that it worked out from. Obviously, it hurt to run the queens into the kings. For sure, it hurt. And obviously, he made a little bit of a tilt call, you could say, with the 7-4. But you know, poker can be funny like that. Sometimes you can play badly or tilt a little bit and still get rewarded. As funny as that sounds, that's the truth of it. Sometimes you can constantly get it in bad and stay winning. That's the cruelty of it. Yeah. The great do nothing. That's a good breakdown. It's a good breakdown of the maths. Dorjan here now on the button with 9-6 suited. Coming in for a raise, I'd imagine. Just double checking, maybe the tournament clock is behind him in terms of what are the blinds. Coming in for a raise, looks like a little bit, yeah, just over min. More or less just say min raise. He's obviously folding here. And we have Vasile, who might be tempted to re-raise all in here, if I'm honest. It's going to be an all in here is what I would do, because Dorjan is going to be opening extremely wide here, or relatively wide anyways. And ace-5 I think is pretty strongly ahead of that, I'd imagine. And he has some fold equity, I think, in terms of it being, you know, probably five big blinds or so more. Maybe he's just thinking of calling here. I don't think. I think 3-bet all in here is the most. I think you can't really. It's not that you can't call off this stack size in certain hands, I feel. But look, ace high in this spot where Dorjan is going to be opening relatively wide. I think we just have to flick this in. Oh, dude. Maybe he thought he had no fold equity, but even still. Like, I don't think Dorjan is it's not like he's only going to be opening extremely tight there, Dorjan. He can still get away with opening really, really wide. So again, if that's the case, ace-5 is like doing pretty goddamn well against that race first in range from the button, you know. Again, it's not that even if he doesn't have that much fold equity, I still think ace-5 there is doing pretty well against what Dorjan's going to be opening in that exact spot. So I just don't think I don't think you can ever fold. You know, you can maybe justify calling, but I really feel like 3-betting all in is going to be just the best play there. I think it makes the most sense given what the button's range looks like. And we've saw Dorjan like open wider ranges than other people would potentially in that situation. So he's a competent enough player to do that. So that would give me more of a reason to 3-bet all in, among other reasons as well. But anyways, back to the action. Hijack here. Constantine opening the ace-10 suited here. Nicholas defending the 8-6 off, which is probably a little bit in between, but I don't blame him for calling. Stuff like a5 I'd be folding. a6 is probably, you know, one of the bottom parts of your range that you probably still have to call versus min open. I say it was min open, it was maybe 2.1, 2.2. But obviously a very good board for Constantine. Now he's on 14 big blinds, guys. He's right back in the mix of it. Yeah, not how we doing, sir? Good to have you in here. Just reading the Twitch chat there now a little bit in the house. What's going on? How are you? Don't know what I call him, a cockroach, Yuri, but I get where you're coming from. Esrar, how we doing, sir? Welcome on in. Greetings from Portugal. Good to have you with us, sir. Greetings from Ireland, if it's any compromise. Good to have you in, sir. Good to have you in. Guys, we're coming up to 14 players left. They're starting 16. So we've had a few eliminations since then, or since the start, or since the table redraw, I should say. Now we have here Christopher opening under the gun. It's going to be folded around to Gunther, who's with 10s in the big blind. I mean, obviously this is going to go all in here. It's just a matter if Christopher is going to call with the ace-queen off. And if he has, I mean, again, I think these two guys have probably played with each other quite a bit. They look like two competent players. So yeah, I imagine 10s is just going to go in the middle here. And again, if Christopher has any background knowledge or experience playing with Gunther, I have no doubt that Christopher knows that Gunter is capable of 3-betting a lot of pocket pairs here. And it's going to be very based on the count and the price he's going to get, whether he thinks it's a good enough price to call with ace-queen off here. And it's relatively close. Again, I have no doubt that Christopher has played with Gunter before. And if that's the case, then he's aware that Gunter is capable of 3-betting. I'm not going to say extremely light, but definitely stuff that can put pressure on Christopher. So, I mean, ace-5, ace-4 suited, he might decide to do this with here. You know, obviously all the pocket pairs will say 4s through. I mean, all the pocket pairs really, maybe 4s plus, 5s plus or something like that. And then he's going to have the suited broadways, which he dominates. Stuff like king-queen suited, ace-10 suited, he might decide to 3-bet all in here. So ace-queen, there's a good part of his range that he's flipping with, and also a good part of his range that he dominates. So, I mean, if that's the case, I think he probably should call here. But look, it's a decent size pot. I mean, ace-queen suited is going to be a call here all day. But the ace-queen off, this is the one where it gets a little bit closer. And look, anyone that's tuned in and watching how Gunter's played since we've done the coverage here, we see him do this with 5s and obviously other pocket pairs. So this is it, and that's the conclusion Christopher's come to. So it's a flip, and this is going to be a big pot for Christopher. If he wins this, he's going to be over the 10 million mark. Probably going to be chip leader too, I'd assume. So big moment here for Gunter. To keep him in this, he needs to win this flip. Best of luck to both. And that's quite the interesting flop. Does not want a 10 now. Oh, sorry, he does want a 10 now. Apologies. Doesn't want an ace or a queen, though. That's a deuce. The 10s are in pretty good shape here. And the 10s double up. Nice hand to Gunter. Take a big drink of water after that. I don't blame him. Very happy with that. Obviously Christopher still a decent stack size even after losing that pot. But if he had won that, as I said, he would have been over the 10 million mark, which would have been even better, but can't win them all, as they say. Gunter's going to be pretty happy that he won that flip. More or less assume that's what the conclusion Christopher came to in terms of what his range looks like. Gunter's, I don't think he would have made that call against everyone. Definitely against Gunter. As I said, if he has played previously with him, then he will understand that he's definitely a competent enough player, I should say. 3-bet worse than ace-queen there. So Christopher definitely dominates some of his value, or some of that range, I should say. But again, nice to hold here. But now we see Dorjan picking up the kings here under the gun +1. Going to get any action. And he doesn't get action, unfortunately. The next hand, is this it? Dorjan picking up the 9s here now. Back-to-back hands for premiums. Again, very deliberate in his decision making. Comes in for a raise. Oh, a call! Wow, this is new. Yeah, I think this is very strong by Dorjan. I don't know. I have no idea what range is supposed to look like if you decide to limp under the gun, if it's even a thing. I'm sure it is. Just specifically the actual knowledge and strategy behind it, I really, really can't be sure. And Vasily understands that. Like, he doesn't have that much fold equity against an under the gun limping range. So yeah, folding 2s there makes a lot of sense. I wonder what's Constantine going to do, though. Is he going to fall for the trap, potentially? With 4s here. He does decide to check back. It's going to work out that way. Sure, a lot of the players at their table are probably wondering what the hell he was limping under the gun with. Fisto. Snap mucking the Queen 7 suited. Vasil or Valley decides to go with the Queen 8 suited. It's going to come into Nicholas's, who snap all in. Jack 10 suited here for Gunter is going to be getting out of the way here. Yeah, I think King Jack's going to be a fold here. That's what happens. So we're going to have a 266, 33 by the looks of it. Not asking for much there, Vasil. I'd rather take the Queen, to be honest with you, mate. Or take an 8. An 8 is probably the best one. The 9 of clubs, and there it is. Just 10 of clubs only now, no worries. Too many outs, he says, and probably that's pretty accurate, yeah. Unfortunate. He could call the turn, but he couldn't call the river. We lose Vasily in 15th place, if I see correctly. Pretty sure that was 15th place. If it wasn't, it's 14th. Pretty sure it was the 15th place, though. So Nicholas adding to his stack there. 16 big blinds now.
was hast du gesagt? Meister of Europe. Meister Europe. Es gibt keinen größeren Meister.
Normalerweise ist die nächste Generation immer besser als die vorherige.
Nein, das gibt's nicht. Die alten Griechen waren die besten. Es gibt keine anderen Wasser.
Gut, aber zu den alten Griechen?
Ja, höre ich ja.
So alt?
Ja, ja. Die gehört von Groß Alexander noch. Groß Alexander. Ach, das ist keine Ahnung, nix.
Sorry guys, I had to nip out there for a little bit, so hopefully I didn't miss too much of the action. Coming back to that now, we've Gunter raising UTG with ace-2 suited. Gets it through. Nicholas seems like a very chirpy character, doesn't he? He's very jolly. Something along those lines. Constantine here now in the hijack, folding that. Dorian then cut off. Sorry, Dorjan, apologies. He can find a raise here. I think he's more than capable of doing it. Going for it. Feast on the button here. Probably just going to be getting out of the way. There's 12 players left, Sarot. Sarof. Sometimes the graphic appears in the top right corner if you keep an eye out for it. It's not there all the time, but it's there at the moment. So there's 12 players left. Constantine here now, under the gun. No problem, bro. No problem at all. Anytime. Dorjan here now on the hijack, S5 off. So let's go for a fold. Fisto going for a fold too. Nicholas here now. Better to go for steal here. Going for it. Is he going to have the exact same hand? 5-3 suited. Christopher having to fold. See there now, the blinds are also gone up there. I forgot to announce 100k, 200k with a big blind, 200k ante. Talking 500,000 chips in the middle before any cards are dealt at all. Which is quite a bit. Georgia in here now on the gun with king 3 off. Could be folding. Feaster getting all the way too. Nicholas folding also.
Sag es früher.
Ja, okay.
Okay?
Also immer für den Big Blind, bitte.
Soll ich das machen?
Ja, mach mal. Bitte.
Christopher here in the small blind, just getting the walk with the big blind here for Constantine.
Es gibt auch manchmal hier.
King Queen suited, wasn't going anywhere, that's for sure.
Es gibt auch Herr Hauer. Ich hab auch Könige gesehen. Das ist ja nicht das Problem. Ab und zu mal, einmal in 10 Jahren, weil hier kommen die alle paar Hände kommen die Asse zu ihm. Ah. Und die Damen kommen auch so zu ihm.
Die schwarzen Damen kommen auch mit zu dir.
Das ist die Schwarze, das ist ja, weil ich ja, weil ich zur guten Seite der Macht bin, wo wollte ich die Schwarzen darf ich betören.
Fall around to Nicholas here now. 7-6 offsuit. Christopher here now waking up with the kings on the button. Really, really nice place to pick up a hand because you're going to be opening super, super wide here. I hope Constantine isn't getting any ideas here. Jamming 9-8 suited. He decides to pass, which I'm happy to see. Dorjan here now. Probably going to find the fold, I think. You can see there, it's a little bit over min. Like he's deciding to, oof, he's going for it again. This is the third time he's done this on the stream. 3-betting light from the big blind. Every single time he's been wrong. And this is going to be the third time, I believe. He's done it twice before, and he's ran into premiums both times. Not exactly premiums, but 2 out of the 3 times there were premiums. The third time was just a guy that understood that he could never have a raise fold with ace-9 off, if anyone remembers that. But either way, yeah, timing is bad again by Dorjan, unfortunately. Dorjan can't do anything else except muck his cards and not take any more time in the decision. Very unnecessary. And he does decide to fold. Look, the hands that he's done this with, in terms of, you know, when he does it and walks into a hand, it looks terrible. But a lot of these hands in them situations are better as a 3-bet than a call. And as I said, how wide Christopher's going to be there in general. 3-betting Queen 7 off there against a competent player like Christopher, who's going to be opening wide. It's absolutely 100%. It's just like timing was just, unfortunately, he ran into a hand. Yeah, it's just, it is what it is. As I said, when you do it 3 times and it doesn't work out, it can get a little bit frustrating. But yeah, it's just part of the game where sometimes you do the correct decision and it doesn't work out consistently or X amount of times in a row, but eventually it will work. Just unfortunate to run into the kings that time. Here we have Gunter now, opening in the hijack with ace-3 suited, taking it down. Taking it down quietly. So we still have 12 players left in this tournament, guys. We'll be playing down to the winner today, no matter how long it takes. At least that's what I've been told. So we'll be playing down to the winner. We'll be playing down to the winner. And just to reiterate how much that winner will take home for a first place position, you're basically getting 45k for first. And also the top 4 places get a WSOP main event ticket. Sorry, WSOP E main event ticket. So first place is more or less worth 55k plus. It's pretty much alright, isn't it? For a €270 tournament. It's a very nice extra incentive when you finish in the top 4. It's a really nice little bonus on top of that. Go back to the action. The Gunter here raising under the gun with the Queen Jack suited. Turn into Mephisto's Ace-9 suited in the small blind. Can see a call being fine here as well, if that's what he's debating, whether to 3-bet or call. I think the fact he's taking this long, he's not going to fold. Here we see it again. Or maybe that's just a call. Don't know really what to make of that when you grab your chips and decide to change your mind and put them back. Maybe he decides to go back for the 3-bet, we shall see. Oh, look at this. Decides to go for the 3-bet. Hands down my player of the tournament, or my player of the coverage. Hands down. Big 3-bet to 1.3 milli. A little bit over 3x. This is the correct sizing that you probably should be using on these stack depths. Saw a couple of examples of people not making big enough 3-bet sizes out of position, and Mephisto hasn't made that mistake. Goes for the little bit over 3x. It's obviously stack depth dependent in terms of what size you want to use, but general rule of thumb, it should be at least 3x for the most part. Going through in a bit of a dilemma here. I honestly can see calling and folding. Very reasonable here. I might honestly fold this. Like King Queen suited I would call, King Jack suited I would call. There's just something I don't feel good about this spot from a Queen Jack's perspective under the gun versus small blind. Can't imagine he's ever raising, that's for sure. Cross that out. What's he thinking himself? That's what we're going to find out. And he does decide to pass. I really do not mind that. Really don't mind that. I mean, I really love the 3-bet, but the awareness for Gunter to find the fold there, I think that's a strong play. I like it. I like it. Well played by both, to be fair, in my opinion. I think just calling that hand is going to get you in tricky spots post. That's the other thing. But anyways, back to the chip counts. We've Mephisto still leading the pack. You got Christopher and Gunter in on 29, 27. Dorjan and Nicholas on 21 and 15. And Constantine on 9 big blinds then. 6-handed at the moment, guys, down to the final 12. Yeah, King Coney hasn't, like, any like the coverage between yesterday and today. And any time Mephisto has been on it, he's just been chip leading every time. And I've a lot of good words to say about Mephisto. He's been very, very, very good in my opinion. Very aggressive, which I like the most. But here, looks like Christopher's going to be losing potentially a couple of more big blinds. He's going to have Constantine going all in here for the 9 big blinds. And we imagine that Dorjan is going to be getting out of the way here with Queen 4 in the cutoff. That's exactly what happens. Mephisto getting out of the way too. Nicholas going to go bye-bye also. Gunter in. 5's going to be going in the muck too. And again, Christopher, it's just he's going to be a lot ahead of a lot of Constantine's range here. Yeah, pretty swift call. Constantine, if he wins this, he's going to be right up, back up the top of this table, or at least 3rd or 4th. A roller coaster of a table for Constantine since the redraw. Man was down to 1 big blind at one stage. Now he's in a good position here. 4-1 favours over Christopher's ace queen. Let's see what happens. Good flop for the ace king. An extra couple of outs for Christopher. Any 10 or queen, and he will get that double up. Or he will knock out Constantine, I should say. But it wasn't to be. Constantine now on 21 big blinds, guys. Man was down to 1 big blind at one stage. What did they say? Chip and a chair. Chip and a chair. I got to give credit to Christopher. I got to give credit to Constantine, I should say. Apologies. Done well. He's done well to come back. The field 12 remaining and the average stack just under 4.5 million. Playing down to 9, our final table. Then obviously after that we will be playing down to our winner. How much longer that's going to take, but we're going to have coverage of it regardless, so keep tuned in. Mephisto here now in the cutoff. Very pretty looking hand, more than good enough for him to come for a raise. Come in for a raise, I should say. The min raise is up to 400k. Goes around to Christopher in the big blind, who's going to be getting out of the way. And Mephisto takes down another pot. Dorjan picking up the jacks here now under the gun. I would imagine he's going to come in for a raise here to 450k, something like that. Or is that 500k, so 2.5x. All around to the big blind here with Constantine is going to more than likely call here, I'd imagine. We've seen some tight folds from big blind versus certain positions, but Don't think Constantine is going to be folding this time. And if I remember, it actually was Constantine who was a little bit over folding or too tight in the big blind. Remember, there was one occasion versus the min open, he folded king 9, 10-7 suited versus late position steals. Wow, and we see it again. See it again. That's too much. It's too much in my opinion, Constantine, my friend. Like, again, the other two examples, but this cannot happen. This cannot be a fold. It's too good of a hand, king 10 suited in that exact situation. Way too good of a hand. Like, I know it was a 2.5x, but still, man. Like, for me personally, that's just always a call. Yeah, for sure, for sure. It's a clear defend. Like, there's like no debate here. Well, no, Esrar. There was two examples, like as you maybe heard already, that just two examples where he's overfolded big time, just versus a min open, not versus 2.5 or stuff like that. So I kind of knew already there was a possibility he would fold king 10 suited there, which we both agreed that it's a clear defend. For sure, for sure. Again, we had this discussion earlier on because we saw a good few examples of people overfolding the big blind when, you know, they're like 10, 11 or 12 big blinds. And, you know, there's obviously parts of your range that you will fold, but what these guys were folding was nowhere near the bottom of range. You know, it was just pure defense, or whatever the case may be, clear defense, whatever way you want to say it. So for sure, there's probably a leak we saw from a few players just overfolding in them spots versus the min opens. But like that, once they were folding in sort of hands as well, they were like bleeding themselves from big blinds. Yeah, no, for sure. It's like, it's just never a fold, basically. It's like, you know, even having this debate is kind of funny, because there really should there should be no debate about this. Just a clear defend, yeah, pretty much. Here we have a collide again between Nicholas and Constantine. Constantine with the ace king again. This time it's the suited version. I think Nicholas is going to be hauling this pretty swiftly if it's folded around to him. See Dorjan picking up an ace there as well. Obviously going to be folding. And this is it. He's asking for a count, but don't think it matters how much. And this is it. So we're going to be off to the races, guys. More or less a 50-50 here. If you like your numbers and your accuracy and your specifics, it's going to be a 54-46. Jack's a small favourite. Small favourite. It's going to be an interesting flop, guys. I can feel it. King high flop, unfortunately. Nicholas not happy. Not happy. I mean, look, mate, there's not a lot you can do in this situation. The kind of pre-flop stuff plays itself. What happens post-flop is out of your hands. Of course, it's disappointing. So you got to be happy you got this far. He's out. GG, Nicholas, mate. What? Good game. Yeah, it's unfortunate, but as I said, it is what it is in terms of very standard pre-flop, and whatever happens post, it's both out of both players' hands. It's just no reason to no need to be too upset. That means we're down to 11 guys, and that means everyone at the moment is guaranteed 2.5k. Remember, this was a €270 buy-in tournament. So everyone has made at least 10 extra money so far. That's left, that is. See Constantine plus 89% of his stack in the last hand. Bear in mind, guys, about 45 minutes to an hour ago, that guy was probably on one big blind. Don't forget that. He's crawled it back to probably being second in chips, if not leading the table. Must be very close to Mephisto at this stage. So as I said, there's 11 players left, guy. Average stack just 4.8k, or sorry, 4.9 million. Closer to 0.9 than 0.8. We're getting closer and closer to this final table, guys. As far as I know, final table will be at 9-handed. So that'll be 2 more eliminations. Georgian getting out of the way on the button, so it's folded around to Mephisto. Very good starting hand for the small blind, if I'm honest. The Gunter sitting there with probably 15 to 20, is he? Big blinds. I think I like a limp here, if I'm honest. Unless Hunter is shorter, or sorry, Gunter. And this is what it is. I like this limp. And you can see there that Gunter is around that 24, 25 big blind mark. So it's obviously too much for Mephisto to open jam. Yeah, Yuri, he was at 1 big blind. That's what I'm saying. Now 3.5 million. That's how that's how much variance there is in poker. Just pretty volatile like that. But this is an interesting spot here against these 2 players, 2 of the bigger stacks at the table. Yeah, as I said, Mephisto is obviously too much to jam into Gunter. So you don't want to kind of raise and then face a 3-bet and not realize your equity post-flop with the Jack-10. So it's nice to limp call these sort of hands. I suppose off these stack depths makes the most sense. Oh, so this guy is something else. This guy, yeah, oh my God, I love it. Honestly putting such a smile on my face. Amazing stuff. What a maniac, no? He has really pushed the boundaries on aggression and really not like given, just not caring like. And he's put 8s in a really tough spot here because ICM is a big part of Gunter's decision here. Yeah, straight up, just shove it in his face, man. I mean, it is when it isn't. Like he probably has a lot of fold equity here in general. It's just that Gunter has actually picked up a hand, no? Like Gunter's probably gonna. He's probably gonna like do this pretty wide, like some like King X, rag Queen X, you know, some just really bottom of range stuff, where he's gonna have to fold versus the jam. Like this is just putting max pressure on in a spot where ICM has a big part to play in Gunter's decision here. Like if he wins this, then he's obviously a massive chip leader. But most of the time you're going to be flipping, and that has to be taken into account here. And he does decide to call. I think it's a pretty standard call, but he's never happy about it. And that's what I'm saying. It's such a disgusting spot where like Jack-10 is, you're flipping against 2 overs here. This is a huge pot, guys. The 10 million chip pot, 10.5 million chip pot. Pretty sick flip, guys. The 8s are still holding. You see a grin on Gunter's face. Comes the turn. Oh, the 10. Oh, 8s are not in good shape. So unfortunate. And that's Gunter eliminated. A huge pot goes to Mephisto. Huge chip leader now. This is such a sick spot for the 8s. Such a sick spot. Gunter's looking. Yeah, exactly. As a loaded maniac in the final table. No, he's been like that the whole time, bro. He's really, really been like that a lot. Like all the coverage I did yesterday, there was just like, as I said, triple barrel spots where he was just like bluffing on really bad rivers and stuff like that, but still getting it through, and just really, really, really aggressive, no? But you know, fun to watch. It's very, very entertaining. Again, you got to give credit where credit is due. Like the guy is battling well. So I'm not sure exactly what's happening here, guys. I think they're either maybe trying to bring it to 10-handed, or just trying to maybe balance out the tables. Yeah, so I think
That's the reason why I just said, if I win, I should have won.
we must be playing four-handed here, guys. Or maybe waiting for one more player to come across from the outer tables just to balance it a little bit.
Put chips on the middle, please.
Christopher here under the gun with ace-10 off. $435k raise from Christopher. Constantine going to be getting out of the way. It's honestly amazing that Constantine has actually gone from 1 big blind to 35 big blinds. He's not the chip leader, but I think he's definitely up there in second or third. I would imagine second. Genuinely, that man was down to 1 big blind an hour and 15 minutes ago, maybe an hour and 30 minutes ago at most. He's crawled his way back to the 35 big blinds. Very, very impressive. He's still going to be folding on the button here. Gladiator now picking up. He's just sat down, this man. And I think it's going to be an all-in and possibly a call from Christopher. Maybe a fold, I'm not quite sure. It's going to be maybe 5-6 big blinds more. He calls pretty quickly. Christopher.
Je le dam contre la première main, je le dam last 10.
66-33, guys. 67% of the time, Gladiator is going to win here. 2/3 of the time. Go to a flop here. That's an ace-high flop. That means Gladiator is not in good shape here, guys. Just comes to the table, gets queens first hand. Needs a queen on the river, a queen and a queen only. We're going to be down to the final 9. And no queen on the river for Gladiator. Short visit to the feature table. So I think everyone's going to be moved to the final table here. Final 9 anyways. Yeah, so the final table must be 8-handed, I believe. So one more knockout and that'll be the final table, and a break then after that by the sounds of it. We should see. Players were told to wait at their seats, so we should wait. Okay, we have a table. We have the table re-sitting here. So it's 20-minute break, guys. We'll be back with the final table coverage in 20 minutes, okay? See you guys in a bit.
But we make it's one line there.
Yes. No, you just move up position. 6.
David, is break now or what?
Yes, move your chips please and we'll go for the break. Okay.
Look what I did. Sorry. I'm sorry, guys.
Wow.
You go black? Bully me.
Crazy.
What is that?
Thank you. Honey, I don't need.
All in.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't like
you.
it. Congratulations. So down here, what is the real serve? Huh?
Just one time on stream, yeah?
Yeah, showdown in the with the audience.
Yeah.
Showdown. Showdown is our call, yeah. You play on time, only, yeah. Okay, one time. Nice. Count this money.
Finally, you won a hand.
Nice hand.
Well, you can't stop Leon, but I think we should max one's better than.
One is fair.
What do you mean one? Like
One
116 on that?
That's all. 16.
Max one. The rest are blind raise. You can still do the
Still blind raise, yeah. Well, everyone's struggling anyway, so.
Yeah, 116 is max. You accept it.
Hot.
How much?
13.
Hot.
14.
How much?
14.
Holland. Holland. Det är Stefan. Ah, Sakic.
How much is the battery?
These don't play, you said?
Showdown quickly so don't save time.
Showdown?
Yeah, more showdown.
I hit something, set.
Something.
Wow.
A set of 9.
Dead. Fuck.
Running so well.
Nice one. Found this one.
No.
Uh, 25, yeah? Good luck.
Jack or no?
No, no, no. have big chips now. Like 50, 60, 70, yeah. Call or raise it nice. Just call.
Call.
But you have more or less. You count his money.
Who? Check.
Look what I did. Sorry. I'm sorry, guys.
Wow.
You're bluffing.
I was bluffing.
Crazy. Tilted.
I had to quit. Small straight now.
Small straight.
When the river come, you don't have it.
You make not blah blah yet, huh? You win?
Sorry.
You know blah blah, huh? Huh? You still, huh? And you lose blah 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 blah.
Huh? Yeah. Sorry to you also, but
Huh?
you are the best.
You are not said.
Yeah? No, I was bluffing him, not, I don't know what you have. Wow, crazy.
Oh my days! Oh no!
I'm going to take my vitamins.
Let's have a little look and see how many likes we're at on YouTube. 54. How much?
$6,800.
Is that the same jacket? I'm just checking, is it the same jacket?
What's going on?
Hang on. I have to concede this one.
Yeah, chat saying 7K.
Yeah. Alright, 19?
19 euros. I don't think you knew it was Louis Vuitton, did you?
No, I didn't. I just saw it was a leather jacket. I'm not a fashion kind of guy.
Fashionista.
8-3 deuce on the flop. Espen flopping top pair. Ivan was second pair. As Henry's going to step out for just a few seconds. He's going to go spend his 10 euros he's just won.
How much you said?
32. Always 32.
Small enough to determine aggression.
8-3 deuce with 2 diamonds. Lupu with the 4-high backdoor flush draw. Goj with the 5-high backdoor flush draw. Goj, of course, rocking the gut shot as well. Does not come in, but the jack of diamonds does roll off on the turn. Espen has made 2 pair. Ivan has also made 2 pair. And Goj is the man stepping out here. 4,400 in there. He's going to rep that turned flush. That's 3.3k. Could buy 60% of that jacket. It's called LV Chic Leather Blouson. Sounds awesome. Sounds a little too expensive for me, as Espen, of course, makes a call.
2.3.
Whereas Malika, probably spending her winnings from last night. She was a big winner last night. She will hopefully be joining a little later on. Similarly to last night, she was not here at the beginning. She rocked up halfway through, crushed some souls, and then sailed off into the sun. We might see her later on this evening. Played very well last night, ran very well too, of course. Oh my days! Oh no! Ivan makes a boat, Espen makes a boat. There is no way this doesn't go in. Running case jacks. And Goj is in there with 6 high. 10k is the bet, boys and girls. Espen with the stone cold nuts. Ivan with the second nuts. I can't believe this has run out the way it has.
Et un buy-in, c'est semblant, donc ça fait 200 2 buy-in.
Espen Classic Beef is dreaming of Vegas and the beeping Mirage right now.
8-3 don't play.
How plays?
No, I'm just trying to explain. Like
Mr. Cobain coming back into the booth. What timing, Henry? We've got boat over 6 high. Goj in there firing for 10k with 6 high. And it's come running jacks, Henry. What do you think about that?
Disgusting run out.
There's the all-in from Espen. Ivan snap rejams.
No, I told you to fold, yeah.
Wow.
Hey, Jack.
Nuts against second nuts.
That's insane. Wow. And I'm bluffing with 5-6.
Wow.
Wow.
Truly incredible.
Jack 3, Jack 8.
What is going on?
Is Elkie still standing?
In these games, come on. No more needles, mate. You won your 29 euros. Must be nice. Indeed, KML. 122,000 euro pot.
What's up?
Good morning.
Are you ready for today?
Yeah.
See you at Kings.
Welcome back, everyone, to our final table coverage of the European Poker Festival. Down to the final 9 here. And here are the chip counts. Mephisto literally has been leading every single feature table he's appeared on and still holds the first position. Constantine and Clement are in second and third, and a couple of more below that. We get to look at it here. Marus, Christopher and Igor, 29, 27, 21 big blinds, and then Dorjan, Cedric and Arik, who I remember from yesterday he was on the feature table also. So yeah, kind of basically anything from second down to seventh, I suppose, in terms of the chips. There's not that much in between them. I need 10 to 15 big blinds or so. So, and even, these are pretty spread out chips. There isn't that much of difference. Obviously, Mephisto having a massive lead with 62 big blinds, but you know, Eric gets a double up. He's in second place. There's not that much in between. You know, a lot of things can happen when the stack size are this kind of even. Be interested. It's an interesting dynamic to see and how people will adjust according to that. But at the same time, all players on this final 9 are guaranteed 3.3k. Well, maybe 3.4 if you want to round it off more accurately. For €270 investment. €270 was the entry fee. So they've almost 2x'd or 3x'd their investment. At least.
We have 4 tickets for WSOP Europe Main Event Day 1A. All these tickets cost €10,350. It's for the first 4 places.
You can hear the tournament director announcing that the top 4 places will get a WSOP main event ticket.
White line for the cards, okay? Every time you need to put yes, for 2-3 seconds you need to let us scan the cards so you can look at the cards and put them back on the line, okay?
Here we have the player names and positions. Constantine, who was our 1 big blind player originally, got himself back up to 35 big blinds. Mephisto has been the table captain every time I've saw. Pretty impressed with Christopher here too, not going to lie. He had a couple of spots where, you know, just didn't work out for him in terms of making the correct call pre-flop, just losing the all-ins. Clement we had earlier on in the coverage, again confident, strong player in my opinion. His face I don't recognise unfortunately. Cedric obviously was on the outer tables all of the coverage, but now getting to see him. A little bit of a shorter stack, but played all the less. So good luck to the final nine guys. Hopefully it'll be an entertaining table. 45k up for grabs and a 10k WSOP main event ticket. As I said, the top 4 players that finish in this tournament will get that ticket. But it's 45k for first, it's a 10k ticket. You're talking 55k plus for first place for €270 buy-in tournament. It's pretty sick value if you ask me. And 4 tickets on the top are really nice added incentive, added bonus. Obviously, another possibility when you play the main event to run deep and make even more, which is even nicer again. That's why I'm very happy. I'm very pleased to see that they give an extra ticket or 4 tickets to the top 4 players. It's really nice of the casino to do that. Nice of Kings to do that. But anyways, first hand of the final table, guys. Dorjan, King Jack UTG. Bit of a close one here in my opinion. Don't mind the fold. I think it's absolutely fine. 9-handed. Obviously, the more players left to act, the tighter you have to raise. So under the gun there, first to act. You want to be getting 2 out of line because you have a lot of players to get through. He's still getting out of the way. Christopher getting out of the way too. Clement here going to be doing the same. Let's fold around to Cedric with a shorter stack. I'm not sure on the exact. Well, 17 big blinds. I apologise. Not that short. Just thought with the chips, it looked shorter than it was, but that's obviously not the case. 17 is a decent amount of chips, to be fair. Throws in a min open. 400k. Igor still. He was on our feature table earlier on too. The coverage started. And Murat, I missed out on these two guys. Igor, I remember from earlier on, but Murat, I never got the chance to introduce. There he is on 26 big blinds, defending Queen 8 suited. Button, or sorry, big blind versus button. Both players whiff. But can imagine Cedric going for a bet here. Plenty of hands that are going to check fold in Murat's range. Well, you know, checking behind is fine too. Interesting what Murat might do here. There's going to be a lot of ace highs in Cedric's range. So he needs to start bluffing really quite big here. But, yeah. He does decide to check. I think that's fine, because I don't think any ace high is going to fold this turn, and then it's up to yourself if you want to decide, do you want to barrel the river as well, and it can get dicey. And I imagine he's just going to check fold here. He does pass. Cedric takes down that pot. Puts him over 20 big blinds now. Second hand here now. Got Eric here now. 9's UTG. Imagine he's going to come in for a raise. For 475, close to 2.5x. Mephisto, excuse me. Ace 3 of diamonds folding. Christopher here now of 27 big blinds. This is an interesting spot. It's a very awkward spot with Eric's stack size and just the formations, but is call a thing here? Yeah. Puts a lot of pressure on Eric's range there, facing this 3-bet. You can imagine Eric just folding here. Honestly, it's like you either 4-bet all in, or you just fold here. I don't think calling is an option, no. Georgian looking down with 7-5 up, but not going to be doing anything with it. That's the fold, and we're back around to Eric. Eric, you could say, is probably a better pronunciation now looking at it. Yeah, it's a tough spot, but I think fold is probably the best play here in general, unless you have reasons otherwise. I mean, it's not impossible for Christopher to find a 3-bet bluff here, light, but it's just such a tough spot there with 9s. As I said, for you to 4-bet all in there, you really have to be sure that Christopher is going to be wide enough there in general to justify 4-bet all in 9s. But I think a raise fold is completely fine in that spot. As far as I know, the shorter stacks on the table too, so ICM plays a part there also. So when that's obviously in play, then 4-bet 9s there can be a little bit more suicidal. as I said, you want to be pretty confident that Christopher is going to be wide enough there that just to four bet all in nines. But I think folding is probably the best play. Clement here now under the gun +3. I imagine it's going to be a fold. That's exactly what happens. Cedric now 9-2 off. Going to go in the muck too. In the small blind here, probably just going to be folding. An interesting spot here just for Dorjan to go with it. It's an interesting limp from Marat as well. I mean, we know the reason why he decided to call. You know, if he raises his face as a 3-bet, I'm surprised the fold. I mean, it's probably not ideal to limp call it. But you are in position. But again, you have to be conscious that there's a lot more shorter stacks on this final table. So when that's the case, you just got to be playing a little bit more tighter. Especially when you're kind of on the... There's a lot of stacks at the same size as well, so you just have to take the less variant path sometimes because of ICM. But as I said, there's a lot of stacks around the same size. Mephisto is obviously the guy chip leading the table with 12.5 million, 62 big blinds. And he's really been my pick of the coverage over the 2 days so far. Very impressive. I mean, obviously he won a huge flip there to be down to the final 9. But you know, he still had the heart to do it. And there's logic behind why he does his things as well in terms of the aggression. It's not like, it's not really a spew sort of, if you get me. I mean, as I said, if he doesn't work out, then it obviously looks bad. But for the most part, he's very accurate in when he does it. And he's just not afraid to do it. This is the thing. We've just saw him be pretty fearless in all the situations where, you know, maybe more people would call, maybe more people would fold, but like Mephisto is like raise. He's going to always take the more aggressive route if he's feeling it's the best play. Takes down that pot there, one of many so far over the 2 days. Five hours into the coverage today, guys. Started with 24, down to the final 9 now. It was a short stream yesterday to play down to 24 players. A lot of eliminations quite quickly. Coverage is only 3 hours. This time we're 5 hours in and we still have 9 players, so I expect this to go for at least another 2, maybe 3 hours, I'd say, depending. But I would say at least another 2 hours. Here we have Clement under the gun +1. Cedric now. I can imagine there's going to be a 3-bet, and unfortunately Clement is just going to have to fold. There we have the all-in from Cedric. Got Dorjan with ace-10 suited, but again, pretty standard fold. That's what he ends up doing. And Clement is going to be putting his cards in the muck as well, and we're going to be on to the next hand, I think. Fiesta with 10s there, that was a tough one. You have to at least think about it. But again, given the raise first in and where the 3-bet all-in came from, I think 10s is a pretty standard fold there. We're on to Dorjan here now with Queen 10 off. Find a raise here, we shall see. It does. Constantine here now, first hand to play at the final table. Imagine he's going to come in for a raise here. That's what he does. A little bit over min again. Fisto here now, debating something questionable. Really pushing the boundaries on this. So he's after running into Christopher with aces. I mean, obviously, nothing's going to happen from this. And Christopher doesn't waste any time announcing all in. Could have saved Constantine a few chips there, potentially. I mean, we won't know because we're not going to see a flop, but he would have at least called. Then it would have been whatever post-flop. Now he has the clearest fold of his life, and Mephisto, same situation. I wish some people would take more time in them situations, because you know, if your tournament life is on the line there, I think if you have a semi-marginal hand in terms of maybe it does it sometimes, maybe it doesn't, you know. He didn't take any more than 5 seconds to make that decision with the aces. You know, I think taking your time with that decision, again, I know Mephisto had nothing and the button had nothing anyways, but maybe take a little bit more time and not be so immediate in your decision in a spot where you need to at least think about it, no? Given the stack size of everyone else and ICM and all that jazz. So I'd like to see maybe Christopher take a little bit more time there. So I don't know if you heard the tournament director there, guys. We will have a blind increase of 125, 250, 250, big blind ante. Talking over 600k in chips before any cards are dealt, which is a substantial amount of a lot of people's stacks. Let's be real. Constantine here now on the cutoff, going to be folding the 7-2 off, or 7-2 suited, I should say. No, apologies, 7-2 off. Mephisto, as aggressive as he is, I don't know, is he going to open this, but it'll be the first time he's done something the opposite that I've said I would do. Christopher here obviously going to be going for a 3-bet. He actually just goes for a call, which is interesting. I suppose call this 5 there too, given the stack size is given the first and second. You don't want to get into a huge pot with this hand. As I said, the stack size of all the other players on the table are all pretty close, so you don't want to be putting in too many chips in a spot where there's going to be overcards quite pretty often. Turns out pretty well for Christopher. Mephisto hits top pair and a good shot. I think he's going to find a bet here pretty often. There it is. 500k into 1.2. Christoph going to call, which I think is completely fine. I don't think you want to raise here. Another clean turn for Christopher. I wonder, does Mephisto bet here? Could maybe see him betting one more time here. You know, there's going to be some ace highs potentially in Christopher's range. There's going to be heart draws. See a check being a thing here as well, but I'd imagine with Mephisto he's always going to take the more aggressive route because there could be some hands he needs to get protection from. I think most of Christopher's range here is just going to be ace-x, some heart draws, and then obviously some overpairs, like the 9s and stuff like that. That's what Mephisto's probably trying to break down in his head. Can I still get value from worse? And the answer is yes. I don't blame him for betting here. I think it's probably the only turn I'd be a little bit more inclined to bet. And he goes for 750, which is about 1/3. Pretty swift call from Christopher. He doesn't wait around with his decisions. They're pretty automatic, I should say. And obviously this is going to go check here. As I said, if Christopher had some ace-x of hearts, for example, he's just improved. Don't expect him to have any 2x here. It's just a matter of Mephisto. He's not going to win that often, but as I said, if I'm not sure. I would check back here personally with 5s, but you know, don't know how often you win, but probably better hands to bluff here, in my opinion, if he decides to turn this into a bluff. Does decide to bet. This guy is cruel. This guy is relentless. Relentless, I should say. Nasty spot for Christopher. Big 3.8 million bet too. I mean, this is very, very polarized in terms of what Mephisto is trying to represent. It's literally full houses. And he calls. There we go. And now we see Mephisto finally getting his comeuppance, so to speak, in terms of his aggression getting the better of him. Christopher calling in that spot. Look, as I said, in terms of what Mephisto's range looks like there, it's very, very polarized. So it's either like full houses or some nut straights. Something like 4-3, 5-3 suited, ace-3 suited, and then obviously some nut straights that he would have flopped, you know. Don't think he ever has that much 2x or wants to go that size with 2x. You know, so, you know, the 5 high straight or ace high straight, whatever. So yeah, it's kind of. I don't blame Christopher for calling there, because he's repping extremely narrow in terms of value. And if you take into account how aggressive Mephisto is in general, he's probably going to be over bluffing there quite a bit. And you know, it's Christopher is relatively capped. He's not uncapped completely, but you know, it's unlikely he has that strong of a hand on the river. Except some slow played full houses that he might have called with like 4s and 5s, for example. That's about it. So a nice call by Christopher there. I think that puts him chip leader now. If I remember the stack sizes, they were first and second that just clashed. I'm sure we'll get the chip stacks in a moment. But as I said, I'm pretty sure that puts Christopher up above Mephisto. That's actually the first time since Mephisto has been on a final table, or a feature table I should say. He's always been leading. That lead has been finito at this point, or he's actually fallen into second. Here we have Clement limping in the small blind, Cedric checking back the Jack 10. Two of our French players going heads up here. Ace King 7. I can imagine Clement going for a stab here. It's not that Cedric will never have an eighth here ever, but you know, it's just a better board for Clement as he's able to limp some premiums and obviously a lot of junk hands in the small blind. So he's far more likely to have some ace X here than Cedric for the most part. We go into a turn. That's more than enough equity for Cedric to continue betting here, and if he does, which I'm fairly sure he will, Cedric is going to be mucking his hand, I would guess. There we have it. Very polarizing bet from Clement. And obviously it's just going to be an easy fold for Cedric. Not a lot you can do here. Not sure what Cedric is thinking about here, guys. to me, this is a pretty clear fold. Again, I'm not really sure what he was debating about there in terms of calling or not. Like, a little bit too ambitious in terms of if he was debating calling. Probably one of the worst hands to potentially call with, but again, I don't think that was ever going to happen. I think it was always just going to be a pure fold. And to next hand, hand 101. Murat here, 10-6 suited, UTG. 20 big blinds, getting out of the way. Dorjan now. Queen 9 suited. Might be tempted to come in for a raise here, but in this position, it might be a little bit too much. Constantine under the gun +3, going to be getting out of the way too. Nefisto falling the 5-2 off. Christopher Luke going to be folding also. All around to Cedric in the small blind. I'm not sure on the stack size in the big blind, but good possibility he might be an all-in here. It's Constantine. Comes in for a raise to 500k by the looks of it. A min open into Igor's big blind. That's who it was. Igor waking up with the ace-king here. Definitely prefer a call with Cedric's hand than a raise, because, I mean, Igor might have gone all in anyways, but it's a good hand to limp call with, depending on the size and that somebody might do if we call the small blind. Excuse me. But yeah, obviously a very easy fold here now for Cedric. Cedric here. Not sure what he's really debating here, I think. Pretty easy fold for Cedric. He does eventually come to that decision. Does eventually come to that decision.
I heard 450. No, correct.
And 102 here now, guys. Dorjan here, first to act, UTG. Going to be folding, I'd imagine. Dej, I'd rather just call with the ace-8 if you're on about that hand, where just the last hand that just happened. I think I like limp calling. It just depends what... I would probably mostly limp that hand in particular, personally. Obviously, going all in is completely standard as well if you want to do that. I think one of the others is fine. I think having that in your calling range is good, and I think having that in your open jam range is good as well. But, you know, it was still 15 or 16 big blinds. So, you know, probably better off as a call, I would feel, personally. But it would mostly be a limp call versus, let's say, whatever the big blind does in terms of the sizing, you know. And I don't think Igor, I think I maybe said this earlier on, Igor as a player, I think he's a little bit on the more tighter side. So if that's the case, then you know maybe limp folding the ace-8, as crazy as that sounds, might be the best play. Although in saying that, also if it's the case where he's going to overfold the big blind, then maybe going all in is the best play against him in particular, because he won't call wide enough. So that makes our shove more profitable. So yeah, if that's what you're asking in terms of would I open shove from small blind, I think against Igor is probably the better play. You can, as I said, you can still call, but you know I'd probably be called for limp folding against Igor if I'm honest with you. But again, if he's overfolding, then you're probably just better off shoving, like you asked, like you mentioned, I should say. But back to this hand, we have Igor with the 6s in the small blind here, and Morat just deciding to call. It's fine as well. And I wouldn't be folding ace-jack versus a bet here. And 1.45 in the million. Igor bets 550 for sure. Would not be folding ace-high here, especially ace-high, or sorry, ace-jack. The jack of diamonds. Cannot fold this, bro. I think Morat is good enough to realise that. 2 overs, backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush, flush draw itself. Just decide to call. And there's that extra diamond, but it's just 6 of diamonds. Igor decides to check. I imagine Morat is going to check here as well, because ace-jack, yeah, okay, you have the jack of diamonds blocker. Ace-jack in this situation still has a relatively decent amount of showdown value. So I wouldn't be betting ace-jack here. There's a lot worse hands that you're going to float on the flop versus a small bet that has a diamond where your kicker isn't as good. But I think this might be a little bit too much. I think this is maybe Morat not realising that his hand still has a decent amount of showdown against Igor's, you know, flop c-bet range on the, well, yeah, the flop c-bet range itself. Now, we saw an example of Igor Hollywooding with the nuts. I think it was maybe earlier on at the start of the stream. We'll see what Igor decides to do this time. Obviously, check call would be the best play. Yeah, as I said, Morat betting this turn, floating this turn, whatever terminology you want to use. I don't really like it because again, ace-jack still has a decent amount of showdown value. You're still ahead of all his worst ace highs, and you're also ahead of some king highs and stuff like that. And you know, Igor can still have some hands that are going to check calls, so you're definitely overplaying this hand, in my opinion, in terms of turning it into a bluff. I just don't think it's necessary. And now he's probably going to value own himself here on the river. You know, the hand should have just went check on the turn. Igor bets the river, and then you call. For me personally, that's the way this hand should have worked out. And the thing is, like, even that, Morat mightn't bet this river. I think he should. The reason why I think he should is because Igor probably won't protect his check calling range on the turn that much. Where, you know, you river a jack with the ace kicker, it's probably going to be ahead of a lot of his check call range. So if that's the case, you kind of just have to bet this hand and hope he doesn't raise. And we saw this earlier on as well. Like, literally, Igor had a full house in a hand earlier on where he c-bet the flop, it went check call on the turn, and then he donk leads the river. And he had the nuts. And he's doing the exact same thing again. Like, this is really strong, to be fair. When you know Morat can still have flushes. Technically, Morat can have full houses here. You know, I think this is a really easy fold in Morat's perspective. I think the turn bet was a mistake in this hand. I think if he can find a fold here, which he should, then you know. Like what bluffs can Igor have here that you beat? You know, like realistically think about it. If you cannot find one or two bluffs, then you should just fold here. Yeah, time. It's just, it is what it is. It's just going to be a different standard for every buy-in level and stuff like that. But it's just funny because Igor played a hand like this similar very early, like earlier on in the stream. I'm not sure if you saw it, but yeah, it was exactly the same situation. Bet call, check call turn, and then donk like pot like or like 80% of a stack on the river. Yeah. And again, the exact same thing has happened. Again, these guys will not have saw this, I don't think, anyways. So it's just extremely strong, regardless if you saw the hand earlier on or whatever the case may be. It's just hard to find bluffs in this exact situation from Igor's perspective. So if that's the case, and Maurat just thinks about this for, I mean, he's thinking about it for at least a minute at this stage. You know, it's not like, oh, I have to call here, I have top pair, top kicker. It's really, really irrelevant when this person in this exact line just won't have enough bluffs. It's that simple. Like, you'd have to get creative here with some diamond, like, that's literally it. And it's just not going to be a thing, because most diamonds are just going to bet the turn or continue betting the turn as a bluff. So this is just extremely, extremely strong by Igor, from whatever way I'm thinking about it anyways. I think Maurat's going to find the fold. As I said, from Maurat's situation or perspective, betting the turn, in my opinion, was... for me, it's a mistake. It's not a huge mistake, in my opinion, but I think it's definitely a mistake because you're not realizing your hand strength in this exact situation. So I would definitely prefer if he checked back the turn instead of leaving himself in this situation, and the hand is mucked at this point. And again, it's like, it's twice now Igor has I mean, look, he's still on the final table, even though, in my opinion, earlier on the Queen's hand he misplayed. He still got paid on the river, but you know, it was a cooler setup regardless. This one could have went check on the river, and Maurat could have just bet the hand for value, which he definitely should be doing, and then he can just check raise all in. But you know, he's afraid of somebody checking back when it's just a better play to check in general, and at least try and let them bluff. Once you bet that river like you did, or you donk that river, you take away any possibility of the guy bluffing. You just literally try and target the range of value, and it's just not going to be the best play. Simple as. But now we have Arik here, waking up with the kings under the gun. So Arik moving all in here. Constantine getting all the way there. Mephisto getting all the way too. Christopher going to be getting all the way also. Clement too. Fold around to Murat. Folded there too. Dorjan going to be folding also. So unfortunately, Arik, I should say, doesn't get paid with his kings, but again, in that situation, open jamming, for me personally, is probably the best play there. Still 9-handed here, guys. Maybe 35 minutes into the final 9 coverage, or the final table coverage. We're still 9-handed. Coverage started today with 24 players. We're down to the final 9. Obviously, we will be playing down to a winner, no matter how long it takes. 45k up top and a 10k ticket. That 10k ticket to the WSOP Main Event Europe will be for the top 4 players on this table. Will get one. So no matter if you finish 4th, 3rd, 2nd, or 1st, you will get a 10k ticket, which is basically 10k on top of what you will already make if you finish in the top 4. As I said countless times already, it's a really, really nice incentive. Really, really nice of Kings to add that on top of the prize money that the players will get for the top 4 finish. At the moment, every player is guaranteed 3.4k, thereabouts. That'll be the player knocked out next will get that. Obviously, everyone else is guaranteed that. Here we have Dorjan in the small blind with 3-2 suited. They come in for a limp. Doesn't look like a limp. So race to 700k. Eric now. He might just decide to go all in here. I think Eric is a confident enough player to realise that maybe just shipping here is going to be the best play. I just don't think calling makes much sense because you're literally putting in a third of your stack with ace high here. I just don't think it makes sense. So probably better off just to ship it in the middle. We'll see what happens after that. I really hope he does that, and it's not because I can see the whole cards. I just think what Dorjan is going to do this with is miles ahead of that range. So ace 7 here should just be a 3-bet all in, and if he calls, he calls. I do think going all in here is going to be the best play, and try not be risk avert and call and hope you hit. Just going to take the variance sometime, and if you get folds, it's a huge bonus. But bear in mind that's a possibility, so you should be willing to just 3-bet all in here. Yeah, I don't like the call here. I just think this guy is not willing to throw the money in the middle because they're conscious of pay jumps. And the issue is here now, Dorjan is just going to go all in. And this is the problem, guys. This is the problem of being, I mean, literally, in my opinion, it's risk avert in terms of not really taking the more aggressive option and just playing too passive post-flop, or sorry, pre-flop. Like, for me personally, this is for sure an all-in pre. I just don't think it's a smart decision to call them sort of hands and just hope to hit. Because the vast majority of the time, you will not hit an ace, you will not hit a 7. Again, we have the chip counts here. Christopher, as you remember. Christopher here in first, Igor and Clement in second and third, Constantine and Mephisto in fourth and fifth, Dorjan and Cedric sixth and seventh, and Maurak and Arik down in the shorter stacks in 8th and 9th. Still 9-handed here on our final table. Yeah, it's again time. I've noticed a couple of situations like that where, you know, I think I would have taken a more aggressive route because, you know, I have justification for it, so to speak. But yeah, I think there's just been some clear and obvious mistakes with some of the guys in terms of like overfolding the big blind, as I may have said earlier on, and on top of that as well, just not 3-betting all in when they should do it. And some of the players have done it, and as I said, it's the correct decision. It may not have worked out, but at least they're willing to do it, you know. So a couple of examples of guys overfolding hands in the big blind where you're just bleeding chips. You sometimes just have to take them spots, and A7 in that situation was another example of an individual just playing too passive or scared, as you kind of said, which is unfortunate, but you know, the decent amount of money they're paying for the average person. But for me personally, I care more about you know, making the correct decision more so than, you know, an individual decision based off emotions and letting them emotions kind of make my decisions for me. That's for me the worst mindset you can be in. You know, you want to be ruthless in these situations, you know, because you have to be. That's the only way you're going to accumulate chips. Of course, you're going to make a mistake and get called or get caught bluffing, or, you know, whatever the case may be. For me, it doesn't matter. You know, that's why I was mostly impressed with Mephisto, because he's just been relentless in aggression. And now he has to tone it back a little bit because he's kind of the mid-stack at this point. Here we have Constantine debating whether to 3-bet all in here. And he does decide to go all in. I think Dorjan is going to snap this off with the ace-king. And for what it's worth, I think Constantine's 3-bet all in here is absolutely standard. Because if you imagine how wide Dorjan is going to be opening the button here, it's easily 40 to 50% of hands, I'd say. Ace-9 off there in that situation is more than good enough. Plus the stack sizes. You're going to have you're going to have enough folds by 3-betting all in there. But this is going back to what I was saying. At least Constantine found it this time. Yeah, okay, he ran into it, but sometimes that's just poker. There's the king on the flop. Constantine in really, really bad shape. Down to 4. It's not over yet, but it's pretty close. Pretty close to it. Now it's over. Yeah, I mean, Constantine, bro, I wouldn't feel too bad about that. I think the 3-bet all-in is absolutely fine. I think calling is fine too. But he decided to be aggressive, and unfortunately, Dorjan woke up with a hand there. A nice little celebratory yes. And the king came in the window on the flop. Or maybe not the window, but came on the flop nonetheless. Dorjan right up there now. So at least 4th, if not 3rd. Constantine now, the shortest stack at the table. Good chance. I mean, it's not the first time he would have come back from one chip or a few big blinds. But as I said, definitely back on the short stack grind again. Let's see, can he rebuild it like he did before? Literally was down to 1 big blind, ran it up to 35, and now back down to 4. It's poker 101 there. Perfect example of what poker can be like on an hourly basis. Up 1 minute, down the next. Emotional roller coaster on top of that. Sometimes it can be difficult to keep a straight head, keep focused, concentration levels, etc. Can be difficult at times, especially when you're fluctuating with your stack like that. Happy 1 minute, sad the next. As I said, he's done it before, he could do it again. We shall see. There's 271 people watching on Twitch, guys. Thanks for tuning in. Very good stream so far today. Been very much enjoying it. Falls around to Constantine here now on the button. I'm sorry, in the small blind. And Mefito is going to get a walk, I believe. That's what happened, yeah. They've been calling in the big blind if he decided to shove with the queen 3. Mephisto had ace-9 off. He's snap calling that. Said we're still 9-handed here, guys. Took some time to get down to the final 9. It'll take some time to get down to the winner, the final winner, we can say. All around to Eric here now, or Eric, apologies. Constantine folding on the button again, and it's another walk. Christopher on 56 big blinds. Table captain at the moment, table chip leader. Must be nice. That big pot against Mephisto with the 9s on the 5. What was it, 5, 4, 3 flop, 2-tone, 3 on the turn and ace. Mephisto barreled into it 3 times with the pair of 5s, turned it into a bluff on the river. Called by the 9s. Clearly understands that Mephisto has an aggressive image where he would find some bluffs in that river, and that's exactly what happened. Yeah, Ivan, it's definitely looking like that in terms of the pay jumps. I mean, there's about a K in the difference between 8th and 9th. But for sure, I can imagine there's some situations where people aren't taking spots where they normally should be. least from my perspective anyways. Look, I've never been in a situation where I played for this much money in terms of a tournament. So I can't exactly relate in terms of the, ICM model and, pay jumps and all that jazz. Of course, there's going to be spots where you're going to have to fold more because of ICM. But there's definitely spots and examples we saw where, I don't want to be rude or too hard on somebody, but making folds they should not be making in spots that they just should be calling or 3-betting all in and stuff like that. And, there's a line where you do when you don't cross in terms of overfolding because of ICM. And yeah, there's just been too many examples of situations like that. But, maybe a lot of these players haven't played for this amount of money before, so they want to do everything they can. But, sometimes the right decision is the aggressive one. So we shall see. We shall see how it pans out the rest of the final table. But right now we still have 9. Still have 9 players. A couple of short stacks in terms of 5 to 10 big blinds, so not that I can guarantee there will be some knockouts soon, but not like the blinds are getting smaller. The blinds go up every hour. Yeah, I 100% agree, Ivan. It's there's a guaranteed 3.4k right now. So I suppose if anyone can ladder up an extra couple of K, then it's worth something, no? So for sure I agree. Like I don't blame them, like, but as I said, there's still a time and a place where you just got to bite the bullet and accept it's your time to die potentially. Live and die by the sword is kind of what I tend to live by in terms of how I play poker. Here we have a spot with queens and Mephisto, ace-jack suited. So this is where ICM can definitely play a part. There's maybe 2 or 3 shorter stacks, if not 4 stacks below Mephisto. I think Mephisto's only going to be calling here. I think 3-betting or 4-betting all in here, 4-betting technically, would be a little bit too much, and probably ICM suicide. Yeah, it's just like, again, of course, final table is final table, don't get me wrong. And €270 of a buy-in, like anything on top of this is still good for the players, like you said. But, it's still, I play poker full time, so it's more so all I think about is just the EV of my decision making and not so much about the actual money. Sometimes easier said than done, of course, but, it's all about the EV at the end of the day. And your decision making based off that. Does it generate EV against a certain range and all that? And if the answer is yes, then the decision is pretty obvious for the most part. Yeah, and I think the tickets is the big thing. I think the tickets is the big thing because the next are 10k. And that's a huge add-on. Even if you finish fourth is 14.5k. So winning that ticket, it's worth an extra 30-40%. Yeah, but like it's just a human mind, bro. I mean, look, it's as I said, it's like if you're playing for the EV decision, then the result doesn't matter. But yeah, for sure, it can play an influence. Time, I'm not sure. Can you? Maybe some of the mods can answer. Exactly, yeah, exactly. Apocalypse. It's a huge pay jump. It's a huge pay jump. So can you imagine how tight they're going to be playing when that situation eventually comes up, and we're down to the final 5? Like that's a huge impact in terms of decision making. And I guarantee by that stage, the stacks will be super shallow. So yeah, it'll be interesting at that point because, we're still 9-handed at the moment, and there's a lot of, sub 15, 1 or 2 sub 10 big blind stacks. So, if it stays kind of going at this rate, by the time we get 5-handed, there's going to be, a lot of like raise folding, open jam and stuff like that. So that'll be interesting to commentate on, and we should be seeing a few all-ins at that stage. But yeah, definitely selective in your hands towards what you go for, because there's obviously, like you said, a 13.7k, nearly a 14k pay jump when you factor in the ticket, which is a lot. We see eights being passed there as well. So this is kind of going back to my point. I mean, I'm not sure how tight you need to be when ICM in that situation, but is eight's going to be a fold there? Jesus, I don't know, guys. No, but even I don't blame you. Like it's like there's definitely spots that are a lot more marginal than eights. For me personally, even with ICM, I think eights is just going to be an all in there off 10 bigs. Because if you're not shoving eights off 10 bigs there, what are you actually waiting for? You know, like it's hard to make a pair pre-flop, let alone anything post-flop. You know, so you just there's just a line where like you just have to accept. Okay, now it's my time to go. But we see a lot of folding and you know. Just going to end up bleeding chips. Wow, that's a fair amount of apocalypse, no? In terms of like Dorian. I think I remember seeing Dorian before. I think I commentated on one of the streams before and he was involved. But 6. Wow. That's really nice, no? Clearly a crusher when it comes to MTTs. Yeah. I was going to say, no doubt you're going to share this. I'll take a look now. Yeah. I remember him, yeah. I remember doing one with him before, I believe. that says everything. Says everything. You actually do not need to say anything more about Dorian. Cedric min opening here. Igor going to have to fold, obviously. Again, that's like a spot where I just prefer open jamming. Like more of a chance he's going to fold. And as I kind of discussed with Time earlier on, it's kind of like, well, Igor's definitely going to be one that's not going to call that wide, or as wide as he should. So I just think like maybe just if min raise is just going to achieve close to the same thing, then you can get away with that as well. Dorian here under the gun on a healthy 39 big blinds. That's pretty much it, Ivan. As I said, it's just sometimes you can do the right thing and it still won't work out. So yeah, if it doesn't work out, then you know that's out of your control, so to speak. So try not to be too caught up in that. But yeah, you're clearly just not lucky enough, mate. It's good that you also have the awareness to realize that. Chris are opening here with King Jack suited. Really pretty hand. Cedric getting out of the way. Igor now in the small blind. Getting out of the way too. Left to Marat here. Again, not a lot you can do here. I know it's a min. Well, it's actually a lot bigger than min open. This is a pretty big open actually by Christopher. Surprised to see it's that big. No, I agree 100%. Patience is going to go a long way here. And as we kind of more or less said previously as well, ace is full. I don't blame them at all. I don't blame them at all. But there's definitely spots. There's definitely spots where you can't really not just go with a hand because you just have to accept your fate. And that's the part that kind of gets me, I suppose, in terms of these really more obvious spots that people are actually folding. Than the latter, you know. That's the issue I have. I don't blame someone playing a little bit more tighter or being more, you know, taking the less variance route. But as I said, there's just a threshold or a line that you just don't cross in terms of like parts of your range that you just literally cannot fold in that situation. But here we have an all-in with Constantine. Hold it around here. It's a small blind, and I can't imagine Maura is going to call here either. So unless the big blind picks up something, Constantine is not going to get any value with his queens, unfortunately, except the blinds and antes. And it's kind of looking like that. Pretty standard fold, I think, as well, from Dorjan. Not much you can do there with Jack 7. Big increase to Constantine's stack there. 67% or 68%, something like that. It's pretty big. All by picking up the blinds and antes. Folding here this time. Fold around to Christopher here with the King Jack suited again. Under the gun +2. Cedric now off 15 big blinds might be tempted to 3-bet all in here. And if I'm honest with you, if he understands how aggressive Christopher's going to be in pre-flop hand selection, I don't blame him for going all in here. Only issue, as we spoke about numerous times already, is the ICM situation. Probably taking into account some of the shorter stacks, and if this 3-bet all in is going to be good enough and he decides on the ladder. Igor now with the exact same hand in the cutoff. Might be tempted to call this. Call, I think, is absolutely fine, but obviously that doesn't happen either. Now we've got Maurad here on 8 bigs. I think this is going to be enough to go with it, and Christopher might feel he's priced in as well, as it's going to be maybe 5 to 6 big blinds more, give or take. Probably 4 to 5 even, because the raise first in size and it's like a little under 3x. There's probably going to be 4 to 5 big blinds more for Maurad to call. And if that's the case, then I imagine Christopher is going to call. This is too much, guys. This is too much. I can't understand why this guy is calling here. This is too much, guys. I'm sorry. You have to just go with it, guys. This is way too much. Like, there's patience, and then there's just like too much. Like, it's too much. Way too much. Just get it in free, bro. I mean, look, he just like snap all in then. I mean, Christopher might have to call this for 400k more with backdoors. Yeah, so he's kind of hoping for runner, and that's obviously he's drawn dead now. I mean, look, again, this should never happen. This should never go post flop unless Christopher decides to call. Which, to be fair, I think he might have called anyways, because he has the stack size to do it. But seriously, man, this is crazy. You cannot be calling there. It is too much, bro. I think it's just too much. Yeah, maybe we should take a page from their book, Ivan. I don't know. No, it's too passive in these situations, guys, and we all know that. And I know there's patience and waiting for spots and all that jazz, but my goodness, you cannot be calling ace king in that situation off like what 8 big blinds when the guy made it like close to 3 big blinds itself. It's like it's you can't do that. tough decisions there, in fairness, no? Anyways, Morat, cut off, king queen suited, very playable hand here, and he's up to 18 big blinds. And he folds, man, this, I don't know what's going on. Like, there's tight and then there's just like, what's going on? This is ridiculous. It's, what we should do anymore is whatever we think is actually going to happen, just say the opposite. That's what I think is the best. He folded king queen suited Apocalypse in the cutoff off 18 big blinds. Yeah, king queen suited. No, look, it's entertainment. No, it's a story to tell. Whenever the stream finishes up this evening, you're going to have a great story to tell at work tomorrow. I was watching this poker stream, and this guy folded this, and another guy folded this, and oh, would you believe this guy folded that? Now we have Christopher picking up the aces. It's refreshing indeed. It would make you want to play live poker more time, no? I know there's 2 or 3 more good players, Clement. It's just there's definitely, you know, 9-handed at the moment, 3 or 4 good players, and then there's 4 or 5 that are just far too tight. Or, you know, just missing opportunities that them other better players or good regs won't miss out on, basically. Hold around to Constantine in the small blind, and Constantine is going to be going home, guys, unless he hits some clubs. No, I get where you're coming from, Ivan, for sure, bro. Just what are you going to do? This is the beauty about poker. Sometimes you can still do the wrong decision and end up on a final table, you know. And then there's times where you can make the right decision and, you know, don't end up on the final table. But, you know, tournament poker is all about running well too. And as I said, if you get cards and you play them badly, you can still run up a stack. That's the funny part. But anyways, in this spot here, Constantine is going to need some clubs. And if this is the hands we're going to have to wait for to clash, guys, in terms of players getting knocked out, we could be here for a while. We could be here for a while. Got some backdoor clubs. Got some backdoor clubs and some backdoor, or just turn a king. King and a king only. I think 1 king was folded by the graphics, so there's only 1 out here. We lose Constantine. Constantine bags up, I think 3.4k if I look at the payout structure. Yeah, so he nets himself 3.4k. Christopher adds to his stack even more so than he has done already. is nice. GG to Constantine. He had definitely a roller coaster of a day, no? Being down to one big blind after running queens. Well, not technically after that hand, but he ran queens into kings. And then kind of made a tilty-ish call in terms of the 7-4 that time. Was down to one big blind. And literally ran the stack up all the way to 35 big blinds. And unfortunately is the first player knocked out on this feature table. Or sorry, I should say final table. But yeah, finally had a knockout on the final table. We're 6 hours into coverage now, guys. As I said, I can imagine at least another 2 hours of play. Fisto here with 14 bigs in the small blind. This is a guy who we've saw countless examples of with aggression. I've no doubt that this will be a guy who wouldn't dare turn away or become indecisive in a spot where he knows he can be aggressive. And Christopher pushing the big stack pressure there on Mephisto's stack. A lot Mephisto can do there facing the larger raise first in sizing. They're sitting on that stack size as well. Dealer change now. Again, we have the chip counts here. Christopher dominating the table as we speak. Good few big blinds ahead. Then we have Dorjan, Clement, and Igor. Second, third, and fourth. Maurat, Cedric, and Mephisto in fifth, sixth, and seventh. And then we have our short stacked in. 6 big blinds. Igor, who's been very snug since the final table has started. Dorjan here on 39 bigs. Pretty standard opening for Dorjan. He does decide to go for the raise here. Again, it's just going to get all the way through. Clement unable to defend in the big blind. Down to 8 players here, guys. 45k up top and a 10k ticket. But that 10k ticket for the WSOP Main Event Europe is guaranteed for the top 4 guys. We'll be playing down to our winner. Our coverage will last for that length. So we'll see. We're 6 hours into coverage already, guys. Thoroughly enjoying it. 277 people on Twitch. I'm sure there's a few more on YouTube also. Got Mephisto now in the cutoff here with queens. One would imagine he's going to be coming in for a raise, and I like a small raise, a min open here versus off this stack size. I think that's a good play. Goes around to Cedric in the big blind now. And again, not a lot you can do here. Just going to be folding the Jack 5 off. Expect to said just decide to fold. Mephisto now waking up under the gun +3 with ace queen off. It's interesting in terms of to decide to go for a min raise here, and I think either an all in here or a min open I think is absolutely fine. Both options I think are absolutely viable. Might be more inclined to maybe raise all in, leave himself X amount of big blinds behind. Waiting on what to do here for Mephisto. We know he has ace queen off. The graphics kind of disappeared for a moment, but I'm sure they'll return at some stage. And it's more or less what I thought was going to happen in terms of leaving him X amount of big blinds behind. So that looks like maybe 1,200 or something like that. 1.2 million I was going to say, but it's a lot more, 2.2. And he leaves himself 7 big blinds behind, and it's kind of like one of those situations where, you know, if your min opens, obviously Igor's going to defend this, but now that it's 2.2 million of a raise, probably just going to end up folding the king jack here. It's an effective all in for the most part. Thanks for the kind word there, Jaxie. I think that's somewhat Irish, is it? Potentially. Or at least that's how I pronounce it. Great commentating. Appreciate the kind words, mate. Glad to have you with us. But yeah, more or less the reason why he does that. If he leaves himself X amount of big blinds behind, if someone picks up a hand after that, and you know, if somebody picks up another hand, he can end up folding the ace queen off and get himself a pay jump potentially. More so the logic behind as to why players decide to, you know, not move all in completely. But you know, at the same time, effective nonetheless, or effective all in nonetheless. Yeah, that's what I assume, Jaxie. Cedric here on the dealer. 10 big blind stack, effective. More than likely just going to be folding, I'd guess. See Igor now coming in for 3x raise here. Well, 2.5 thereabouts, maybe a little bit under 2.3, 2.4. And Morat here, I mean, probably just going to fold myself, not going to lie. As I said, Igor in general is a pretty snug player. Haven't seen him really do anything out of line. And that's not to say there's anything wrong with that. He's been playing very snug, very patient. And to be fair, overall, hasn't got out of line, hasn't made any major mistakes or anything like that. So again, like that, I'll always say credit where credit is due. I think Igor deserves some of that right now. He's been very snug, very patient, very disciplined. And for sure deserves to have them chips in front of him. No doubt about that. So getting out of the way there under the gun, +1 with King 10 off. Christopher going to be folding under the gun +2. Clement, unfortunately, one would imagine going to be folding also. Cedric 9-5 off. Going to be getting out of the way again. Not much you can do with that hand. Ace Queen suited here for Igor. No doubt he's obviously going to be coming in for a raise. And again, I'm not sure what the big blind stacks looks like. I mean, Dorjan obviously has maybe 30, 35 big blinds, maybe 25, 30. So I'd imagine a raise here is pretty standard. The sizing is more than likely fine, yeah, I like that. And Morat obviously has junk in that situation. And Dorjan more or less has junk as well, can't really defend even versus a small min raise, 2.1 sizing. Just the bottom of the bottom in terms of hands you should be folding here. I mean, not the bottom of the bottom, but definitely part of the range you just can't defend. But we saw countless times. He doesn't decide to do it this time, but he's definitely been a character for 3-betting from the big blind. Very, very light. I think the 3 times he's done it, he's actually ran into a hand, unfortunately. But this is definitely a very, very spicy flop here. Igor with the royal flush draw, and Dorjan with top pair, weak kicker. Well, you can nearly say top pair, no kicker. No, he's been playing snug as well, Jaxie, to be honest. And wow, he has the royal flush. Very nice, Igor. And snap check backs the turn. What the 2 pair for Dorjan then? A bad river for Dorjan. I mean, this all stems back to the pre-flop call. I think the pre-flop might be a fold. I just hope Igor takes his time here and doesn't do snap all in. Now, again, given what the player profile is when it comes to Igor here, I don't think he's ever going to be bluff raising all in on the river here. So it really depends on how swift he does this action. But we've seen anytime he Hollywoods and does all the body language and all the body shapes, he tends to be strong. So we'll see what's going to happen here. But again, I don't think he's going to ever bluff here. I think this is always going to be value. Probably all in might be a little bit too much, but at the same time, if you make any raise size in here, you're nearly better off all in because of what you will have left behind. But regardless, still nice to run up against a hand when you have the literal nuts in terms of a royal flush. Yeah, I think something like them sizes that you guys mentioned are probably the only sizes that might get called. But, you know, I don't blame him for doing this. It's just, it's hard to... I mean, the only hand that Dorjan will probably call with here is some, you know, flushes himself. And even then, it's really not going to be a good spot. But he does find the 4.1 million, leaves himself a milli behind. So it was bigger than everyone else's, but Jaxie's was the closest in terms of being, you know, 3.7 versus actual Igor's 4.1. Look, again, coming down to the player type, and if he's capable of finding the bluff here, with all due respect to Igor, I don't think he's ever bluffing here, ever. Again, it's a spot where it's not that it's that difficult to find. I mean, it depends on your knowledge as a poker player and what your range looks like when you check back the turn. But in general, yeah, I think, you know, this is either some diamond hand that got turned into a bluff, maybe, I don't know, Queen Jack with the Queen of Diamonds or something like that. Or Ace Jack with the Ace of Diamonds, whatever the case may be. That's literally about it in terms of what his range can look like with bluffs. It's just never a complete stonewall bluff here, in my opinion. And, you know, if it's Igor, which, again, my interpretation of him as a player, he's unfortunately, again, a little bit on the tighter side. Not really that aggressive. So, for sure, a nice clip there, Apocalypse, as well, mate. Well done. It would be awful if you had to skim through all of the recording after this is finished up. He just made his life so much easier. Well, yeah, I can't imagine Dorjan calling here. And he shows the king and he shows the 2. He doesn't show the royal. He does not show the royal. We all know it was a royal. We all know. Oh, still a nice hand regardless. And look, he probably got an extra million there. I suppose if he actually decides to bet the turn there, there's a good chance that Igor might fold. Oh, sorry, there'll be a good chance that Dorjan might fold. It's okay. We got a recording of it, King Kong. We got a recording of it. It's all good. Everyone can see it then. Now, personally, I'd show the royal. You know, I wouldn't show a bluff, but I'd show the royal. Either way, he had the best hand. No, nice to hit it regardless. We're taking down a pot there with ace-4 off. Yeah, as I said, look, it's not the situations that came up in terms that he's had spots to bluff. As you said already, time, it's kind of like usually when he's in a hand, he has a hand. But at the same time, there hasn't been that many bluff opportunities. But like, there's also been signs of, you know, him being a little bit inexperienced in terms of the situations we mentioned with, you know, the full houses both times, small blind versus big blind. You know, you can tell a lot about a player in terms of how he played that hand. So, you know, it doesn't like the trap. Usually always has it. You know, let's be honest, that's kind of the impression he's given everyone here. So yeah, like, he's never going to call that king 2 there, ever. Oh, that's nice, ace is full. It's nice little promotion to have. I mean, look, I mean, the chance of you hitting a royal flush, it's, you know, pretty infrequent. And a straight flush even also. But obviously, that happens a lot more given the percentages with the 80 and the 25% for the straight flush. But, no, it's a nice promotion. Nice promotion. I mean, it's always kind of a celebration when somebody hits a royal flush anyways, because everyone knows it doesn't happen that often. And especially when you have the 2 cards in your hand versus the 1. Here we have Maurat here. Queen's now in the hijack. 13 big blinds effective here. He's obviously going to raise. Probably debating whether to go all in or just raise itself. Yeah, them hands do happen, Apocalypse, you know. They happen a lot more frequently online, not that hand in particular, but like, you know, the coolers where, you know, everybody says online is rigged. We actually have a spot here, apologies. I'll get back to that. Eric moving all in here. He's obviously very, very short. And now Christopher with ace-9 here. I hope he's not thinking... to be fair, I really don't blame him for if he decides to re-raise all in here. I don't think it would be the worst play in the world, given the stack size of Maurat. He'd rather have this heads up than multi-way. Well, you know, he decides to call. That's good sign for Eric. Top.
Jetzt langsam gefährlich.
Eric stays alive. Excuse me, I was eating an apple. Mute the mic. I'm back now. Yeah, Eric obviously getting a triple up there, which is nice. Just if Christopher was thinking to 3-bet all in here, over the top of Eric's raise there, he would have obviously scooped a bigger pot, but I really don't mind the play either way. I think calling is completely fine. But again, if you want to be very aggressive and just get the pot heads up, I can understand that, you know, squeezing all in against the cutoff or against Maurat's position with ace-9 of hearts. I think it's absolutely fine.
Lass mal erfahren, muss Ass kommt, weißt
It's the dead handed here, guys. Blinds going up every hour. Currently the blinds are 150, 300k with a 300 big blind ante. 300k big blind ante, that is. Fold around to Dorjan. The hijack, 25 bigs effective. I'd imagine the next blind structure is probably 250, 500k. That's probably still another little while away for now. Christopher in the small blind, raising up here. Clement just gonna, nothing more to do but fold. Shows a 7-3. Big fold, big fold. We go to the next hand, guys. Hope you're enjoying the coverage of the European Poker Festival final table. 8 players remaining, 45k up top and a 10k ticket for the WSOP Main Event Europe, which is being held here in Kings. Top 4 places from this table will be guaranteed a 10k ticket as well. So it's an extra bonus to finish in the top 4. I'm sure everyone would love that, but it's not going to happen for everyone. Fortunately, 5 out of those players out of the 9 will not receive a ticket. But everyone at the moment is guaranteed 4.2k, 4.3k thereabouts for a €270 tournament. Not bad. Not bad at all. Obviously, I think it's 5th place, where we come into double digits in terms of 10k plus. We're talking 11k for 5th, sorry. But here we have an all-in with Cedric. Christopher to act, to decide what he's going to do. Is he tempted to call here? Does he feel like Cedric is going to do this with the suited broadways? Some Jack 10, 9-10 suited. And the answer to that is yes. I think Christopher is a very, very good player too when it comes to this decision and assessing a person's range. So we'll have to see how this works out. But the player at risk is Cedric. He needs a queen or a jack or some diamonds. See how what happens. Comes the flop, guys. Queen high. Queen high. Christopher now a big underdog. Needs an ace and an ace only. And that's him dead on the turn. That's it. There you go. Cedric now on 21 bigs. He seemed very heavily emotionally invested into that hand, Cedric. Don't blame him. Playing for a lot of money up top here, guys. 270 euro buy-in. 45k up top, and as I said already, a 10k ticket. So I can understand a person being pretty emotionally invested in every all-in when it's their life or their tournament at stake. Cedric gets that double up, that badly needed double up, to be fair. Now he's in, you know, breathing room territory, put it that way. Yeah, for sure, Apocalypse. The pink chips do. It's like OCD. Cannot look at it. The problem is I didn't notice that, but now that you brought it up, that's driving me crazy now too, so shame on you. Not ideal, no. You got me triggered. Dorjan here under the gun +1. Might be tempted to raise this. Again, very deliberate in his decisions. Looks like he's counting out a few raising chips. Looks like 600k. There we go. The Arik here on 8 big blinds. One would imagine this is going to be going in the middle, I think. He decides to pass. I mean, look, guys, this is more of it. What exactly are you waiting for? Yeah, bro, I feel you on that. I feel you on that. It doesn't take much. It's not that it's everything that the OCD is triggered by, but when something comes up, it doesn't take much. Yeah, this the Ace Jack there is like from Arik. Yeah, I'm not. Look, Jaxie, this is another thing that it's a trend, a common trend we saw at the table. This guy's passing on opportunities to get chips in the middle. You know, if Arik decides to 3-bet Ace Jack, he's going to get King 10 to fold. He picks up maybe what 3-4 big blinds. And that's nearly a 40% increase to his stack size at that point. You know, it's like, what are you waiting for? It's crazy. And look, I've said this numerous times already in terms of, I understand there might be some risk aversion because of the money up top and the ticket and all that jazz. But these guys have really pushed it too far, in my opinion. And it's only costing them money as well, literally costing them money. So yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate to see, but you look, I mean, I'm not the one that's down there, but, you know, I play poker full time, so I'm all about the EV. Whatever else comes with that, then I'm happy with that regardless. You know, it's just about the decision, not so much about the outcome. There's only so far you can kind of push the folding situation before you're like, okay, this is too much. And as I said a couple of times already, this happens more than you like to see it. From you know, 2 or 3 guys in particular, you know. Here we have Igor in the small blind coming in for a raise, and it looks like a more or less a committing raise. Maurat less than impressed with the cards he's been getting. What can you do, bro? It's out of your hand. Out of your hands, I should say. Still 8-handed here, guys. Still 8-handed. Arik here now. I mean, if he's not jamming this, and is that an all-in? No, raised to 1 million, but an effective all-in. And now Mephisto. I mean, guys, this probably won't happen. But if Mephisto goes all in here and Arik folds, I'm not even sure how I'm going to react. I'm not going to lie. I might just like, I don't know. No, for sure, Jaxie. It's a no-brainer if you have the chips. Like you should be opening super wide and super frequently. And I agree. Like there's what 750k in the middle already, and that really adds up to a stack. But yeah, for sure, I agree, mate. For 100%. real Rusty deserved for the ace jack fold. Yeah, I mean. Look, there's just been so many examples of people did, and like that's a domino effect as well when you think about it. Like, you know, one decision really impacts the next decision. You know, so as I said, like, you know, he deserved for the ace jack, but you know, he could be in a different situation here if he decided to do that in the previous hand. You know, it just could have, things can play out so differently when you're from the smallest to the biggest decisions. You know. But definitely in poker, I mean, probably more so MTT poker than Anton, or tournament poker, where, you know, one small mistake can definitely have a big impact on a future decision, because your stack sizes and all that. In a cash game, you can obviously just rebuy, and it may not, the mistake isn't so bad, so to speak, because you can just rebuy. But you know, if you're deep in a tournament and you're missing out on these EV spots, then it's a disaster, because it's difficult to get to these later stages in these tournaments in general. So when you do, you just want to maximize your EV by trying to play the best you can, and you know, try and not let the risk aversion impact your decisions. And it's back around to Arik here again. Hand 129, guys, and he decides to go with it, and Mephisto is not going to be folding kings. Favorite here, huge favors, 96%. Arik needs a 9, and that's not a 9 on that flop. Can kings possibly hold a kings? Well, this is the $1 million question, or should I say 5.7 million 5.7 million chip pot question. Yeah, 1-9 dead. That's right. Yeah, that's why the percentages were lower than usual. Anyways, good game, Arik. Still nice run. Finishing 8th, guarantees himself. Or he's going to be bringing home 4.2k, maybe 4.3, depending. Everyone guaranteed 6k at the moment, guys. So top 4 get this WSOP ticket. The main event here in King's Casino in Rozvadov. So when it gets closer and closer to, you know, the 5th player getting knocked out and the top 4 getting that ticket, the play up until then will be interesting to see. Don't forget, they're still playing for 45k up top. It's not like a satellite here, it's actual final table stuff. Everyone has already made a good chunk of money compared to the buy-in, which was €270. Now the final 7 are battling for 45k. Top 4 will get a WSOPE ticket for the main event here that will be held in Rosvadov Kings Casino. So yeah, I think one of the moderators mentioned that there's a 13.7k difference between getting knocked out in 5th and finishing in 4th. So it's a big kind of ticket bubble in terms of the actual amount of money that the ticket is worth and the cash itself. Dorjan here now, 7-2 off. Deciding just to open fold, and not open fold but fold itself, which I think is absolutely fine. Cedric now obviously folding here. Folds it on to Igor in the hijack. He's going to be folding. Alright, folding as well. Dorjan, I should say, with ace queen off in the dealer button. Again, it's nice to pick up these hands on the dealer button where your range in general is going to be very wide. Some people might feel inclined to 3-bet all in. Christopher, again, unfortunately not going to be able to defend with that hand. Dorjan takes down that pot with ace queen off. Again, adds 800k to his stack, thereabouts. You know, a lot to be said for picking up one round of blinds and antes there. Buys you another orbit. The round of hands to try and get back in it if you're sitting there on a shorter stack, which a few of them are. Alright, obviously our shorter stack, I believe, on 6 big blinds at the moment. Cedric here now, UTG, going to be deciding whether to raise or fold. I think you should probably fold here, if I'm honest. Fold is pretty standard, yeah. Yes, Jack here. I think it's going to be an all-in from Maurat. It's time to die by the sword, potentially. We should see if anyone else picks up a hand. 2.1 million to call. 7 big blinds, roughly. And looks like it's going to get through. That's exactly what happens. So he chips up a little bit, up to 9 big blinds or so. As I said, buys him one more orbit. That in itself is never a bad thing. Under the gun with 7-4 off. Not going to be doing anything else except folding. Fold around to Clement in the small blind. Clement decides to go for a call here. Cedric might be tempted to just ship this over, or he might check it back, one or the other. I think if you're going to check back any of these weak ace-x, or ace-x with a bad kicker, I think the ace-2, ace-3 region are probably the best ones. Could argue some ace-4, ace-5 as well. There's definitely some weak ace-x you want to check back, because exactly in this situation, Clement might be inclined to just bet his entire range, or bet all his air at least. And now that Cedric is betting here, I think he's definitely going to get one straight from Clement, and I don't blame him for check calling. But it's a pretty big bet. It's a pot-sized bet from Cedric, so that might be a little bit of danger sign or danger kind of feeling that Clement might get. But you know, 2 pair outs, and I mean obviously the 2 pair outs aren't good in this exact situation, but he doesn't know that. He also has a backdoor flush draw, so it might make him a little bit more inclined to call, but pot size bet here is not great facing that size and out of position, and he does decide to just fold, which, you know, I don't blame him one way. Shows the ace. You know, as I said, it's nice to have some ace-x when you check back the flop, or sorry, check back in position there, blind v blind versus a small blind limp. But, you know, from what I imagine, the weakest ace-x can probably just be the ones that check back more frequently. It's not that you can ever raise that, but as I said, it's obviously a disaster if you raise and get jammed on. You know, kind of want to realize your equity with them hands. Because that will happen from time to time, where the small blind will limp a really strong range. At least that's what they're supposed to. I haven't seen that happen too much. I saw small blind limps, but they've been pretty standard in terms of not exactly that many strong hands. It's going to be more the hands that you don't want to fold, but you don't want to raise. Or you don't want to raise and get jammed on. Them sort of hands. Never too much of the premiums in terms of limping them. Cedric here now in the small blind, 21 big blinds. 6.4 million in chips. Coming in for a small raise, is it? Yeah, raise of 600k, and Igor probably going to be 3-betting here, I'd assume. Oh, this is crazy, guys. This cannot be a call, man. I know there is ICM in play, but Jesus Christ, tens is miles ahead of Cedric's range here. No disrespect. It's just like you have to 3-bet some hands, lads. My goodness. Obviously an amazing flop for Igor. And I mean, it's true, bro. It's true. Like, it's crazy. This is too. It's because I'm not that type of player. Like, I'm usually quite aggressive, and you know, it's just usually that's the way I play. So when I see this kind of really passive kind of calling, you know, folding situations, it's like, it just shouldn't happen. And like, that's a big leak in general with a lot of players. They're just not aggressive enough. But yeah, this is like blind v blind, man. It's not. You just have to 3-bet tens there. There's like, calling is just such a big mistake. But yeah, obviously a dream flop. You know, I think Cedric does have to call one here, but without a backdoor flush draw. You know, and even on a king, you're asking a bit too much in terms, but like the price is still probably too good to start folding yet. But I don't mind the fold here. I think if he had a backdoor flush draw, it would make more of a call, but without that backdoor equity, you know, straight on board, loses to some hands. He's out of position as well, which is never mind Apocalypse. Yeah, I don't mind the fold there at all, because the backdoor equity is not great. You know, the thing is, you don't even know if your king or 7 are good if you improve to that. because you could be losing to a straight, you could be losing to some set, which shouldn't be too often except pocket eights, but I still think pocket eights should be a 3-bet all in. And tens definitely should be a 3-bet all in pre. So you really shouldn't have sets. But yeah. Yeah, 100%, Josie. Like 100%. It's like such a big mistake to just call tens there, because a lot of the time an overcard is going to come, or it's going to be a monotone flop, or 4 to a straight, and then you're facing 2 bets from the out of position player, and then you don't know where you are on the hand, and it just gets messy post flop. You know, when stacks are this shallow, tens is like aces in that situation, if I'm honest. That's it. Like it's like that's, but like that's what they're afraid. Like what's the saying? It's like monsters under the bed, kind of situation where they're afraid of the worst case scenario, and not really understanding that, you know, he has like probably 40 to 50% of a raise first in range there, as an example, and you know tens is so far ahead of that. But anyways, with Clement moving all in here from the cutoff, looks like it's going to get through. Takes down the blinds there. So you see there with Clement, not afraid to put his chips in the middle. He takes a bite of that apple. Looks like a guy that looks after himself. Alright, moving all in here from the small blind. Dorjan obviously not going to be calling in the big blind. I think we're going to have a break in about 10-15 minutes or so, guys. I'm not sure exactly. It might be a little bit sooner, but I'm sure you'll hear it in the background. And if not, I'll let you guys know either way. But surely a graphic will come up. So you'll have 7 players remaining on this final table of the European Poker Festival. Christopher here, our chip leader on this table. Playing pretty well, given that. Hasn't made too many mistakes, if he has made any. I think Clement can come in for a min raise here if he feels like it, which I think would make a lot of sense. Hold on to Dorjan and the small blind. Can't imagine he's going to be doing anything else except folding. You have Miss Visto here now. Might be tempted to defend here. I think he should be, and I'm pretty confident he'd be aware of that. And my all-time earnings ace full. I actually don't play MTTs at all, really. I just mostly play cash online. Mostly 200 and 500 yeah, tournaments aren't my forte, if I'm honest. But you know, I'm playing full time the last 3 years for cash games, so I have a good level of understanding for poker itself. You know, when it kind of comes down to the stack sizes and what the ranges look like, what you should be calling a 3-bet weight, all that sort of stuff. Definitely wouldn't know much about that, but you know, I have a general baseline of what I feel instinctively what you should be doing in some of these spots. Well, yeah, MTTs. yeah, they're not my cup of tea, if I'm honest. Yeah. Well, just predominantly play cash games online, and then maybe the odd live game here and there. If I was, you know, deciding to venture from the bedroom or the online world, but yeah, that's where I more or less play all my volume. But yeah, here we have an all-in again for Maurad here, who's a shorter stack, obviously. Cut off with ace queen off here. So getting out of the way. Christopher, who's going to fold again. Yeah. Maurad chipping up a little bit again. As I said, picking up one round within blinds, guys, goes a long way. Keeps your head above water, keeps you afloat, buys you one more orbit. You know, sometimes that's all you need when you're battling with a short stack. As I said, we're still 7-handed here, still going strong. Nearly 7 hours into coverage. 259 people on Twitch, and as I say already, no doubt there's a few more on YouTube too. Good to have you all with us for this final table of the European Poker Festival. It's our second day of coverage. Started with 24 players today, down to the final 7. Top prize 45k and a 10k WSOP e-ticket. Players that finished in the top 4 are all guaranteed one of them tickets, so after 1 or 2 more knockouts, it'll be interesting to see how the play develops on the bubble of that WSOP ticket. WSOP e-ticket, apologies. Georgian folding in the cutoff here. Fisto folding on the button too. 24 big blinds. We've Christopher now, probably a hand that can justify limping in. Decides not to bother. Clement takes down small blind and gets his big blind and big blind ante back, which again is never a bad thing. I think it's going to be one of those spots, guys, until the blinds get relatively big in terms of the stack sizes. It could be a while before we get a player knocked out next. Or just 2 hands have to come up against each other in terms of one strong hand versus the other. But that just is not happening right now. And that's what I'm saying. I've seen spots where somebody has a hand and somebody should be re-raising all in with another hand and they decide to fold, and that's the part that just gets to me. It's when the spots actually come up and, you know, in general, both players should be all in, and then somehow somebody folds this hand, and yeah, it obviously just completely avoids the situation that should have happened, realistically. Clement here now in the small blind, might be tempted to call. I know these two guys are roughly similar stacks. Maybe Cedric has a little bit more by the looks of it. And he does decide to call. Cedric, I would imagine he's going to check back, but these sort of hands are the ones that I kind of mentioned in terms of you don't mind raising, and if you get some folds from Clement, then it's great. But you know, if you get raised or sorry, re-raised back on as a 3-bet, you know, you don't mind folding these hands. So these are kind of the bottom of your range, are probably the best hands to just like raise, and if you get jammed on, you don't really care because you have a really bad hand. But if you pick up his small blind, or technically big blind because he called, you know, it's a pretty big win. But he decides to not bother doing that, which I don't mind. But again, definitely something to take into consideration, because I think Clement will have to limp fold this sort of hand versus, you know, something like a 2.5 to 3x raise. And flop goes check, check. Clement can start betting here now pretty happily. There's 2 streets of value here if he wants to go for it. And he checks again, which again I'm not really a fan of, to be honest. I'll start betting this hand because, you know, blind v blind, there's going to be a lot of 1-pair hands, stuff like that still can call 1. I mean, now you really have to bet this river. Come on, Clement. You know you got it in you. You're good enough to find a bet here. Slow played enough on the turn. Flop, I don't mind the check. Good man. There we go. That was like 700k, 750. 725. Yeah, I don't think it was getting called. I think there was a better chance of getting value on the turn than there is on the river here, if I'm honest. But yeah, it's probably going to be a fold here by Cedric. I mean, if he's going to do anything, raising is definitely the play. Look, if he's going to do anything, Apocalypse, raising is definitely better than calling. You know? It's hard to, in my opinion, represent a flush in this line, because you would imagine he would start betting flush draws on the flop, and if not on the flop, then definitely on the turn. You know? So, not sure how many flushes he gets to the river with when he decides to raise this bet on the river. And I don't think he raises two pair that often here, although there's a strong argument for it. Just depends on what two pair. Something like 5-4, 4-2 makes sense. But you know, even that might be a little bit kind of too thin, because Clement is more than likely going to have flush draws than him, or flushes than him. But I just feel like, yeah, I mean, I don't think there's any point really over analysing this spot. I just felt if he was going to go for the raise there, I don't think he's ever going to have that many flushes, to be fair. Mostly because, again, people will bet him way more frequently than they should on the flop or on the turn. You know, a lot of people will bet him on the flop, where a lot of the time it should be a check back, and a lot of the time people, if they check back the flop, then, you know, betting the turn with a flush draw is more than likely going to happen. They're never going to check back a flush draw twice, I don't think anyways. I wouldn't personally. How are you feeling after 7 hours of commentating solo? Still hanging in there, Pete, bro. There's easily another 2 or 3 hours in this, I'm not going to lie. Until the blinds start going up, bro, I don't think we're going to see too many all-ins, and it's only going to get more and more tighter when it gets to the bubble of the for the tickets, which is the top 4. Top 4 get a WSOP ticket worth 10k, so yeah, it's probably going to get tighter. No, I'm enjoying it, bro. I'm enjoying it. There's been a good communication between the Twitch chat, and you know, there's been a few funny situations that's come up throughout the stream. So, you know, it's not that I'm looking at the total uptime constantly, but I am aware it's been close to 7 hours. It's all good. It's all good. I don't mind. As I said, I'm happy to do it. 265 people watching along with me, so not a bad complaint. Cedric here in the small blind, facing the raise from Clement. Igor now. You know, for some people, they might get really aggressive and 3-bet this all in here. Obviously, Igor's not going to do that, because I mean, it would be a little bit suicide in terms of ICM. But you know, him as a player, I don't think he's going to be doing it that often. But calling here is 100% regardless. I'm not saying it's the incorrect play. Relatively good flop for Clement here. Top pair, open-ended straight draw, backdoor flush equity. And flop goes check. I think it's fine. It's obviously a bit of a disaster betting and getting raised here with the 9-10. You can definitely bet sometimes, but you know, checking back is absolutely fine too. We'll definitely start betting here from Clement's perspective. I mean, I mean, it's not always going to happen, but it's your own fault here. And like, I would just go crazy big here now. Like this, I honestly would go like easily I would bet pot, I think, or like easily 1.2 million here. Like, he's going to have so many one-pair hands there. You know, check back that flop is like, he's going to check back a lot of one-pair hands. So he's relatively capped on the 5 river after checking back flop and turn. And I don't think he's going to fold a 10 there for any size. Like, maybe he can fold for anything more than pot. But yeah, it's like, you just gotta... No, I agree, React. It's like, just, I mean, look, I mean, I don't mind the flop check back. I think the flop check back is fine. But yeah, you definitely have to bet the turn there. Definitely have to bet the turn. Yeah, he's honestly had it quite a bit, aces full. Look, I mean, for me, he's been relatively tight. But when it came to post flop, he wouldn't overly invest in anything marginal, and for the most part, he's pretty much always had a hand. Clement here now, 17 big blinds, ace jack suited. I would imagine he's going to be coming in for a raise here. Probably just going to be a raise to 600k here, something like that. Clement is more than a competent enough player to not know that making it any bigger is not really necessary. Cedric now on the dealer, going to be getting out of the way with king 4 off. That's what happens. Ego here now in the small blind. I don't mind a call here, honestly, and I think he'll probably find a call, or maybe not. I mean, look, it wouldn't be the first time somebody surprised us with a fold this evening, but he's realised that ace-jack is doing okay against what Clement might be opening in the cutoff, which I don't blame him for thinking. I think it's 100%. Calling here, I think he can 3-bet as well, but calling makes the most sense. The games that I play in, we're paying rakes, so that's not obviously a thing in tournament poker. You've already paid your fee towards the casino. So we have double gutter for Igor and Clement. Alright, going to be getting out of the way immediately. Can definitely see Clement betting this here. I think it makes a lot of sense. It's a very dynamic flop itself, but you know, given what Clement's going to be raising in the cutoff, connects relatively well with this. But decides to check back, which I don't mind either way. Obviously betting and getting raised here is a little bit of a disaster. Multi-way. You have Maurad? Ah. Thinking about doing something, but he's pretty handcuffed off 8 big blinds, that's the problem. He's pretty handcuffed off 8 big blinds here. You know, there isn't that much maneuverability when it comes to being sub 10. I mean, when it comes to post flop, I mean. Pre-flop you can still maneuver around and whatever else, but post flop, when you start putting chips in the middle, 5 to 10 big blind stack, there isn't that much movability in terms of bluffing that much. And the 3 high has improved, and the 3 will win. Yeah, I mean, Clement is kind of whatever this spot. They're 2 pretty quick checks, but I can imagine he's going to check this back, honestly. I mean, you're representing some 10x here. If you bet this river, that you're willing to value bet, and he does decide to check back. I don't mind, I would check that back also. It's just obviously losing to a 3 here is a bit of a disaster. Losing to a 3 here is a bit of a disaster. Han Solo, welcome on in, mate. How are we doing, sir? He shows the nuts. And I think we're going on a break now, guys. So, yeah, all good, mate, all good. Good to hear you're doing well as well. I think we're going to go on a 15-minute break now, guys. So, Hans, you kind of come in at the break time. So, in 15 minutes, I believe, we'll be back. And you can check out the tip counts here. So, a lot of 11 or 12 big blind stacks. Bottom 3, 18, 19, and 28. Our fourth, third, and second. Then you have Christopher leading the way off 30 big blinds. Look, eventually chips are going to have to start going in the middle. and the blinds be up to 200, 400 when we get back. So if I take a break, guys, for 15 minutes or so, I should be back around quarter to. So I will talk to you guys in a few moments.
You need the 4 of spades.
4 of spades, yep.
Alright. Got their skills, not using RTA.
Okay.
Okay.
So you think the first is like system which is somewhat sustainable would be like high rake for high volume players who don't select.
High rate back, high volume players. Well, that's kind of like employees, right? Start the game. Huh?
Your wife is Jewish? So, kids Jewish too, because of the mom. Older daughter speaks pretty good Hebrew. Young one doesn't speak.
Oh, so they have a family in Israel?
Yeah, mom, their grandma lives there, yeah. And all the cousins and, yeah, big family kind of.
You ever been?
Yeah, 2 times with them.
But your kids speak no Finnish, right?
Hebrew,
German.
French, those are fluent, and then it's Spanish and Italian. That is pretty good, Spanish and Italian. Easy because it's people speak a lot of Italian and in Monaco. And she used to go to Italy to horse ride, and coach would speak only Italian.
I tried teaching my kids Russian, but it's just when your spouse doesn't speak the same language, it's just not gonna work.
Yeah, it comes down to how much can you spend time with them, and
Yeah.
I couldn't do that. I just simply couldn't do it.
I was in the same boat.
You would like have to hire a nanny who would speak the language and teach. That would be the way to do it.
23.6 is.
How much is
But
it?
94.4 plus.
Because
that.
so many
How much
people
is there,
speak around
please?
the world, but in Finland,
It's
what do you do with this
175,000.
language if you don't live there?
I mean, it's never going to be a problem speaking just another language. An additional
Twice.
language is always good, right?
Yeah, it's good, but
Never.
still from the practical point of view, you can still choose from some major languages instead of something that
We
you
have a pretty big pot.
practical use
Like
at all.
if you win the first or me, we are running twice. If he wins.
Okay, we can do it like this.
But
okay,
you go twice for.
What time?
No, but if one of us win the first. Okay.
Oh no.
Double, spades.
There's a top set. There's a rapid Ibadu.
Just have long spades.
You need the 4 of spades.
4 of spades, yep.
Cards have I got? 8 out, 7 out.
9, 7, 4.
9,
6.
7.
Okay, that's 4 or 5.
You win for the moment.
I win for the moment, yeah? So what do we want? No spades?
You need big or small card.
Huh?
Big or small.
No barrel. Damn it. Barrel wins. I'll stack it.
Yeah.
How much is it?
Wow.
25.
It's a big pot.
We're just observers.
Huh?
We're just observers.
Yeah.
Observing.
But didn't you agree to
I haven't played any.
I'm just chilling over here. Don't touch me.
One time. No side.
Yeah.
I said one time and no side deals.
Yeah, later then we see one.
You guys want to sort it out between you afterwards, fine. No side deals. You guys could have pieces of each other.
On est copains de pareil.
You make it 40k. You make it 40k.
Okay, wow.
That's what you do.
Having a good night.
Get the coin out. Get the coin out.
You guys call yourself gamblers, yeah? You're losing. I'm winning now, and I want to flip. You should be ashamed of yourselves, all of you. Honestly. I'm starting my own stream.
Armin's game. Armin's game, bro.
Armin's game.
Who won the last hand?
It's on me, yeah?
Who won the last hand? You, Luko? Oh,
I won, yes.
give it the blue fault. You fault? No. I didn't.
Ivan is back in for 40,000.
We wait for you. Can we fault you? I didn't so. Okay, we wait for you.
What I do?
We wait for you.
Round of straddle.
It's a 800 straddle.
You finish with him. 800?
Yeah, because we are doing straddle.
It's only one round. Yeah, so it's only
Yeah, it was one round. Only 2 hands more and it's done. Yeah, 2 hands more. That's it.
One round on me.
Yeah.
One round on me.
So they're still playing the round of 100, 200, 400, 800. But they started before the break.
Why did you look at me when you say that?
Like Armin, Espen, Lupu, John, even...
Oi, oi.
Come on.
But if you take a spin on Amaury, it's his money back, pretty much.
Yeah, that's true. Espen on Amaury, it's your money back.
You think we split?
Yeah. I definitely didn't take because I lose.
We are indeed. Did he bring it over to you? Yeah, do you know why he knew to bring you along Ireland? Because he's got friends at home watching the stream. So they're telling him. They're telling him. Talking of Armin goes turning trips to go along with his king high flush draw. John drawing dead, who's already drawing incredibly thin on the flop. 100, 200, 400, 800 as we welcome Gazzy B back into the booth. And the ace of clubs. Armin goes with the nut flush. John may decide to lead here. 12-7 in the middle, and
I think I know why he's brought his beers.
He is really licking his lips at this lead.
This is a Long Island, boys and girls. What do you taste?
I'm good, thank you, mate. Now, what do you do in Armin's shoes with the king high flush? You make it 40k. You make it 40k.
Okay, wow.
That's what you do.
Having a good night.
Get the coin out. Get the coin out.
Get the coin out. Flip it, flip it. Shout out to Goja's fans back home listening in, telling him what we're drinking. Absolute legend. Not only has he bought us a drink, but he's brought them to the booth.
He has indeed. He's telling me that he spends a decent amount of time out in LA as well. Told him that we were out there, yeah.
Nice.
In the home games a lot of the time.
Oh, see if we can get me a seat.
What you want to drink?
John with a €40,000 decision.
John's asked her to spread the pot.
How do these guys not know what's in the middle already?
Quand je vais devoir appeler Steak, bon, j'ai perdu 400 000 €.
I typically agree with that. Like, I get pretty annoyed, especially when a reg's like how much in there. I'm like, mate, we're playing Pot Limit Omaha. Like, you should know your 240 times tables, okay? But yeah, this is obviously a bit different, a bit splashier. Drinks are flying, champagne's being ordered. So I can kind of, you know, I don't mind letting it slide. But
rivers are being raised.
Yeah.
Flushes on paired boards.
I can give him 50
So
votes.
Doge on the button here. Can have all the boats. Oh, he's going to pay it off.
Yeah, I mean, he's getting 2 to 1 on a coin. It needs Doge to have like ace queen with the queen of clubs, which I think just like cools river.
Yeah.
I don't think it turns itself into a bluff. He has to have like 8-3 for like the 8-3 game bluff, for those of you that don't know. Yeah. We are playing the 8-3 and 7 deuce bounty game. 600 euros a pop. 8-3 would be a sick bluff in terms of boat blockers, but still feels like I'm reaching a little bit. Any natural bluffs come to mind for you?
Yeah, 8-3.
8-3 feels like the only one, right?
Queen Jack with a club. Queen 10 with a club. I think you're right, ace queen with the queen of clubs. Just too strong to be bluffing here.
And even those ones that you listed, I mean, how often does Armin barrel flop and turn with queen 10-0, naked queen of clubs, and then do this on the river? I mean, it's tough to think of many bluffs.
Yes, indeed. John gets there on the river, bets out, faces this disgusting raise, and again, I think this is just a spot where you just call. It sucks, but just because you call and lose doesn't mean you made a bad call. This is one of those spots.
Username saying can't beat value. Got a fold.
Sir, we need the foot service.
Yeah, I mean, you got 9 high clubs on a paired board. And it's not just any paired board, it's a king ace paired board as well, so.
Oh, he's got calling chips in hand. He wants to push them over the line. They're going in. They're going in. Yeah, they're going.
If these goes in, these chips go in, sorry.
Oh, fuck. You took to it.
I think it does make the call. 93,000 euro pot. And we saw yesterday, when John gets steaming, ace-9 goes in the middle for 110k pre.
Okay.
Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen.
Very next hand, I reckon he's going to rip this one in. Rip it and grip it, lads.
King for 20k?
Armin Goj.
4. Oh, I think that's a good.
The Gojinator.
Good luck. The 5 Norwegian
That was Gojalicious.
He's just straight up gorgeous.
It's like.
Did you say gorgeous?
Gorgeous, yeah. It's like you. You're gorgeous, mate.
I'm gorgeous, I'm not gorgeous.
You're gorgeous, lad.
You need the 4 of spades.
4 of spades.
Hello guys and welcome back after a short break. Our final 7 players, chip counts as we can see, Christopher and Igor leading the way in first and second, Dorjan and Masito third and fourth, Cedric and Maurat 5th and 6th, and Clement on 7 big blinds. Guys, there's nothing between these stacks in terms of if somebody loses an all-in, it's going to heavily affect the overall stack that they've had. Even if Clement decided to get double up through Igor, it will put him right down into the middle of the pack. You know, as I said, even with Christopher, if he loses one all-in terms of what the stacks look like there, he's still going to feel that a little bit. So you know, guys got to be careful. And, you know, as I said, I'm all for being the aggressive player in terms of pushing spots with EV and whatnot. But, you know, there's still a lot to play for up top. If you look at what it equates to in terms with including the 10K ticket, you can see it's 55K for first, 37 for second, 29 for third, and then 24 for fourth, I should say. And the 10K ticket just adds that extra incentive, extra bonus of finishing in the top 4. But look, it was a 270 tournament, 270 euro tournament. You know, finishing 7th for 6K is nothing to, you know, cry about, put it that way. So yeah, we're going to be playing down to the winner today, obviously. 7 players remaining. And yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how it pans out in terms of who's going to win a ticket. And obviously, by the end of it, who's going to win the overall tournament, the European Poker Festival. So short break for the players there, short break for the mods, short break for the commentator. 15 minutes goes a long way when you're sitting talking for the last 7 hours, 20 minutes. Said already, I'm more than happy to do it. Could argue I got away lightly in terms of the total stream length. We played down to 24 players last night, so coverage started at 9 p.m. roughly, and it was over by 12. But we played down to 24 players, 3 final tables, or 3 last tables, I should say. And started at 24 players today. Now we're down to the final 7. Mauro out here raising off 9 big blinds, or maybe it was 10 or 11 big blinds for 2.5x more or less. Dorjan here with the ace-6 off. Not sure what to do here. Both options being a thing here in terms of three bet raising all in. It just depends what your perspective or what your perception is on Maurat. You know, is he going to be doing this with air? And if there's going to be less air than value, then we're probably just better off calling here, I guess. Thing is, it's kind of one of those spots again, small blind versus big blind. You're sitting there with 9 or 10 big blinds itself. Why not just jam? Or even this hand is strong enough to have in your limp call range, because if you limp in Maurat's shoes here, I'm pretty sure Dorjan is going to shove over the top. You know, and these decisions really have a huge impact in the long run. Let's be real. You know, so you don't always have to raise these hands. But he does decide to 3-bet all in here, and I don't blame Dorjan. I don't blame him for doing this. I think this is an easy call here. And guys, as I said numerous times before, yeah, I agree, Josie. Limp call shove is absolutely fine. I think raising is probably... Raise folding here would be a huge error. Or what we like to call in poker, a massive blunder, basically. You cannot raise fold ace-9 suited here. What do you think, guys? Is he going to call? Personally, I think he'll find the call. But for me, my chips will already be in the middle. Come on, bro. Come on. For reals? Oh God, this is. I don't know. I can't do this anymore.
I'm not feeling you.
It's one time too many if this fold happens, guys. It's just one time too many that this has happened. All I'm seeing is money going up on fire. If he finds the fold here, that's all I'm seeing. Oh my God, lads, this is criminal. This is so crazy. Oh God, I don't know anymore, guys. I really don't. It's time for me to pack it in, I think. My goodness. I mean, if I'm honest with you, it just keeps getting better. Let's be real. It's not getting. It can't get any worse, but then that happens. That has to be a call, man. And that's how I feel as well, Apocalypse. And I think the vast majority of people, again, no disrespect to the player, but you know, where do you draw the line if you're folding ace-9 there? I wouldn't say collusion. I doubt it now. Let's be. I don't want to go down that kind of pointing the finger in that direction, so to speak. But either way, we saw some huge folds. So much on this final table. You could be right, Prince. Like, very inexperienced players. Like, I mean, they're playing for probably not life-changing money, but you know, money that'll definitely have a decent impact on their livelihood. You know. But again, there's just spots that like are so obvious in what to do, and they should be instinctive at this point as well. Like, it's like the ace-9 there in that situation is so strong. Like, even against a raise 3-bet all in, like, it's still a call. I don't know, guys. I've honestly been blown away by some of the stuff that went down. Not so much yesterday. Yesterday I had a few surprises here and there. But yeah, today has been just in the folding vicinity. It's like, wow. Like, a lot of them hands where they've folded, I don't even think fold is even in a possibility of my decision. It's like, it's not even on my mind folding. It's either like, you know, 3-bet call or just all in myself, whatever the case may be. But blind v blind, just raise folding ace-9 suited. Don't know. Yeah, neutral, bro. I don't know. It's like I can't explain it. I can't explain it. Yeah, but like, again, how long can you wait? That's the problem here, you know. Obviously, the blinds and antes go up every hour. You still have, you know, a decent amount of maneuverability. But you probably get, excuse me, you probably get 15 to 20, 15 to 20 hands per hour. And like, you know, you pick up hands like this playing live poker, guys, you can't really pass up on them. And that goes for playing online too. It's like, it's the same game they're playing here. I talk the talk, Apocalypse, by the way. I'm deep down, that's exactly what I'm like too, but I can't portray that to people because then I'll be called a nit, and I don't want to be called a nit. Yeah, cut off here with Igor, raising it up with the ace-jack suited. His feet though. Big blind here, 15 bigs. Probably going to find a call. Not a call, sorry, but a fold. That's exactly what happens. Gotta say to Igor, said it once or twice throughout this coverage so far. He's been taking down pots pretty goddamn quietly. Not getting overly tangled in many situations, if any. It's not been plain sailing, but, you know, he hasn't really... Nothing stands out as a big situation or a big moment. He's just chipped up gradually, slowly, patiently, being disciplined. You must have some amount of notes taken at this stage of Apocalypse if that's the case, bro. My goodness. Notes on what not to do, yeah? Not what to do. Doors on here now with King 6 suited. It's going to be pretty standard raise first in here. Moves the Mario from the big stack, or the big chips, I should say. So two of them. That looks like a milli. I pretend I didn't read the last comment Apocalypse, alright? I read it, but I didn't read it, okay? Dorjan taking that down pre with a raise. Christopher not deciding to defend. Seven and a half hours into coverage here, guys, of the final day of the EPF, the European Poker Festival here in King's Resort. Main event, €270 buy-in, 45k in prize money plus a 10k WSOP Main Event Europe ticket. It's the equivalent of about 55k plus, a little bit over 55k for first. Again, like that, top four players on this final table will get one of those tickets on top of the prize money they finished in. As I said numerous times already, it's a really, really nice added bonus, excuse me, to your prize money as it is. Yeah, live poker even in Ireland, Apocalypse has been. I mean, I've seen a lot of events popping up that weren't there that frequently before. I mean, I think you mentioned yesterday there was an Irish poker event in Asper's Casino. You know, they're the same guys that are doing a lot of the stops around Ireland itself. So live events like that have been booming as well, to be fair, man. Like lots of kind of small stops, and then, you know, your weekend kind of situations for weekend events. We have Mephisto here just going all in with the ace-jack, getting folds from the blinds. It's completely standard. Oh, but it's nice to have a few live events to look forward to, bro. I've gone to live events, Apocalypse, but I can't take them seriously. The reason why I can't take them seriously is because, you know, I play poker online the whole time. So when I kind of go to a social event like that, I say, right, I want to play some cash games, but I just end up, you know, drinking loads. So I don't end up playing that much at all. I just end up getting pissed and, you know, hate myself the next day and then go on the piss again. It's just, it just ends up being a weekend of heavy drinking, basically. I never really end up playing that much at all. Would always have great intentions to do so, but it never works out. You just meet somebody that you haven't saw for a couple of months or a year or two, and us being Irish being Irish, they're just like, do you want to go for a pint? Of course I'm going to go for a pint. So you didn't even have to ask the question, but yeah, that's how it. That's usually how it happens. It's kind of escalates from there, more or less. Dorjan here now with ace-jack and the hijack. Coming in for a mill ball. Looks like 1 milli. Mephisto waking up with ace-jack. Same hand. Same hand, same equity, same percentage. Spots like this, I'm kind of like, do we just 3-bet all in? Do we 3-bet to a small size because we're in position? Or do we just get out of the way? I think both are, I think all three are pretty viable. Probably want to maybe be a little bit tighter than ace-jack off there. I mean, ace-queen off, I think he could 3-bet, but maybe in them positions, ace-jack is a little bit more... Ace-jack off, that is a little bit more of a fold than a 3-bet, if ever. Going to be very marginal either way, doing it with that hand, I think. But Dorjan takes down the pot with ace-jack nonetheless. Right here now, still one of the shorter stacks at the final table here. Hold it on to Christopher here now. Clement. Cedric now. Looking for suited here in the small blind. Might be tempted to just go all in here. But instead, it looks like he's hunting out a raise. Don't think Igor is going to be folding this hand. Definitely going to be at least calling. For sure we're going to be calling. There's the call. Anyone for clubs? Now, Igor should call this because he has overs and backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw. But it's a little bit awkward when Cedric has such a short stack. I still think I'd still call one in position here. But, you know, that's just what I would do personally. Sure should not be folding this, I don't think. It's a little bit awkward against Cedric's stack size, I get that, but I feel instinctively he probably shouldn't be folding there, but I could be wrong. I just feel like having two overs, backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw as well, might be enough to at least, you know, call that in position. Out of position, I would never check call that hand, obviously, but in position it's a little bit different. But look, Cedric's stack size makes that decision a little bit more awkward, I think, or a little bit more easier in terms of it's just going to be a fold because he's that short anyways. But I'm not sure. I think there's argument for both realistically in that situation. Fold with the queen three of diamonds from Dorjan. Goes around to Clement here on the cutoff. Was it the height? Not cutoff. Igor here now. can imagine he's going to be going all in here against Maurat's shorter stack for the most part. And he's reaching for the pink chips, which are 500k each, if I remember correctly. Effective all in from, and Maurat with 8-2 suited, not going to be calling the all in there. Igor taking down another pot there, albeit a small one, taking down the pot nonetheless. Here the hijack off 8 big blinds. So you can see, guys, there's a lot of sub 10, well, 1 or 2 anyways, sub 10 big blinds. Cedric here with the queen 9. Fold from Igor, one would imagine. And a pretty immediate fold from Maurat, and Stojan picking up the blinds and antes. Nothing wrong with that, sir. Yeah, for sure agree. Again, neutral. Igor versus Maurat, heads up, you'll be on a bender. Yeah, for sure, mate, for sure. Another couple hours away yet, guys, at the rate it's going, let's be honest. As I said, we're nearly 8 hours into a stream here, and there's still 7 players remaining. Plenty of play left, in my opinion, before we even get to heads up. A few players knocked out before that happens. And at this rate, blinds are going to have to escalate, I believe. Guys are playing fairly snug, but, you know, time and a place for it, obviously. Dorjan limping in here with the king, or sorry, Jack 2 suited. There's Fisto here. Attempted to check this behind, I'd assume. Just decided to do that. Imagine Dorjan is going to stab this flop pretty wide. This is going to be definitely one of those hands that he's going to do it with. Removes the Mario from the biggest chips. Fires out probably 800k by the looks of it. So definitely a hand Mesfisto is going to continue with. Backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw, 2 pair outs, etc. Definitely going to be calling one, I'd imagine. Don't think he's ever going to raise here. Doesn't make any sense for him to raise. Ah, don't fold, bro. I think you got to call one there, Mesfisto. I understand it's 3/4 of the pot that he would have bet there, but Got some backdoor equity there. I don't think you can start folding them sort of hands. I mean, that's how I feel, guys. Again, I just don't think I would fold there. I'm not sure how others feel. But yeah, I think you just have too much backdoor equity with that hand. I know he's 15 effective, but still. I think it was only 1.5 big blinds for him to see a turn there. I think you kind of have to take that price there with the backdoor equity. You know, on a 3, you're going to be good. On a 4, you could be good. You know, spades are good as well. Some 5 is good. 2 is good. A lot of backdoor potential. Don't think I'll be letting go of 4-3 suited there in that spot. And especially when you know that the small blind is limping super wide, where they're also going to stab that flop super wide. You know, can't be folding when that's the dynamic. You know, if you don't pick up the extra equity and you face another barrel, then you can start folding. I think that's more than reasonable then. But you know, the flop, given that that's a dynamic in terms of the pre-flop situation and how wide they're going to be stabbing on the flop itself, you really got to be calling bottom pair there. But anyways, back to the action with Mephisto again. 14 big blinds effective. Looking at Christopher, obviously Christopher still has a decent stack size, and he decides to open jam the king queen off here. And oof, he has some dominators, but I mean, all players know that is totally standard. So we have Christopher and Mephisto all in here. Mephisto, the player at risk. And this is what I'm saying, guys. When somebody rips or goes all in for 13 or 14 big blinds, like Christopher was leading not long ago, there's a jack in the window, guys. There is a jack in the window. Christopher, my man. Again, I think later it's like, again, the two players understand how wide Mephisto is going to be jamming there. And yeah, I think Queen Jack is probably good enough to call. I think with Christopher as well, he understands that even with ICM there, it's going to be a call. I think we've seen Christopher make close calls that he's based the decision on the pot odds he's getting, on the range that he thinks the opponent is going to be doing it with. Christopher is very, very smart, I think, when it comes to them sort of situations, to know what's right and what's wrong. But I do think Queen Jack suited is still a call there. You know, it wouldn't have knocked Christopher out. Christopher still had 11 big blinds afterwards, so it wasn't knocking him out effectively. And you know, 11 big blinds is still ahead of some of the smaller stacks, so I think it's going to be still a call, even with ICM taken into account.
Supposed to be.
Give me one time in the day, give me a king, and then you make open.
Dealer, unfortunately, turning over one of the player's cards.
When it's 3 or 5, not go open.
So I think it's the king of hearts that's exposed, and he would have had ace king or 6 big blinds, which is a little bit annoying. Well, potentially, I don't know, did he get the 3 first or the ace? So he might have had either king 3 or ace 3, or sorry, ace king. I mean, he'll never know. He'll never know which was which. Dorjan here now coming in for the raise with the queen 10 off and the cutoff. Now Clement waking up with jacks of 6 big blinds. Problem is, I wonder, will Dorjan feel obliged to potentially call the all-in? Personally, I don't think so. I think queen 10 in this spot, yeah, not that many more big blinds. I mean, oh, 5 or 6 big blinds more. I think this is going to be a fold, honestly. I mean, I would probably even fold queen 10 suited here and start calling maybe king queen suited. Queen jack suited I'd fold. I think seems reasonable too. Stuff like queen 10 off here I think is a pretty standard fold. especially with ICM here now is in play. It's again, obviously Dorjan's still going to be in after this hand if he loses, but you know, still 6 big blinds that could be avoided, and you have to factor in how wide Clement is going to be 3-betting here from the big blind with ICM in play, and I think he's one of the shorter stacks anyways, if not possibly the shortest. I'm not 100% sure, but for sure Queen 10 is probably going to be a fold here, I would say. One might argue if this was a bounty tournament or something like that, you could argue call him, but given it's a final table of, you know, European Poker Festival, I think we could just pass up on this Queen 10 here and not get too overly attached to it. Oh wow, I'm very, very surprised to see that. This is the first mistake Dorjan has really made that I would classify as a bad call. You know, even all the 3-bets that he did prior, in terms of, like, you know, none of them working out, I think they were still, you know, good plays. But I think this is a big mistake, calling this hand here. I know he still has 21 big blinds, but look, again, Clement isn't going to be 3-betting all in that wide due to the fact of ICM. And the pay jumps and you know, the ticket at stake, so he's going to be pretty tight here. So if that's the case, Queen 10 is, like, most of the time going to be in bad shape, and it is in bad shape. Now of course he can hit a queen, but still doesn't justify the call. You know, best case scenario there's some 8s, 9s or something like that. That's the best case scenario. And to be fair, Clement will have that sometimes, but still Queen 10, I don't think it's a call. That's it. Clement gets the double up, 17 bigs. Look, as I said, Dorjan still has a decent amount of chips to play with, but you know, six big blinds at this stage, guys, it goes a long way. You need to mind those chips. Of course, there's a time and a place to be aggressive and you know, put pressure on some stacks. But when you have a decision to call a Queen 10 in a spot where most of the time it's not going to be in that good a shape, or as I said, flipping at best, most of the time that won't be the case. You know, as I said, that's probably Dorjan's first, in my opinion, big mistake. You can argue there might have been some things he didn't do right previously, but for me personally, that's a big mistake to call the Queen 10 there. Hopefully that doesn't cause some form of an avalanche in terms of potential mistakes going forward, but we shall see. Clement here now on 16 big blinds after getting that double up through Dorjan. So there's the call here. Cedric in the big blind now off 12. More than likely going to be checking this back, I'd imagine. Mesfisto, Apocalypse, busted there a couple of hands ago. He, I think he had maybe 13 or 14 big blinds effective, blind v blind versus Christopher. And yeah, shoved all in, folded around to him, and Christopher called with the Queen Jack suited. And got lucky enough to bink a jack on the flop, and unfortunately knocked out Mesfisto in 7th. So down to the final 6 here now, just 2 places away from the bubble. And here now with Cedric and Clement. Clement turning the 2 pair here, and again, this is a little bit too thin from Cedric. Don't see the benefit of doing this at all. I think you just want to check back here and then decide on the river, depending on the sizing that Clement might use in terms of, yeah, just the sizing in general. So I don't see what the benefit is of betting this turn. Yeah, no worries, mate, no worries. I honestly had to think about who got knocked out, but thankfully I remembered. I mean, it only happened like 10 minutes ago, but as I said, we've been streaming for 8 hours, so to remember all these details is sometimes easier said than done, but yeah, it wasn't that long ago, to be fair. And we see Clement here check raising all in on the turn. And exactly, this is why I do not like betting these hands on the turn, because you will face an all-in sometimes and you are forced to fold. And the thing is, it's like him betting this turn is like he's turning 10x into a bluff, in my opinion. Or just like seriously overvaluing the 10 itself on a flush completing turn. Obviously he's going to have to bet fold here, but at the same time I'm not quite sure why he's betting the turn in the first place, if I'm honest with you. But yeah, I'm not going to say he gets punished, but I think lesson learned in that regard. Cedric takes down another pot, probably puts him up to close to 20 big blinds now, up there. Second or third, I believe. Maybe fourth at least, for sure. So down to the final 6 here, guys. The European Poker Festival. Close to 1,100 runners. I think it was 1,072. Players that started three days ago, I believe. Started the coverage at day 2 yesterday, played down to 24 players. 24 players down to 6 today. Started with 3 tables of 8 players. Now we are down to 1 table of 6. Dorjan folding the 9-5 suited. Christopher more than likely going to be mucking the 6-4 off. Falls around to Clement here, who's probably going to be coming in for a raise. Exactly what happens. Or is it a call? No, min raise to 600, sorry, 800. Which is, I thought was going to happen. Clement takes down the pot there, takes down the blinds, takes down the antes. Just like that, he's up on 24, 25 big blinds here, guys. Originally, what, 4 or 5 hands ago, he was down on 5 or 6 big blinds. Got the Queen 10 call from Dorjan when he had the jacks. And he's literally 4x to stack, close to 4x to stack in the last 5 to 10 hands. That's how much he can fluctuate. That's how much of a thing momentum really is, in my opinion. MJ, no, 4 WSOP E tickets, not 6. Top 4 players will get them. Just the top 4. Hold on to Clement here now again. Yeah, no worries, no worries. All good. Clement here might be tempted to raise here again, and I don't blame him one bit. If you're on that hype train or that momentum train, got to keep it going, but decides on the ladder. I imagine Cedric is going to be going all in here. And he's going to get looked up by Igor. So by the sounds of it, guys, we are going to have an all in, I believe. We're asking for a count. Respectively, if he folds this, again, I know I said a countless times throughout this stream, but I don't want to talk about it if he does. I don't want to talk about it if he does. They haven't pushed the boundary that far with finding these folds, no? I hope not. Goes for the call. Maurat then just going to be getting out of the way. Super short stack, unfortunately, from Maurat. Marat, yeah. 5-3 off, just going to be going in the middle. There it goes. And we're going to be on the backs here. Ace Queen from Igor with the King 10 versus Cedric. 45-55 more or less. Cedric the man at risk. We should see how this runs out. Having a few words with the dealer. Slipping him the brown envelope potentially. King high flop. Good start for Cedric. Still a good shot and 1 over for Igor. Not out of the woods yet. So, an ace or a 10 only for Igor, or he will be doubling up Cedric. Cedric gets that much needed double up, brings him up to 17 big blinds. We still have 6 players here, guys. Still have 6 players. Nice little double up for Cedric, as I said already. 18 big blinds, 13% of the chips in play. That means Christopher probably has 35 to 40% of the chips in play because he has 3x that, I believe. A little bit more. Yeah. Probably 25 to 30% of the chips in play Christopher has, thereabouts. See Clement here coming in for a raise, which is completely standard. I think Cedric's going to be getting out of the way. That's what happens. Igor now on the button. 7 Dewey, going to be getting out of the way there too. And Dorjan in the big blind is going to be snap folding, one would imagine. Something on the cards. He's more concerned what's on the card than the actual cards themselves. Pretty easy fold. And then get out of the way there. 19 bigs. Live to fight another day. Live to fight another day. On to the next time we go, guys. Still 600 here. European Poker Festival. Four from Clement. Cedric Jabby. Falling the 6 Dewey off, one would imagine. 150 hands into the stream, guys. 8 hours. Talking about 20 hands an hour by the looks of it. Just surpassed 8 hours there, so you're talking about, yeah, as I kind of assumed. Talking about 20 hands an hour if you're on a 58, so divided by 8. Yeah, about 20 hours, or 20 hands, I should say. Igor now on the cutoff. For sure going to be coming in for a raise with ace queen off. And Dorjan to act on the dealer. Sorry, in the small blind, my apologies. Jack 5 off. Sorry, Jack 5 suited. Not going to be a playable hand in this spot, I think. Never understood this, but it is what it is. Yeah, it's for sure dragging out, mate. I mean, not dragging out. You get my point. It's definitely longer, taking longer to get to the final. I mean, even to get past the tickets, no. Well, I've done coverage or commentating on previous streams with, like, you know, 4 tickets up top as well. But the players that were involved, it's like that wasn't even part of the situation, you know. They were just playing, just playing like, you know, how they normally would, like. Not making any of these major falls or big falls that we've saw over the course of this coverage, you know. As I said, there's been some questionable falls in a lot of spots, but we've also seen some pretty good short stack play. Look, as I said, there's been some obviously questionable falls, and there will always be questionable falls. But you know, there's been a lot of examples of people showing extreme patience, extreme discipline to nurture or to nurse, as they say, the short stacks. So, you know, in that regard, people have done that pretty well. But at the same time, lines ain't getting smaller, guys. That's a very important thing. Of course, you've an hour of play, but that's 20 hands, which we've kind of more or less came to the conclusion of. Getting 20 hands an hour, so lines go up every hour. It's a good few hands. We shall see what Maura is thinking here. Cedric limping under the gun here. 7s, which we kind of saw from Dorjan, if I remember correctly. He did it with 9s. I mean, you cannot call off 4 big blinds, guys. You can't call off 4 big blinds with ace-9 here. Just fold or go all in. This is crazy. Like, again, it's just, it keeps getting better in terms of stuff you shouldn't do, and people still do it. You cannot, like, this is 4 big blinds, man. You can't call 400k off 1.6. I mean, you can, but you can't, like. Does anyone else not agree with me? Can't be doing this. You just have to put it in the middle. That's what it kind of looks like, Apocalypse. You know, look, there's like this limping shouldn't happen off 4 big blinds, but in general, like, the short stack play has been relatively good. No, like, guys have shown genuine discipline. Like, it's well, like this when you see examples of this, you know, calling ace-9 off with 4 big blinds, it's like, come on, bro. You probably live for us. As I said already, guys, when it comes to a decision, like, if you think this is the right decision, just always go with the opposite answer, because that's what's going to happen most of the time from what we saw. Definitely on the final table, anyways. But yeah, it's like, what are you going to do? See, Dorjan flopping bottom set here, multi-way. Cedric with an up and down. I don't blame you, Pete, to be honest with you, bro. I mean, like, we both play enough cash games where we see somebody limping in off this stack size, or whatever the case may be. And 9 times out of 10 is probably exactly what you'd assume it is. And it's a strong hand. Clearly not in this situation. Just a good old ace-9 off. Yeah, again, Jerry, I don't. It just goes to show, guys, that, like, poker can be that way in terms of, you know, you still play bad or not play good, and still run hot, like Josie said there. Like, it's there's some great advice coming from the chat here. By limp folding is probably the best advice I've heard. And this is through Apocalypse. Some more solid advice. I hope people are taking notes here. This is what you need to be taking notes on Apocalypse. We have Dorjan just calling here with the pocket fours, which I don't mind. He's in position. And really bad turn for Dorjan. Really good turn for Cedric. And I wish they would take more time. Obviously, it doesn't matter. But Dorjan's going to be on life support if he loses his hand and he doesn't pair this board. A little bit of an unfortunate turn. Needs the board to pair, or we're going to lose our player in sixth, which could be Cedric, so we shall see. But he does not. Dorjan is on life support, one big blind. We saw it already happen today. Somebody come back from one big blind to run it up to 35. Can Dorjan do the same? Yeah, pretty nasty turn, Pete. And for sure, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's like this guy moved all in on the turn, Cedric, and Dorjan like didn't even think twice. You know, probably just a little bit annoyed and just didn't want to fold, or at least contemplate folding. I mean, I don't know if I'd fold myself personally, but you know, when you factor in the ICM and if he has ever a bluff there, I mean, it's never a bluff. It's just, do I actually beat value? And for the most part, you probably won't. And then after that, you just kind of weigh up your odds of the pot. Do I get the right price to call here against maybe some two pairs that he might have? But you know, it's kind of unfortunate. No, I agree, Hans. Like raising the flop would be a completely standard play as well. I suppose the only reason why I don't mind calling is because we're in position. That's the only kind of plus side to calling there. But for sure, I really don't mind. When you think about the situation, it was four-way to the flop, and you had Cedric betting into betting into three players technically. You know, it's going to be a strong range for the most part. So again, I don't mind just getting it in on the flop there and just like whatever happens after that, so be it. But I agree, raising on the flop there wouldn't be a mistake in any way, shape, or form. Put him on ace king. pretty ambitious, Pete, to put him on ace king there, but wouldn't be the first time someone has said that and have been right, no? Chris, we're picking up the airlines here. American Airlines on the button, as I said already numerous times throughout this stream. Really nice to pick up premiums on the button because ranges are extremely wide in this situation. How often Christopher is going to be stealing here. But unfortunately, he's not going to get any action unless Cedric decides to get a little bit out of line here. Does he want to exchange chips with the chip leader? And if I'm honest, I think you can live to fight another day with this sort of hand. Get a little bit refocused, re-centered in terms of after the big pot. It's going to kind of come back down to ground level, and that's exactly what he decides to do. It's a little bit unfortunate for Christopher there, but as the saying goes, it is what it is. Six-handed guys, but Dorjan is on life support. He needs to go with a hand soon. If he's not already in the big blind, maybe he has two more hands before the big blind and the ante comes along. And Dorjan, this is probably going to be good enough for him to throw this in the middle. I would think. He might not pick up anything better before the blinds and antes come around to him again, so this might be his time to shine. And that's what he feels like. So we'll see. One would imagine either the small blind or the big blind would at least call here. Yeah, for sure, Pete, the ICM is a big factor. But there's just been so many examples of people really folding these hands that like you just have to bite the bullet with and go with. So there's just been these overfolded situations. In my opinion, look, it's not that I don't know a thing about poker. It's just in general. Of course, ICM has a big part to play. You know, this is probably a lot of money to a lot of people, which is totally understandable. So there's going to be some risk aversion always coming up in certain spots where they're not going to take the risk and just wait for a better hand and maybe blind themselves down. But yeah, for sure, it has a big impact. Yeah, and like that was just one example, Pete, if I'm being honest with you. Yeah, I've seen a lot of stuff over the 8 hours, but more so since we got to the final table. But there's been a few examples of that. As I said, there's a line that you probably shouldn't cross in terms of, you know, folding certain hands, and yeah, we saw plenty of examples in spots where I didn't even think the fold was a possibility. But you learn something new every day, or you always see something new every day. And that for me was one of them moments, if I'm honest. Igor here now at the 8-4, deciding to raise it up. It's the first time I see Igor pushing the boundaries outside of you know, any form of a decent hand, which I'm happy to see. It's kind of interesting in that spot because Cedric opened a lot of the times in the small blind with a lot of kind of, you know, not mediocre hands, but definitely weaker parts of his range. So maybe when he limps there, Igor has read into that more accurately, that he just has a lot of junk where he can just raise and get folds. Honestly, Jerry, probably not. There might be 2 or 3 guys on the table that probably study somewhat regularly. That's just from my own perception of the individuals and how I've saw them playing. But for the most part, I wouldn't say many have. You know, 6 players left on this table. I'd say maybe half of them have, or half of them do consistently, just by the way I see they play. Like the guys that you saw doing these kind of really questionable folds and spots, I suppose they're the guys that wouldn't understand that you just have to go with it here, or whatever the case may be. So, yeah. You know, this 300 euro tournament will attract a lot of recreationals. It also will attract a lot of semi-professionals, professionals, whatever the case may be. You know, it's a 300k guarantee for 270 euro. So it's a really good guarantee. You know, 45k up top, 10k ticket. It's a really good return on investment if you can run deep. Yeah, and that's exactly it, Apocalypse. And I think with tournament poker, it's more of a thing where it's going to attract recreationals way more frequently than someone sitting down to play 5-10 or you know, whatever, 10-20, 25-50, whatever that case may be. You're going to come across more probably better players on average. If you play a 1-2 game, cash game, 9 max, 8 max live, of course there's going to be a good portion of guys that don't study. Even some 2-5, but 2-5 I think gets a little bit more, again, depending where you play. It's probably a better standard, and you know, 5-10 is probably similar standard also. Reg, yeah. But yeah, it's I doubt it, to be honest with you. No, for sure I study, Jerry. I play poker full time myself, if I'm honest, but I play 6 max cash games online. Some 200 euro or 200 NL and 500 NL mostly. But I don't play tournaments, but I definitely study only 5 to 10 hours every week. So, you know, it's a must. It's a must. But as I said, there's definitely maybe half the guys left that probably I would feel they study. Like Clement definitely studies, Christopher studies. From what I see anyways, them two definitely work on their game. You know, you could probably argue Dorjan as well. But I think the rest of them then, maybe you could argue Cedric, but I think he's a bit too laid back in his persona that he may not be a full-time player. But Dorjan and Christopher and Clement, I would say them 3 are the guys that would have a study routine, or would have at least looked at some sims for the most part. Nice hand there for Clement, but not going to get any action. Shows 1-9. Final 6, guys. Final 6. Two away from anyone winning that ticket. He's probably never ahead, Gunners, that's the thing. Probably never ahead. We've Dorjan all in blind here. It's hard to say. It's hard to say, Josie, but look, MTTs in general are softer for the most part. You know, cash games, there's a little bit more. It's not that they're one is easier than the other or one is harder than the other. They obviously both have their own things that you need to know overall and study like. But MTTs just attract more recreationals because of the first prize money and all that jazz. So, I mean, it's not that there for sure will be a difference between a €10 and a 270, but you're still going to have a good kind of reg to recreational kind of balance. It still attracts a lot of both kind of categories. Yeah, probably it's look, as I said, MTTs, especially micro kind of mid stakes. As I said, it still attracts a lot of recreationals in the pool itself. But definitely live tournaments are relatively soft, especially the, you know, I suppose anything below the 200-300 mark, you can maybe argue 500 that is still pretty, you know, recreational kind of basis, kind of pool itself. No, I'm guilty as that myself, man. Apocalypse, to be honest with you. I'm just afraid of getting bluffed, eh? At least if you always call, you know you either get bluffed or not. If you fold, you never know. We have the all in here. Dorjan is going to be eliminated, unfortunately. Our player in 6th place, Dorjan. I'm not going to say I jinxed it, but after the Queen 10 call, I think it went. A little bit. I think we had a little bit of a technical issue there. I think I dropped connection, but I think we're back. Yeah, Jerry, no, €200 or $200 games, so it'd be 1-2 blinds and then 2-5 for $500 games. So I'd sit down with 500, whatever the case may be. $500 games haven't been that good online, if I'm being honest with you, so it's mostly 200, but yeah, if there's a good enough 5 on the table going, then I'll take a crack at it, but it's mostly 200 I play myself. But yeah, $200 buy-in, $500 buy-in, blinds at 1-2, 2-5. Yeah. I wish I played 200, 500 live. I think that at that stage I'd be known as a crusher or a high-stakes reg, which is what I aspire to be anyways. But yeah, for the moment, it's just 200 and 500 euro games or $200, $500 games at the moment, which is still not a bad achievement. We're down to the final 5, guys. You can see there, 6th place takes home 8.3k for $270 investment. Sorry, €270 investment, which is still absolutely nothing to cry about or to be upset over. Yeah, honestly, Apocalypse, like, the thing is, when it comes to small stakes games like that, there is some side money to be made. Now, of course, you're going to run hot every now and again, but yeah, it's like, there's for sure some side money to be made, you know, on a monthly basis if you're grinding a couple hours in the evening. Are you asking my big blind per 100, Josie? If so, it's I mean, I play 200 Zoom on PokerStars, so last time I checked, after maybe 500k hands, it's like maybe 1.5, 2 big blinds or something like that. And then whatever I get from rakeback, which is probably, I don't know, 30 to 40% on average. So you're probably talking 3.5 big blinds per 100, something like that, which is all right. It's not too bad. Down to the final players, guys. That's final 5 guys. So the next guy out is unfortunately going to be the one that doesn't get a ticket. So we'll see how this plays out going forward. I saw some interesting fact that like greater than 90% of poker players are actually losing players. So when I kind of saw that statistic, I was kind of like, well, you know, something being in that 10% is all right, no? Yeah. So it's just it's as simple as that, Jerry. It's just you sit down with $200, and the blinds come around to you. The big blind is $2, and the small blind is $1. And then when I play $500 games, the big blind is $5, and then the small blind is $2. And that's basically it. So it's 6 max. You have your under the gun, you have your hijack, cut-off button, small blind, big blind. It's the same thing, it's just with 6 players. And you're given 2 cards. Same thing, Texas Hold'em. No limit Hold'em, obviously. We have Morat here, moving all in off 4 big blinds. Probably hoping to get this through. Oh, sorry, my bad. We'll finish off this hand and I'll just make sure it gets through and I'll reply then, Jerry. Yeah, so basically, in terms of my win rate, as I said, it's probably like 2.5 to 3 big blinds. I think, again, I'd have to double check on my tracker, but basically that's 3 big blinds every 100 hands. So that's $6 every 100 hands is what that breaks down to. And then obviously if you add up, if you have a bigger sample, whatever the case may be, you can get an hourly and all that jazz as well. So when I say 3 big blinds, it's basically 3 big blinds at 200 nil would be $6 an hour, and then so on and so forth. If that's three big blinds at 500 nil, then it'll be $15 every 100 hands, is what that breaks down to. Obviously, there's going to be a lot of tight decisions in terms of the ticket bubble here. You see Paunak here. No worries, Jerry, no worries. You see Paunak cheering on Maurat, telling him he can make it to the top 4. It's going to be difficult when you're sitting with that shorter stack, but for sure possible. You go here now on the big blind, facing a raise from Christopher, debating whether to defend this. I think that's more than reasonable, if I'm honest with you. No, for sure, mate. Defo needs to get a double up sooner rather than later, that's for sure. When that happens, the world is his oyster, put it that way. But definitely, as the saying goes, a chip in a chair goes a long way. For sure still has chips, so if you have chips, you still have a possibility, or you still have a chance. Clement picking up ace-king suited here, or sorry, ace-king off. No doubt he's going to be coming in for a min raise here. Or raise, at least. How did they post? I forget how Dorjan got knocked out, if I'm honest with you. I know Masfisto shoved 14 big blinds in the small blind versus, or into Christopher in the big blind. So Mephisto had king queen off and Christopher had queen jack suited, and they called the all in for 14 bigs, I believe. And he hit a jack on the flop, so I think that knocked out Mephisto. As I said, I can't remember how Dorjan got knocked out. I know he made a questionable call with queen 10 against someone who 3-bet all in big blind versus cutoff. And he kind of went a little bit downhill after that. There was a hand that I remember he got knocked down to one big blind, aces full. But I can't remember, if I'm honest with you. So apologies on that. Maybe someone else in the chat can help you. It's just, it's 8.5 hours into the stream, so it's kind of hard to remember. Kind of hard to remember all the hands. There's a lot going on. But that was only recent. He was the last knockout, basically. Both of us are doing an amazing job, Apocalypse, clearly. To be fair, I'm supposed to be watching this the whole time. You're supposed to be watching the chat, I believe. But either way. Clement here, opening under the gun. I was probably bringing back some memories, so Powak, if that's the case. This was her last tournament. A chip in a chair though, Yuri. It's a chip in a chair, bro. That's what can happen. Saw someone else do it earlier on and he ran it up to 35. Unfortunately, he's been knocked out since, but it's the way it goes sometimes. He's minded his stack since, to be fair, Igor. Got to give him credit in that regard. He's been pretty snug and picking his spots since that, I believe. Clement here now with the ace-3. Decides to check it back, which I don't mind. I don't think this hand has 3 streets of value, so I think betting flop and checking back turn is more than reasonable. I think this is going to be... You definitely got to bet here, Clement. You really don't have to bet that big. I think 1.2k. Come on, bro, you can find it. I mean, I think when Christopher checks there again on the river, it's kind of like, is he ever checking a worse ace, or sorry, a better ace? The vast majority of the time, in my opinion, it's going to be no. So it's going to be a lot of queen X and stuff like that. So I would like to see a bet there. Of course, it's a bit of a disaster when you face a raise, but I still think you can get called by worse there. I mean, betting like 1.2 million would be nice on the river there. Something like 2 big blinds. Yeah, I agree, Yuri. I agree. I feel like this is like, it doesn't matter so much if he calls or not. It's more so asking the question, does he have a worse hand that will call? And if the answer to that is yes, then you always should value bet. You should always value bet. It's like, that's the easiest answer to that question. Like, you know, can I bet this hand? And if you just break it down, you know, there's some queen X there and stuff like that that might get a little bit sticky. But for sure, I think like 1.2, 1.4 is... Yeah, I agree. I think it's fine on the river. Clement here, eyeing up Igor's stack. Attempted to 3-bet all in here. Debating whether to 3-bet this. And again, I mean, it would work, but I'd be very conscious about Igor and how he plays when he raises, or just in general how he plays pre-flop. It would work this time, but I haven't seen many examples of raising wide in a lot of situations when it comes to him. Obviously flops the nut flush draw here, and he's obviously going to bet this decent amount of the time, if not all the time. Thing is with Clements here with sixes with a spade, I think it should still be a call. I don't really like the check back here, honestly. I mean, you turn the flush, fair enough, but it's just such a good board for your range, bro, that like betting it makes a lot more sense. Or you could just generate folds from worse hands, and generate folds from better hands as well. Stuff like stronger ace-x there without a spade. It still probably has to fold on this flop. I think betting there again just makes more sense than checking back. And it's not that you can never check this back, but I just feel like this board is very good for your range in general. I think you can just see bet like your entire range here, or like really high frequency see bet here, and he gets that through. Yeah, I think if he bets the flop there, I think he gets more value. Especially sixes with a spade there is probably supposed to call one. You know, whether Clement decides to do that or not, I'm not quite sure. But as I said, I think sixes with a spade there probably will call. Especially if it's like a small bet, like versus bigger sizes, then, you know, it's probably going to fold. But if you bet like, I don't know, 25% or you know, one big blind or something like that, two big blinds maybe, then I think we have to call. Damn, you're debating what to do in the small blind. Looks like he's going for a raise. That's exactly what it is. Tries to go for a steal with 6-2 off. It's not going to work this time because Cedric has got a hand here. Now, what Cedric decides to do here is going to be interesting. I'm not really 100% sure what to do myself, if I'm honest. I mean, never folding, that's for sure. I don't think calling there is probably the standard play. Really nice hand to have in position here in this situation. Okay, so bottom pair for Clement. Nut flush draw for Cedric. Still think this is a board that Clement wants to see bet here decent amount of the time. But what do I know? I think this is like a board where, you know, it's relatively good for Clement. It's probably a lot better for Clement. So now you're in a situation here where you just have to check fold, which, I mean, it's fine. It's whatever. I do think of this board in general, you want to be c-betting relatively high frequency, and having bottom pair here is a lot of like equity denial for basically any overcard between the queen and the two. But yeah, definitely check fold in there is going to be the play. For the I strongly feel, anyways. It was a pretty big size as well. I don't know, was it pot size? So yeah. Yeah, it was a big bet, Yuri. The thing is, in theory, in that exact spot, I know from cash games, it's like, it is usually like a massive bet from the imposition if they decide to bet at all. But obviously, he had enough flush draw there, so he wasn't going anywhere. But, you know, again, I just know from studying that, like, on that board in particular, where the out of position has all the sets and in position doesn't, when in position decides to bet, it has to be polarized, so it's usually, you know, pot size bet or something like that, or something bigger. Yeah, 90%. Yeah, it was a big bet regardless. But again, as I said, on that texture in particular, a big bet makes sense. And plus, in stack depths as well, it kind of puts a lot of pressure on them bottom pairs and middle pairs and second pair or third pair, all that sort of parts of his range, where Clement is going to have to check fold a lot of the time. Cedric here now in the small blind, Igor in the big. Gonna go for a check back this time, Igor. Not get too out of line like he did with the 8-4 prior. Cedric limped. See Cedric leading out with an extremely wide range here, and unfortunately Igor is going to have to fold here. Not a lot he can do. Igor is getting some ideas here, thinking about doing something spicy. Just take down the pot with 7 high, which is never a bad thing to say, taking down a pot with 7 high. Never a bad result to take down a pot with 7 high. On to the next time we go, hand 173. $173 hands at the moment. Cedric opening up here to 3x. It's a pretty big squeeze, big raise first in sizing. Igor in the small blind, who might be tempted to call here, I guess. Obviously the sizing is a little bit annoying by Cedric, and Moat is behind him with a relatively short stack also, so it's a bit of an awkward situation for Igor to be in, and I don't mind the fold. Moat's going to be on life support. He's on life support at the moment, to be fair. And this is basically Cedric putting him all in. I mean, it'd be a little bit silly if Cedric found a fold here. When it would probably be roughly 125k more. It would be a little bit ludicrous. But he does decide to fold. Yeah, a bit of an awkward spot there for Igor, to be fair, wasn't it? Pretty looking hand there where if Maurat wasn't so short behind. But in saying that, I don't think the button could have re-raised all in after, or maybe I'm not quite sure, probably it could. I was going to say when Igor calls the small blind and Maurat goes all in for 125k more, I'm pretty sure the big blind can come back over the top, but I'm not 100% sure on that. I think with the fold, it's a little bit the 3x sizing from Cedric might have made him feel a little bit kind of uncomfortable. I don't think I would have folded myself personally. I think I might have called with the Queen Jack suited because it's only 125k more. My only concern is if the button can re-raise all in again after that action. If that action happens, that's the issue I have. 'Cause I'm not sure on the ruling there. Because it would be 125k more, and I'm just not sure could Cedric re-raise all in if I was Igor who called in the small blind. So again, I wasn't sure how that would work out, but either way. five-handed here, guys. Next player out. Next player out will be the unlucky guy to not get a WSOP 10k, sorry, WSOP E 10k ticket. And Maurat kind of going in that vicinity in terms of being the shortest stack with 2 big blinds. Welcome back in on Bird. Welcome back in, sir. Yeah, guys, trust me, it's not the first fold that we saw like this in terms of very questionable and or debatable folds. A long list. If you ever wanted to watch back on this final table coverage, you see a lot of folds like that. It's gotten to a stage where I don't even notice them anymore. They've been that frequent. There's been that many of them, I actually just don't even notice them anymore. Three other people tuning in, guys, on Twitch. Went up to 9 hours of coverage. Still got 5 players left in this European Poker Festival final table. €270 buy-in, 300k guaranteed. On to our last 5 players. Next player out will be the unlucky one to not win a WSOP E ticket. That's going to be held in King's Casino later on this year. Top 4 will get a ticket, which is worth 10k, as I said. So that'll add 10k onto the prize money if you manage to get into the top 4. So as I said, the next player out will be the unlucky one to not get the ticket. But he will still cash. He will still cash for 11k for a €270 buy-in. That ain't bad. But I'm sure between the 5 players left, they will all want a WSOP E ticket. Maurat in bad shape in terms of big blinds. So he needs to get something moving ASAP. Flop goes check here. Clement might be tempted to bet this turn, but decides not to. And both players check. And again, I can't see Clement really deciding to bet here. Jack high gets the showdown, and ace high is showing down also. I'm pretty sure Maurat is going to be all in the next 2 hands, I believe. If he doesn't go all in before that. If that happens, then he's going to be at risk. Well, this is his time to shine, guys. It's impossible to not put this in the middle here. And he does announce all in. We all know he's going to be called by at least 1 player in the blinds. No, Ockrow, that's not possible. Although I'm saying that, there's been a couple of folds that happened today that... Indeed you have, Bird, indeed you have. Call being patient, Kret, sorry, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Very easy call for Clement. And good possibility, guys, we're going to be losing Maurat here. And this is going back to the issue of when you get so shallow, you cannot and will not get any folds when you go all in. So this man is literally hoping for a 4 and a 4 only, or we'll be losing Maurat. And sixes are still ahead. Probably just going to be checked down to the river here, guys. Can't imagine Cedric doing anything but 3-2. Can't imagine Igor betting 5-3. And I can't imagine Clement doing anything else outside of trying to get the showdown here. And Maurat is going to be eliminated. Maurat is going to be eliminated. In fairness to the guy, he did well to get this far. He's obviously going to be a little bit annoyed to not get a ticket and be the bubble of that. But it had to happen to someone. But he definitely got too short. Didn't have any fold equity when he decided to go all in, and that's important. But we're down to the final 4 now, guys. Final 4 players of this tournament. I think there's a possibility of a break for 15 minutes. But we'll see if that's going to happen. I think it will happen. But I'm going to give it a few moments just to be on the safe side. GG Maurat. GG bro.
C'est toi qui m'as tout appris. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. 15 minutes like that, it's good.
Yeah, I think by the sounds of the commotion in the background, guys, we're going to be going for a 15-minute break. So get yourself a coffee, get yourself some beers. I'm not quite sure. Some food. I don't know. I'm just starving. I'm just going to bounce. See you guys in 15 minutes or so.
Okay, guys, you have 15 minutes.
All in from Caminita, and Pansier is asking for a count. Really, really awful spot for him.
Yeah. Bottom of range when our opponents could easily just, 3x trashy hands like 8-3 and whatnot.
I think you're absolutely right. I mean, I think we want to be limping in there sometimes. Obviously, it is nice to just go ahead and rip and, see what happens, let the cards fall where they may, but getting trappy is never a bad thing. Particularly with a hand like Queens, which doesn't need too much protection from overcards. As we see Pansier raising to 500,000 under the gun, comes with the min open, and Mr. Wheeler, all the way from Chicago.
Doesn't have the worst hand in the world to 3-bet fold.
We're going to see a re-raise after he takes his time, but elects to just let it go. Oh, Mr. Wheeler.
Saying a 22 big blind stack. See the payouts in the chat there for you, ladies and gentlemen.
Do you want to hear my Jason Wheeler story?
It's your story, mate. Yeah.
I feel like I've built it up to something it's not.
Oh no! Is it another
what?
Disappointing Gary Blackwood story?
Yes, it is.
It's kind of like your jokes, your dad jokes.
Oi, you take that back. Right, so I think the year is 2018. I'm playing my first ever World Series of Poker main event.
Oh no!
I think I missed
Oh.
It's okay. I let like this and fold.
Wow.
So Balan has
just set fire to 125k. Didn't realise that it had been opened.
Matthew will play 40. Matthew will play 10-5k. And you? You also lose your
Wow.
Well, that's a pretty brutal live misclick.
Yeah.
Really need to stay dialed in these spots, chat, and pay attention. I mean, there's a lot going on. Would have flopped an open-ender. What a weird spot.
What will you play after WSOP?
Below with 3.5.
Where will you go after WSOP?
Behind 1.4 in the middle.
Yeah.
And then EPD Prague.
And time off.
Then time off.
Thinking of going to Amsterdam. Not like big, but it's going to be fun.
6-check.
Gets checked through. 5 of clubs on the turn, pairing the board.
Bulu immediately reaching. Henry spoke about this earlier. He tends to act hella quickly. Comes out with a very quick stab here for 350,000 chippies.
Yeah, big fan of this turn probe for quarter pot.
Round 350.
Also same stuff.
Not going to get the job done though. Pansier correctly deciphering that his ace king is going to be good a lot of the time here. Makes a call. Bulu looking for a 7 and 8 or a 9 to take the lead. Pansier staring him down. 6 of hearts on the river. Bit of a disaster card if you're Boodeloo, because now the ace-X type hand's a little more likely to call.
Not this WSOP, but the one that they threw in October.
Not going to slow him down, Gary. As he goes B25 on the turn. B50, thereabouts, on the river.
Straight draws miss, flush draws miss. Pansier with just ace high. One of the better ace highs to call with though. Your opponent shouldn't be bluffing much ace X or king X. So you unblock those bluffs. Don't block too much value, mind you. You don't block ace 6 suited. You do block king 6 suited. You don't block king 5 suited.
I was like, oh, this just happens all the time.
These guys really focused. Every pot extremely important. Makes the call.
Nice call, sir. Take a bow. Not easy. Obviously easy for us in the booth and at home, but out there, bright lights, cameras.
Don't want to look like an idiot.
Yeah, 2 players away from a WSOP bracelet event final table.
If you take me my mistake,
Stays dialed in and finds the correct call up to 10 million in chips down. The Frenchman. Crumbs.
What did you think of Rosvedov Everhoof? Curious to hear your thoughts on this place. How many likes have we got on YouTube, I hear you ask? As we're going to see a flop for the first time in a while. 257. You guys are awesome. My name is Gary Blackwood, also known as GazzyB123. As we get a very interesting flop here. The Jack Deuce of Spades flopping the flush draw. Pansier flopping top pair. I don't see Pansier doing much checking here. Maybe he just check rips it. Who knows? Does elect to check. Caminita with that flush draw and the overcard. Reasonable equity here for the Italian. He decides to knuckle it on back. 5 of diamonds on the turn. No help to Caminita just yet, although he does pick up the gut shot. A 4 would give him a straight. A jack would give him top pair. A spade would give him a flush. 31% equity. Does Pansier start to fire now? Answer is yes. Lars de Monk says EPT Prague is soon. Yes, it is, my friend. Yes, it is. 2.4 million is the bet. Call from Caminita. No help to him on the river. Pansier with the best of it. 8.4 million in there. Caminita with a pot-sized bet left behind. Had to get an action flop. And then 9 deuce versus Jack deuce hands. Caminita didn't bluff the river earlier in this spot. When his king high flush draw missed. A lot less showdown value here with the Jack deuce.
1 Coke Zero, please. Yeah.
All in from Caminita, and Pansier is asking for a count. Really, really awful spot for him with just second pair. Lots of draws missed though. Lots of hands like Jack 4, 10, 4. Spades. Chat. Do we think he's going to call it off? Type number 1 if you think he's going to call, 2 if he's going to fold. Get your answers in as soon as possible. 1 if you think Pansier makes the call with a pair of 9s. 2 if you think he folds. We've got deuce, deuce, deuce already. Bunch of 1s. Wow. Answers coming in thick and fast. Plant the seed, there are 2,982. Looks to be that the chat thinks a call is slightly more likely. All those missed draws as mentioned, but a bunch of 2 pairs. Bunch of straights that might play like this. Pansier with the big stack. He might want to preserve that stack. If he calls and loses, he's down to about 15 million. Less, actually. But on the other hand, guys and girls, if he calls and wins, he's got 1 hand on the bracelet. Should have gone all in on the turn with that hand. A little surprised they didn't get it in on the flop, to be honest with you. There's no obvious 2 pairs. I think there are some. 5-3, 6-3, 6-5, 9-5, King 3, King 6. It gets through, and he shows the bluff. Oh my days, you love to see it. Caminita instantly on his back. Absolutely fantastic.
You're printing right now, for sure.
Ja, Turn foldet er jetzt und der andere calls halt wieder.
You're bleeding hard.
Strain is
Back to the normal hands.
pressure on the nervous system.
Normal range.
Like
Normal range, normal hands.
this is the way I understand it.
Heads up.
Ah, Patrick, huh?
What do you guys use the app for the sleep? What is that?
No, Whoop.
Ah, what is it?
Whoop fitness tracker.
Tracks your sleep. I was tracking myself until I was not tracking.
You stop sleeping?
I had some good numbers on sleep.
For 8?
Stand up, boys, are in. Catch the stand up, boys.
90% range.
How much is the bet? 4,800 you said?
Na, wenn sie so spielen, muss ich so spielen. Was soll ich tun?
Yummy, yummy.
Ich hab genau gewusst.
Heads up is where I shine. Fold,
Yummy,
fold.
yummy.
Stand up, guys.
You're printing right now, for sure.
Ja, Turn foldet er jetzt und der andere calls halt wieder.
You're bleeding hard. Check.
Heads up is your game?
Hmm?
Heads up is your game?
No, no, I was just repeating what Patrick said.
Check.
One thing good about this hand between us is that now you cannot complain.
We'll see.
Never? Never. At least until I fuck you. One time.
What do you want to do? Say it.
Win a hand against
What do you... Oh, now.
Oh, baby.
Uh-oh.
Here we go.
Uh-oh.
Stream is off.
I came to play this stream yesterday and Yusuf immediately started trolling me. Yeah, you lost the quads, you lost the quads. You remember, Yusuf? Well, yesterday when we started to play, you're immediately, you're the guy that lost the quads.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I lost 2 quads today as well.
Oh. Where's the handkerchief?
I need a cake. I need a big cake, a chocolate cake.
What's up, man? How you doing, man? My brother from sleep? No?
Not to sleep.
Seriously?
What do you mean sleep? What is sleep?
I have blockers, man. Look at the ace. I have an ace. You don't have 3
Oh my
aces.
god. So I pay.
I called because I wanted to not lose the stand-up game.
All right, guys, welcome back on in. Final 4 players here. 30 big blinds, 28, 26, and 20. Not much between. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Cedric leading the way. Clement in second. Christopher in third, and Igor in fourth. I'm not sure. Does anyone potentially have a player to pick from these final 4? Personally, myself, I mean, I think I'm going to go with Christopher. Kind of feel like he might do it, but again, a lot can happen pretty quickly. Depends on what cards are given to some guys, but I'm going to pick Christopher for my guy to win this outright, if I'm honest. Obviously, all players are guaranteed the 10k ticket on top of, 14.5k. So yeah, for sure, there's still a lot to play for. Don't forget that. You still have the 45k up top for first. So there's 30k in the difference between fourth and first, which for sure, still a lot to play for here, guys, without doubt. Cedric coming in for a raise here. Christopher now defending the 8-6 suited, pretty standard in my opinion. I'll say the couple of players that are left here, guys, 3 of them are definitely solid. And without a doubt deserve to be in this situation. Flop goes check here. Imagine maybe Christopher just decided to check this river as well. And he decides to go all in. Wow. I'm not sure about this, to be honest. I mean, obviously Cedric, it's not that he can't call. It's more so, can he find the call? That's an extremely risky play. The reason being is because, you know, Cedric can still have like king. No, Lita, it went check, flop, check, turn. And then on the king river, Christopher just decides to like jam all in. For like 2x, 3x pot or something like that. So check down to the river. I think that's really, really dangerous to do that on a king river. Because Cedric can still have, obviously, a lot of king x in his range there. That's going to call the river. I thought I went check on the turn. Or did I miss that action? Just calling under the gun here. Bit of an unorthodox play, some might say. Yeah, I thought that too, Apocalypse. I thought that too. That's what I'm saying. Like, he just like jammed all in on the river for like 4x pot on a king river. It's like pretty over the top in my opinion. I could have honestly got really punished by it. I'm not gonna lie. It's just lucky that Cedric didn't have a river a king. But as I said, king x is a big part of his check back flop, check back turn range. So he needs to be careful. That, you know, I don't even know what he's trying to do there. I think I said it in the coverage yesterday. When you have a situation where you can accomplish the same thing for a lot smaller sizing, obviously you should pick the smaller sizing because you risk a lot less to achieve the same result. Chris bet turn. Couldn't the bet turn if there was 1.25 million in the pot? I just didn't see the size. The size of the pot by the river. I just saw the action, if I'm honest with you. I mean, it's still really ambitious to like jam river. Regardless, we're heads up here. Clement limping in. Cedric checking behind. All very standard stuff. Okay, if the pot was bigger by the river and not 1.25, then fair enough. I still think it's extremely risky doing that on a king river. And Cedric here raising the two pair, top and bottom. Shows it to Clement. Yeah, if the pot was that size by the river, ace is full, then he definitely yeah, obviously had a hand. Or obviously bet the turn, I should say. I did see the flop action, I just missed the turn action. I know flop went check, that much I know. King 4 here by Christopher, going to be getting out of the way. Clement's going to be getting out of the way here too. The next blind structure is 300 and 600k with a 600 big blind ante. We'll put more pressure on stacks, reduce the amount of big blinds. Another limp pot here. Cedric flicks in 500k. It's a pretty quick call by Igor. Cedric rivering two pair, but 4 to a straight comes in also, so he needs to be a little bit careful. Igor checking here. Does he want to start bluffing this hand? Don't really mind it. Checking back here is fine too. Get to realise your equity, and there it goes. Cedric just has to check, and maybe check call depending on the size, and Igor may go, but betting here I don't think makes much sense. If you're going to bet really, really small. It does decide to check, which I think is absolutely fine also. Kind of thinking maybe the 1 million to maybe 1.5 is what I'm thinking here. Something around half pot, or 40 to 50% pot, but I think 1.5 here is good. 800k bet by the looks of it. Thought they looked bigger, to be honest. I mean, it's fine either way. That's 1.3 million, that's what I thought. It's more or less what I do as well, something around the half pot situation, just puts a lot of his range in a tough spot, you know. Any bluff catchers like two pairs or potentially one pair of hands. Looks like he's getting looked up here, and it does. Cedric's going to get the bad news. I mean, again, given how Igor plays, it's not that he won't ever, you know, have a stab there on the river and hope he can get him to fold off a chop. I think Igor would be the type of guy to say, right, there's there's a straight on board, then I might just get this to showdown. I'll try and bluff at it. I'm not saying I'd fold there, but, you know, chopping at best. Is Igor capable of bluffing there? I'll probably still call, guys. I'm not going to lie. Nice hand, nice check back there by Igor. I think some players might be guilty of not checking back hands like that to realise equity. Just nice when you check back and you get there and you're like, yeah, just kind of verification of your decision that it was good. Of course, you're not always going to get there, but you know, there's still bluff opportunities if the out of position checks again on the river, and you know, you're there with king high, which is never going to be good most of the time. So it's not that you lose the hand by checking back the turn, you can still bluff some rivers potentially. So I like to check back regardless, but it's not the end of the hand once you check back the turn for what it's worth. Yeah, he's made some hands for sure. Ace is full. Can't argue with that. To be fair, I mean, you could probably put him as a tight aggressive player potentially. We have saw some stuff that he's willing to raise light pre. In some spots, I think there was a spot blind v blind where I forget who limped in the small blind, but he raised it up at 8-4 off. I think it actually was against Cedric earlier on, but yeah, he's made some hands. He's made some hands for sure. But he hasn't got out of line as well. That's the reason why he's probably where he is now. You know, was aggressive at the right times and picked the spots and kind of ran well in regards to picking up 2 full houses against blind v blind. On both situations, hit a full house. And I played off in the first one. You know, the line he took in regards to was like bet, call, flop, check, call, turn, and then donk river. He did that both times in that situation, and both times he had a full house. But yeah, definitely made some hands, got paid when he made some hands, and you know, as I said, that's why he's kind of in this position that he's in right now. Christopher here, top pair. Getting a call from Clement with the jack. Seems pretty understandable. I think you're supposed to bet pretty small here, bro, if you are going for a bet. 2.2 is probably something around that. I think is okay. Maybe a little bit too big in my opinion. I might go a little bit smaller, 1.5 to 2 million. Probably more so in the mid-range of that, like 1.7, 1.8 here. I would personally. When the flush completes on turns in these situations, I mean, look, again, from what I studied in cash games, it's just like ball players can have a lot of flushes, so you can't bet big. So you tend to just bet small with a lot of your betting range for that sizing scheme. You know, so you get value here from Jack X in terms of like Jack X, offsuit Jack X with a spade. You know, maybe some 4-5 is going to call here. 3-4 is going to call here, I would assume. Basically, any pair plus draw here is going to call. And, yeah. And obviously some ace-x itself. Some strong ace-x, even without a spade. I think this Jack 5 is going to be a call for the reasons I mentioned already. Pair plus draw. You know, the flush being there. I don't know. I still call this. I think we still have to again, look, I don't mind if he finds a fold here, honestly. I think when you're playing this kind of stack depth, you know, I don't blame him for folding. It's just the some of the folds you kind of have to make post flop with these kind of pair plus draw when you're this shallow. I mean shallow-ish. You still have 20 to 25 big blinds, give or take. But there's still decisions like that. If you're 100 big blinds deep, you probably never fold there. But when you're 20, 21, 22 big blinds, you're kind of more handcuffed in terms of, okay, well, if I put this in, you know, it's a little bit kind of a dodgy spot in terms of like what, you know, river cards I want. You know, am I outs clean? Am I dead already? You know, these are the questions you need to weigh up in that situation. And you know, it's more or less what Clement decided to do there when he finds the fold. Just weighs up the options of the hand itself. Am I outs clean, etc. And if they're not, then you know, no point calling there. You could be dead already. But anyways, back to Clement here again. Limp again in the small blind. Cedric picking up the ace-10 off here. Probably going to be finding a raise at some point. Looks like a milli, 2 milli. Yeah, I mean, Clement's just obviously going to limp fold here. Not a lot more he can do in this situation. It's obviously annoying, but it is what it is, obviously. Find the fold eventually, which I assumed it was going to happen. %, can get behind the limp. Walked there with the 7-2, which is always nice. Nice hand here for Cedric. Coming in for a raise to $1 million. Christopher debating whether to defend King 8 off, and I don't mind the fold. I think it's completely standard. Cedric here now, first to act under the gun, 7-6 off. One would imagine it's going to be put in the muck. Christopher here now, small blind here with ace queen suited. Strong premium. And comes in for a raise to 1.7 million, a little bit over 3x. Maximise the fold equity there. Probably going to do that with a certain percentage of his range there. Right, polarize a raise first in. Maybe it's super standard. I see people do 2.5x, never really 3, but you know the stacks aren't that shallow anymore between the two guys, so you can obviously see some merits to making it bigger. Ego here now under the gun, first to act. Clement here now. Coming in for a raise, or is that a call? Apologies. Get to see some flops, and interesting check back here from Cedric. Would imagine he should be raising that, but you know, again, there's probably some weaker king X like king 9, king 8, king 7 that you maybe want to check back. Maybe you should raise king 7 sometimes. I think with king jack you probably want to raise a lot more frequently, as you can still get called by worse king X, and you know it's a pretty decent hand in this spot. Obviously a little bit bad if you get like limp raise, but a tendency from what we saw in general on this coverage doesn't seem to happen that often. I think we saw Matfisto do it before, where he limped jack 10, and I think it was Gunter who had 8s in the big blind, decided to isolate, and then Matfisto came back over the top with jack 10 offsuit. Gunter eventually called, and yeah, Matfisto is a bit fearless in that regard. Relentless, to be fair. But yeah, other than that, I haven't seen that many limp raises in general, so would like to have saw a raise with the king jack there, but it's not the end of the world. Still here, 4 guys left here. 36 big blinds for Christopher, 27 for Igor, 25 for Cedric, and 16 for Clement. Christopher here now with the 8s, more than likely going to be coming in for a min open at least. 1.2, size and he picks. Clement here. Imagine he's going to be folding here. Cedric also going to be getting out of the way with the 10-4 off here. Very, very bad hand out of position. Christopher now with pocket 8s. Oh, sorry, Igor with pocket 6s. Apologies. Probably going to be calling. That's what he ends up doing. So we're going to go heads up to the flop here. Pocket 8s and versus pocket 6s. I mean, it's a very good flop for Christopher. Let's be real. So he still should be betting this here. Ego should never have ace queen, ace king, aces, kings, queens, etc., etc. So he should bet this. And he understands that. He's out for a 1.6 million bet, and it's going to work. It's going to work. Not really sure what the Hollywooding is about here. Not a lot Igor can do. Folding is the only option. Thinking about something. As for what, I'm a little bit unsure. Does eventually find the muck. Just can never understand the. I know time and tells are genuinely a thing, but you know, it's like, why take so long to fold there? I just don't understand. For me, that's just like a snap fall. Like, there's not even like any debate here, you know. But for some strange reason, he liked to take his time with that decision when, you know, sixes in that spot are in really, really bad shape the vast majority of the time. So I'm happy he found the fold, but could have probably found it faster. Clement here now, coming in with the queen jack off, raising it up to 1 milli. 2 big blinds. Cedric thinking about something. Decides to pass. Igor going to be folding also. Christopher now on the big blind with 6-3 suited. Might be tempted to call here. I wouldn't blame him one bit, but decides to fold. Surprised he didn't defend there. And in case you guys didn't hear, there will be now a blind increase to 300, 600, 600, 600 big blind ante. So, you know, stacks get a little bit more shallow. Blinds go up every hour. Next level in the next hour will be 400, 800 K, that is. Still have the final 4 players here, all guaranteed WSOP E tickets. But now they're also playing for 45,000 euro for first. All guaranteed. At the moment, 14.5 grand. Plus the WSOP E main event ticket worth 10k. So you're talking 55k plus for first place tonight. As I said, we're down to the final 4 here. And Cedric opening up. King 10 suited. And has sparked Igor's attention with the 9-8 suited. See if he's getting any ideas. Does he want to call? Decides not to. I think you're probably better off, bro, in that situation. Christopher here now, getting out of the way with the 7-6. Clement, who's going to be, unfortunately, putting them in the middle also. On to the next hand. This is a battle, guys. This is a battle. You are seeing a battle here. Let's be real. There is nobody left out of these 4 guys that are really like out of line in Anthem. They're very precise. They're very focused. They're very concentrated. Nobody looks like they're going to make that many mistakes. If I'm honest with you, everyone's playing really goddamn solid. And when that's the case, guys, there's just going to be less frequent all-ins. There's just not a lot you can do. You know, Seen so many examples of people nursing like 5, 10, 15 big blind stacks all day. And, you know, a lot of them are around that vicinity again, maybe on the 20 big blinds itself or whatever. But they're going to mind their chips, guys. And that's what a good player does. They pick their spots really, really well. They're patient and disciplined. And as I said, look, it's been four-handed for quite some time already. And just nothing. No major mistakes by many players. It's been very, very solid by all of them so far. Tough table, tough final four. You know, 10 hours, nearly 10 hours into this, another 20 minutes thereabouts. We're going to be for coverage here. I'm still going strong, no problem at all. Another couple hours in me yet. I'm till the end of this final table anyways, that much I know. That's the bare minimum. Here we have Clement leading out. Top pair, open-ender, improves on the turn. Cedric with middle pair, 8-high kicker. Probably just going to be folding if Clement decides to bet, but Clement understands that Cedric can have a lot of 5x here too. And this is what I'm saying in terms of understanding when people are going to bluff and stuff like that. And Clement, that's a good sign of him understanding that Cedric is going to have a lot of 5x in the range here. So Clement is protected when he checks this turn, which is really, really nice to see. He's obviously supposed to check extremely often here when the ace high, you know, the 4 to the straight comes in. But yeah, it's still good to see a good player like that. And, you know, Clement's been very solid throughout the whole coverage anyways, from what I've saw. I think he was on the feature table for all of it. There might have been a gap in between, but he's definitely been around for quite some time. And we've really saw him play. Just very solid, never got out of line too much, didn't make any major mistakes. You know, was never on like sub 5 big blinds. There's always 10 big blinds plus throughout the whole coverage, as far as I know, if I had to remember. So, yeah, again, credit where credit is due. So compliments to Clement. And he finds just a smooth call there. Cedric, just on the 17 big blind stack here. Clement with 8 big blinds behind. Is Clement going to get any ideas? Will he fire the bullet? If he does, it's going to be snapped immediately. Now, flush gets there, so it's less of a reason for Cedric to bet there. Although, if a flush doesn't complete, pretty sure he's not going to bet the river anyways after he calls the turn. You have to be, you know, I think 2 pair plus is the minimum for maybe check calling the turn there. Unless you feel like Cedric is going to be like grossly overdoing it there in terms of like bluffing way too much with stuff he shouldn't be, or whatever the case may be. So I think check calling the turn there, even two pair isn't in great shape, but I would say that's the bare minimum. You can't be calling 1 pair of hands, I don't think. So when he check calls the turn there, you kind of know you're kind of somewhat screwed, I guess. Clement here now on the button. King Jack suited. Sorry, King Jack off. Folded around to the big blind, who's Igor. Really should be defending this in my opinion. It's only a min open. He's realised that also. Very nice flop for Igor. Well, not a bad flop. Obviously it's monotone, so it's not that nice. Still having 2 pair here is not bad. I think small bet here, like even 600k is good. I think you can nearly get away with even betting from in here. But either way, betting small for sure is going to be the best play here. I think it's a pretty standard call here from Igor. Really don't want to start overly invested in this spot, in this sort of textures there with this hand. Obviously a horrible looking turn card from Igor's perspective. Thing is with Clement here, I actually wouldn't mind if he could find one more bet. The thing is, I'm not sure if Igor's going to fold this hand in particular, but there's still hands that he will fold. You know, some one pair hands without a club here, for example. But yeah, it's a little bit difficult to find it when you don't have a club. But there we go. I really like this. I'm proud. Again, this is like a good example of a player who's like very aware of what he's supposed to do, kind of in theory. You know, in general, in terms of being aggressive, and you know, like Queen 6 isn't in. I mean, it's a super small bet, which I'm not the biggest fan of. I think this needs to be a little bit bigger. It's still a one-to-one kind of SPR on the river, but I think if he makes it a little bit bigger himself, then the SPR will be more accurate, I guess. Or you'd have a lot less than pot. Yeah. Just a little bit bigger goes a long way, and he's after improving too. Straight, but they both have a flush here, so it's just going to be a chop pot, I guess. I mean, I'm not sure how fast Igor kind of called the turn there, but if he called very quickly, it's probably never the king of clubs. I mean, maybe it could be, but he's just not gonna bother trying to push it through. I still like his turn bet though a lot. Even when you think about a Queen X without a club, there is in a nasty spot in the turn too. But yeah, I would have liked that he made it a bit bigger himself on the turn. I think that might put Queen 6 in a tougher spot. Cedric here now on the button with Jack 9 suited. Coming for a raise. Oh, that looks like a call, interestingly enough. You got Igor now with a hand that's more than good enough to raise, I think. But he just decides to call. Even seeing Cedric limping this on the button has made me realise that he's probably, again, situationally aware of stack sizes. So he's probably a pretty confident player as well. My assessment would be of him right now. Because I wasn't really sure, did he know that much? No disrespect, by all means. I'm just saying it's like, you know, seeing this limp on the buttons made me realise that he's probably a confident player, you know, a solid player as well. So if that's the case, you know, that's just every guy on this table is a pretty strong player, guys. I had to pick some of the from the starting 9. These ones would have stood out, and these are kind of 3 out of the 4 definitely I would have picked in terms of just quality of player. Probably the 4 toughest. Interesting fold there now. Yeah, I can get away from this, I think. It's a pretty strong raise by Christopher, in fairness. You know, you could argue if he had some flush draw to go along with this, he might be inclined to call. But with a one pair hand, that's not going to improve on many rivers. I think we can just let this go. He does find the fold. And that's what I'm saying, guys. There's just been some disciplined stuff going on, but like for the right reasons. You know, finding that fold there on the turn. Yeah, it might be an easy one for a lot of people. Fair enough. But still, you know, consistently finding them folds. Getting away from the hand when you can. It saves you so much chips. The earlier you can get away from that in spots like that, you know, the more chips you can save in the long run. Finding the fold there with Queen Jack. As I said, it's not going to improve on many rivers. And even the ones that you think you might improve on mightn't even be good for you. You could be dead already. So that's what I'm saying. You maybe need the extra outs in terms of maybe a flush draw to potentially call that. Otherwise, you're just going to be folding all your one pair hands there, basically. It's just not a lot you can do about it. A walk there for Clement. Nothing wrong with that. And 196 guys. Well deep into the forest at this stage, the final four of this tournament. Christopher here now a Queen 8 of hearts on the button. Decides to pass, which is a little bit surprising. I thought that would be a pretty standard open in that situation, so maybe he knows something that I'm not aware of. Clement just might be tempted to ship it all in here, possibly. It's either that or maybe playing a call and see what Cedric does in position. He does decide to open jam, which I don't mind. I think it's absolutely fine. Cedric is not going to be doing much with Queen 5. I think even off the stack size, given how wide Clement is going to be shoving all in here, Queen 5 is just not one that you're going to be calling it off for 13 bigs. You do not have to call that wide when you're not that short. 13 big blinds there would be a bit of a suicidal play in terms of calling it off at Queen 5 of diamonds there. Clement here now a 10-2 of diamonds. Coming in for a raise to 1.2 million, it looks like. Cedric going to be getting out of the way with the 9-8 off. Igor now. Probably going to be a fold, I guess. The stack size is probably a lot more closer. If you're deeper, you could argue defending it, but off 14 bigs is probably a little bit more of a fold, I think. But again, that would be my assumption. He's probably going to pass, though. That's what it is, unfortunately. Still four-handed here, guys. Can't remember the last time I saw an all-in, I'm not going to lie. Don't know when is the last time I saw an all-in. I remember the last time somebody said all-in. Getting out of the way there. Christopher's going to be folding here also, I'd imagine. He does. Cedric here now under the gun, 7-2 off. Going in the muck, you'd imagine, as it does. Igor here should be raising, I think, anyways. Coming in for a raise. That's what I suspected. What's the 1.2? It's the 2x open. Got Christopher here now. He's probably going to go for a 3-bet all in. Obviously, Igor is going to fold, but I think 3-bet and all in here is the play. Shows how much I know. I suppose the Clement behind him. It's a bit too much to risk it. So that would change my analysis, seeing that now. Didn't realise they were so close in chips. Two chip, well, I suppose the two leading stacks, to be fair. I can see Igor going for a bet here, but again, yeah, I mean, I think I might find a bet at some point there with King 5, to be honest. Maybe not on the flop or the turn. I mean, I might have bet the flop. If I don't bet the flop and I don't bet the turn, I for sure I'm betting the river. I don't think King 5 is ever good in that spot. Like, you'd have to just check down some Queen High, and yeah, that's just not going to happen. I doubt, anyways. Clement now picking up these cowboys. Small blind here versus Igor's limp in from under the gun. It's quite interesting, but I don't think Clement really cares what he might be limping under the gun. He's going to be calling anything that Igor does if he decides to re-raise, which I doubt is going to happen. No, I agree, BBH, T. I agree. I wouldn't be one bit surprised if he would have called the river. Clement taking down the pot there. Fortunately, Igor having to limp fold some queen 8 suited. Christopher here now with ace-6 off, coming in for the raise. Clement now with the ace-8 off, contemplating coming in for a raise. Definitely contemplating the 3-bet, that's for sure. I don't blame him. Don't blame him one bit. It's a good spot to do it in. Block some value with the ace. Decides to pass. Nah, I don't mind the fold. Don't mind either action, to be honest with you. As long as he didn't call. 3-betting and folding are both more than viable. Got Ego here now, who's just going to be shipping it over Christopher. Doesn't really hesitate in making that decision to go all in. Christopher's going to be folding pretty swiftly. Clement now under the gun. Probably going to come in for a raise. This is 4-handed, by the way. Far above what you can be raising in this position, 4-handed, I would assume. Ego getting out of the way in the small blind. Going to be on Christopher in the big blind and probably not going to defend 9-6 off. It's a little bit on the looser side, I would assume. He more than realizes that. Change of dealers. Must be a dealer change every hour, it looks like. Something like that. Or close to it, maybe 45 minutes or so. Felt like we had that previous dealer for a decent length of time. It's close to the hour. That's what it kind of looks like. But anyways, Igor here, Queen Jack suited. Coming in for standard raise. Christopher 7 high. Not going to be doing much with that hand. Ace 8 is going to be for sure a defend from Clement. Does he feel that he can potentially get away with a 3-bet all in? Get a fold from Igor. I think I honestly just prefer the call here. Saw an example earlier on, I forget the player's name. He does decide to throw this in the middle. And I don't think we can call Queen Jack here. I think King Queen we could call. King Queen suited, I mean. But Queen Jack, I don't think we can. Does decide to fold. I mean, even stuff like King Jack I would fold. King Queen, I don't know if with King Queen. That might be a fold from 11 bigs as well. Firstly, I don't think it is, but you know, Ace 10, you'd probably have to call there. Ace 10 suited, I mean, Ace 10 suited plus, maybe even some Ace 9, Ace 8 suited. So that maybe folding the Ace 6, Ace 7 kind of suited range maybe versus that all in. Everything in between, probably call pocket, maybe pocket some lower, so the lower pocket pairs might end up just, you know, going all in pre-flop instead of raising. But I'd say 5s plus, maybe 6s plus in that situation you have to call off versus the 3-bet all in. 6s plus definitely. 5s are probably, yeah. We're on Clement here now in the small blind. Stacked up chips really, really well the last couple of hours. And Cedric here off 8 big blinds. I think you have to call this, bro. Now this is a very clear-cut situation to call again. You know, again, I know ICM is going to play a part here. But everyone knows that Clement is going to be jamming wide here. Having an ace here is just, it's way too good. Now the only problem is, I know Igor, I'm not sure, they're sharing kind of similar stack sizes. So you've obviously that to take into account, but man, come on. Man, I don't know, you gotta take those spots, guys. I really don't know anymore. I assume that's a call, regardless. I know ICM is a thing there with Igor. I think he's a little bit shorter than Cedric. But still, man, like, you have to call an ace there in that situation when Clement is going to be jamming. I'm not going to say any two, but like really high amount of hands, like 80-90% of hands, I'd say. Any ace is like doing really well against that range, you know? Clement really pushing the chips around now, just going all in like this. I mean, guys, this is another spot where you just shouldn't be folding. Maybe in this you can. 9 big blinds is still a decent amount of playability, but you know, Clement still, again, he's going to be jamming really wide into 9 big blinds. Whatever, 7 or 8 big blinds. I know he has 9, but small blind probably had 8 big blinds or so. I mean, this one's a little bit closer because, you know, obviously Clement is still going to go all in pretty wide on the button here against the 2 shorter stacks. He still has 2 players to get through, sorry. But again, this is still probably a call. But I strongly believe that this one's a lot closer. But the guys in the blinds have to know. Yeah, I agree, grinding Nemo. I agree 100% for sure, because it was a small blind, big blind dynamic where, you know, Clement is literally going to be jamming. You could argue close to, as I said, 80-90% easily. But yeah, for sure, I think this 5s one is a lot more closer. Probably like 6s or 7s, I definitely call 6s, 7s plus, like. But 5s is kind of really, really close. What's up, Dutch Poker? Welcome in. Yeah, I know the ticket is kind of already there, but there's still 30k in the difference between 4th and 1st. So, you know, Still a decent amount to play for, realistically. But yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised if that's the case. Like, I mean, if I'm being honest with you, Grind and Nemo, I'm not sure if you heard what I said earlier on in terms of these 4 players that are that were from the final 9. They were all really solid players, and now these 4 are battling against each other. So I don't think you're going to see anything that much out of line. It's going to be very strict, rigid, kind of strong level of, you know, push fold ranges, you know, cold call ranges, whatever the case may be. We see an all in here from Igor. And you know what, this is what I'm saying. This is how wide you can actually go all in here. 4 high. He's getting 9 high to fold. 9 high can never call here. It's just good examples of solid short stack play. The shove is completely standard, to be fair. Nandino. It's better to shove with them hands where you can maximize fold equity than call against a hand where you're going to be flipping most of the time. If you get what I mean. Like, shoving 4 high there, you're going to get way more folds than calls. But yeah. Cedric going all in here, and Clement is calling by the looks of it. We have an all in here. Okay, the dealer unfortunately didn't do the correct layout for the all in. And unfortunately did the run out. So he paused on the river. We'll see the river card now. King 8 gets the double up off Clement. A few outs to dodge on the river there, but the dealer was a couple of steps ahead of the camera, to say the least. Cedric gets the double up. No, so small blind limped, Dutch poker. Cedric raised in the big blind and he re-shoved. Oh, sorry, Cedric moved all in from the big blind. And small blind called the all in with 9-10 suited. Well, I'll tell you this much, React. We're 10 hours into the coverage here, and yeah, I don't blame him. Been a long day. Long day of coverage, that's for sure. Clement here now on the button, deciding what to do. They're on to Cedric here now, 10-2 suited. Cedric. Oh, Igor immediately says all in. Gotta say, guys, I've managed to become quite impressed with Igor. I had my doubts at the start, I'm not gonna lie, but I've come round. I've come round to liking Igor's play. Definitely ramped it up a few gears the last hour to an hour and a half thereabouts. It's always nice to see a player being able to do. King 8 here now for Cedric on the dealer button. Deciding to fold, which I can understand. Igor here in the small blind off 11 bigs. Decides to fold. Just enough because I'd imagine Christopher was going to be calling if he decided to jam. Seven for a hearse here now for Igor on the button. Yeah, it's like he knows React. It's like he knows. His timing has been pretty impeccable, I'm not going to lie. And he's deciding to go for it this time again to take down the blinds potentially. Clement in the big blind is not going to be able to call with his hand. There you go, another example of him taking it down. Another shove gets through. GG Igor indeed. What do you mean too many outs? It's a pretty valid question if I was to add onto that. The man is nuts. Yeah. I'm not gonna lie, I thought he was a little bit of a tighter player at the start of the final table. Not the final table, I think it was the coverage earlier on today. The 24 players we started with. And my impressions at the start that he was a bit tight. But yeah, the last 20-30 minutes he's been he's been a bit wild for sure. With some of the shoving ranges, some 8-3 off and stuff like that, which it's awesome to see that he's able to step up a gear like that when he needs to. Clement now pushing around the stack again, shoving all in here. Ooh, we got Cedric here. Got a big flip here, guys. Saw Cedric win a few flips today. Is Clement going to be the one to take this one from him this time instead? Here comes the flop, guys. Ace high. Ace high in all clubs. Runner twos or runner straight cards. And 2 is the only thing that can save Clement. It's not a 2. Big double up for Clement, or sorry, Cedric. Huge double up, mind you. He's up on 26 big blinds now. I think he could be the chip leader. Very similar to Christopher, I believe. There you have the counts, guys. Christopher leading the way with 30 big blinds. Cedric on 26, Clement on 19, and Igor on 12. Yeah, it's a pretty long one, Apocalypse. I'm not going to lie, but as I said, I'm still fighting fit. More than happy to complete the coverage, no matter how long it takes. But yeah, for sure, this has been a battle. This has been a battle, and I said that not long after the start of the four-handed. I knew it was going to be a battle, because it was a battle leading up to it, and I knew the 4 guys that were strong players. 3 out of the 4 definitely. 3 out of the 4 were the final 4. And as I said, I wasn't too sure on Cedric, but now I believe he's a competent player as well. So now it's 4 guys that are on this final 4 that I think are solid players. You know, won't make many mistakes, won't make many punts. The game extends when that's the case, but as I said, the blinds will stay going up every hour. Clement here now, under the gun. Probably going to find some form of a raise here. Decided to come in for a raise. It's 1.2 million. He's going to get folded around to the blinds and he's going to take them down. Nice hand. Igor now shoving on the button here with ace-3 suited. Very, very standard, I think. It's going to get through. It's going to get through. Christopher now on the button, folding the 5-3 suited. Clement now, who might be tempted to open ship, or at least maybe call. Tries to go all in here. Oh, this is an interesting one. I saw him pass up on the ace-3 before, and he gets rid of the ace-8 again. I mean, stuff like that could potentially be folds, given his stack size and, you know, just chip EV itself compared to the other stacks. It's absolutely 100% shoving them hands. It's just calling with them. It's kind of where it gets a bit close. Christoph here now under the gun, opening up ace-10 off. Get a call here from Clement on the dealer. Good flop for the Queen Jack, flopping top pair. The bet here with ace-10 is fine with the 10 of spades. Don't mind it at all. Obviously Queen Jack, very standard check call. Obviously quite the bad turn with the Queen Jack here. It picks up a straight draw, but flush completes. It's an overcard to its queen. I think on this turn, ace-10 here is going to be pretty often a bet. So it ends up happening. Pretty nasty spot for Clement here, to be fair. Could be already behind, you know. Could be already behind to a flush, I mean. Could be behind to sets, 2 pairs. All you have is the naked queen here without a spade. Yeah, okay, you've outs to a straight, but you're against the flush already, you're kind of screwed. So I can imagine maybe Clement finding the fold here. I think it would make a lot of sense to. Because majority of the time here, Christopher, usually when they bet turn here, 9 times out of 10 they're going to bet the river. I think having the 10 of spades here is the best one to have. So, as I said, I don't mind if Clement folds here. He's kind of forced to fold, unfortunately. Does go in that direction and he shows the queen. Christopher gives him nothing. Christopher will be happy to see that he got him to fold the queen there. Well, he brought a smile to his face inside. Probably didn't want to show too much outside, even if he was. But a very nice bluff there by Christopher with the ace-10, with the 10 of spades. Flush completes on the turn, straight completes on the turn. King improves your range more often than his. And well, for the most part. Put it on to Cedric here now on the button. Are getting out of the way there pretty swiftly. And gets through, Cedric. So again, we have the chip counts here. Christopher still leading the way. Cedric in 26 big blinds, Clement on 17, and Igor on 11 big blinds. I think there's going to be another break here, guys. Maybe it's after this hand, I think. But I definitely hear in the background something about a break. How long are the blinds? I think the blinds are an hour. Acropod. Pretty sure they're an hour-long blinds. So I think when they come back at the break, it's going to be 400k, 800k. 60 minutes. 60 minutes. It's an hour blinds. So 60 minutes in total for each blind level. But yeah, there'll be 400, 800k next level. Yeah, it's pretty long blind structure, to be fair. Yeah. Don't ask me that, BVHT. I just about got the minutes, let alone the seconds, so I'll pass. Ask someone else. He's for both players here. Clement, middle pair. Christopher, good shot to the nizzles. Goes for a bet of 1.1 million to about 3. A little bit over a third. Clement is going to be calling 1. That's a beautiful turn there for Christopher. But I think if he decides to bet here again, Clement is just going to be forced to fold. Just not a lot you can do here with third pair out of position. Yeah, you've good shot to go along with that, but you know, you're out of position. Even if you hit your straight, you're not going to get any more money in position. Well, Christopher's going to check it back. Or he's not going to check back this hand in particular, but majority of the time he's going to check back on the 4 to a straight river. So unless Clement is getting spicy here, I don't think he can. I don't know if I'm a big fan of this flop call, or sorry, turn call. I think there's no flush draw, there's no anything like that, so less likely he's going to be bluffing that often here, Christopher. And I mean, It's a pretty irrelevant river in terms of Christopher being afraid to bluff the river, or sorry, shove all in on the river. And again, like that, it's just so swift. If this was a bluff, you would imagine he'd maybe take more time. And in Clement's perspective here, having a jack, you probably don't want to have a jack or a 10. But having a queen here is good because you block queens and you block king queen. But look, it's hard to find bluffs here. It's hard to bluff this board. It's really, really hard. Like, you're supposed to find some bluffs here with some underpairs. And maybe some 10s and jacks are meant to be turned into a bluff here too. But whether people are doing them, I don't think so. So yeah, I believe he'll fold as well, BVHT. I think he should fold the turn, honestly. Yeah, Marco, I'm Irish, mate. I am Irish. Yeah, look, I mean, Clement, it's very, very difficult to find these bluffs here, as I said. Like, on the pairs have to be turned into a bluff here, like 3s, 4s, 5s, stuff like that. And then I think some jacks and 10s potentially has to be turned into a bluff here also. You know, maybe you can start bluffing some queen jack here too. But I think that's about it. And, you know, a lot of them hands just, people find it difficult to maybe find bluffs within parts of his range. So as I said, having a jack here is bad. Okay, you're blocking nuts, but you're also blocking, I mean, you're not blocking nuts technically. You're blocking bluffs, having the jack. But I don't think he's going to find this call. I'd be very surprised. But it wouldn't be the first time that I've said something this evening or over the past 2 days and been proven wrong in my assessment. So I'm open to that right now. Clement is a non-believer, guys. Clement is a non-believer by the looks of it. Three minutes in the time bank here now at this stage. So 4 minutes into the break by right. I know the tournament director did say after this hand, so it's not like this is going to be accounted for in the break. As we kind of mutually agreed in the chat, I think he's going to find the fold here. BVHT said the same thing, so I'm kind of more or less thinking he's going to find the fold as well. Really thinking about this. Interestingly enough, I'm surprised that he is. Yeah, I got a feeling too, bro. And I think it would be really, really bad if he did, and it'll be a major, major mistake because Clement, to be fair, he's been pretty solid throughout. I mean, Christopher doesn't mind how long he takes. Christopher knows he's good here. Jack 10, the nut straight. And he does call. I'm going to get the bad news. Yeah, I mean, I don't know about that call, guys. But ace is full. You got that feeling. He must have channeled it. Now we're after losing. Clement in third place. Oh, sorry, fourth place, apologies. That man still banks himself 40.5k plus a 10k main event. Europe tickled. Yeah, it feels like a blow up, bro. I agree. I think that's got a little bit impatient. I think the turn call is a mistake, and the river is definitely a bad call. Again, if you just try and piece together what Christopher could be bluffing there, it's very hard to imagine this happening. But we're going to go on a break here, guys, I believe. So I'll be back in approximately 10 to 15 minutes. I think it's a 10-minute break at least, maybe 15. But either way, I'll be back in at least 10.
Jack of hearts on the turn. Would you believe he has turned a set of jacks, and Daniel Negreanu in rough shape here at this stack to pot ratio. Maybe just took the day off school, but no, obviously all joking aside. Big fan of all of these 5 players, have done so much for the game already in their own respective ways.
Absolutely.
He's not happy.
I think Sean Deeb is the main man to go on and challenge Phil Helmuth's 17 bracelets.
Yeah, I've got a bet.
Oh, you have?
Yeah.
What's the bet? Oh, hold that thought. Hold that thought, guys.
1,000% in the 8 game.
Daniel comes with call.
Okay.
Yeah, actually, let me think about it.
2.3 in the middle.
Oh, she's going.
Ace in the window, ace 7-4. Couple of diamonds, saying with the jack of diamonds in hand. Came with the 3.3x pre. Gonna continue for small. Don't really see Daniel doing much other than just call here. 3.5 in the middle, pourquoi. What a sick turn card.
Henry celebrating that one like never before.
Not celebrating, pal, just sickened at how tournament poker works.
Sorry. Check on the turn. 5 of hearts on the river. Backdoor hearts getting there. Daniel has the ace of hearts though. So I think if we see a bet from Foix, Daniel might well have to pay this one off.
Sick turn. Running hearts. Especially with the ace of hearts in hand. Negreanu likely to hero here.
2.8.
2.8.
2.8.
Just hoping that Paul's turning a hand like King, Queen, King 10 with the King of Hearts, Queen of Hearts into a bluff. Does make the call, chip lead pot. Seng up to 11 million in chips. D-Negs down to 15 bigs. Nothing he can do, blind v blind with that run out.
All in.
Daniel ships it in. Deeb with the King 8, going to get out of the way, as will Kim in the small. See if Paul wakes up with anything. Wakes up with fours. May look this up here. For 10 big blinds more.
4. Well, 4, 3, 60, yeah.
Does make the call, and would you believe Negreanu is in great shape. Gonna win this.
You gotta get there. You got 2 suits though.
4 out of 5 times.
You rooting for me? I think he's rooting for you.
If Paul can drill a 2-outer or find some clubs or spades,
Nothing first.
he's gonna have 20 of the 30 million in play.
He freaking moved it like those 4.
5 to come, chat.
I'm like, I had him. Yeah. You know, he's the monster. All of a sudden,
D-Negs
like, 2
looking
bigs.
for bracelet number 7. Can he find the hold here?
12 of them on my sack. Yeah.
Jack 4 deuce. Paul flops middle set.
Right? You do have hearts.
Nasty.
Up or 3.
6-8 game, chat.
I know, just like that. Yeah. So at least it's not a selfie stick.
Deuce of hearts on the turn does present a flush draw, but unfortunately for D-Negs, Poir has boated up.
You too. Early, maybe this helps.
Premature handshake between the two.
GG. GG.
GG's all around as the ace of spades rolls off on the river, and we lose 6-time bracelet winner. And let's just name it, all-round poker legend Daniel Negreanu in fourth. Great start.
If I call, is Rob allowed to raise after or no? No? If he makes it, how much? Is 800? 800? This time you try, yeah? Imp is strong.
How much in the pot?
3.9.
3.9.
Rob doesn't like limps. If I call, is Rob allowed to raise after or no? No? Because he makes it, how much was the raise?
I am.
Was 38?
Because of 100, it's not
39.
So I can...
It's possible or not possible? Impossible. Impossible.
Raise.
I wanted to play. 800 donation.
29. 3, yeah? Is that right? Oh.
66.9.
5. 4, yeah.
Nice.
On top. Straight down as well, yeah? Oh, you got the nut flush draw. Good luck. Is that one?
Wow. I flop set of 7s. Like that.
What is
Count your stack, make it more easy. 20. Okay.
You don't need to count. You have more. So we have more.
Only make now a nummer.
What about this? This as well, yeah?
Nice.
What's up?
Good morning.
Are you ready for today?
Yeah.
See you at Kings.
Jack.
Welcome back, guys, to the final three of the European Poker Festival main event. Down to the final three players after losing Clement just before the break. We made that call with the Queen Jack. So now we have Christopher, commanding chip leader, Cedric in second place with 18 big blinds, and Igor on 8 big blinds, respectively. Yeah, look, when it gets to three-handed play, guys, there's a lot of pressure on you to get the blinds and to be aggressive and all that stuff. So I do feel like it's going to get to the stage where there will be a lot more frequent all-ins potentially. And just in general, people are going to have to fight for the blinds way more. Because they're going to be in the blinds a lot more frequently. So it's a constant battle. For the most part, when it gets to three-handed like this, you know, the blinds are hitting you every three hands, which is, you know, can be detrimental to your stack if you don't, you know, play aggressive and just, you know, pick up them chips when you can. But down to the final three nonetheless. Next place out is guaranteed 19.3k. Going by what I can see in the payouts section on Twitch, I should say. 45k up top. The first hand of three-handed is being dealt as we speak. Folded around to Cedric in the small blind. He's got 10-8 suited, sorry, 10-8 off. Comes in for a call. And Igor, without hesitation, flicks the 9 million, sorry, king high in, all in. Takes it down. We saw him do that a couple of times. Not even takes a couple of seconds to go all in, just immediately does it. Doesn't waste any time. Igor now in the small blind. He's getting the walk. Our Christopher, chip leader. 2-1 chip leader by the sounds of it. Igor now probably just going to be going all in here. You can imagine. That's what it does. Oh, Christopher wakes up with the ace queen here. That's what I'm saying, guys. There's going to be some spots where people pick up some hands where there's not going to be any folding going on, and this is exactly one of them. And we saw plenty of examples of Christopher picking all in spots quite efficiently. I mean, obviously this is a little bit more straightforward, but definitely not afraid to flick in a call when he knows he's ahead of X part of this person's range. We've seen it constantly over and over tonight, or today even. Go to a flop here. Igor at risk. Here comes ace queen 4. Igor in some pretty bad shape now at the moment. Not what you want to see, but again, once this situation happens pre-flop, what happens post is completely out of control. So that means he needs a 9 and a 9 only, or we're going to be heads up. We're going to see a river now, and it's an 8, and we are heads up. Very short three-handed situation. We're now down to heads up. Igor eliminated in 3rd place, and he will be taking home 19.3k plus the 10k main event for the WSOP Europe. So Christopher, I should say, is in a dominating chip lead coming into this, over 3-1 chip lead. 50 big blinds effective. Yeah, man, it's been a long one. It's been a long one, Apocalypse Throw. It's like 11 hours at this stage, and look, a lot of it had to do with the tournament tickets and the pay jumps and all that jazz. And we just saw some really, really tight folds. Saw some really, really tight folds there throughout the whole day. But seems to be back on track here now in terms of being heads up. So only one more elimination, and this night will be over. This tournament will be finito. How are you holding out there, Alan? I have enough in me to finish out the heads up anyways, Peter, if I'm honest with you. Not running on fumes just yet, but for sure feeling the effects of talking for 11 hours. This is your 3rd time dropping by, I think, isn't it? 2nd time at least. I'm not sure. It's a little bit fuzzy right now. I don't know what's real and what's not anymore. Fires here for Cedric on the button. Christopher going to be folding. Appreciate it, Peter. Appreciate it, bro. Yeah, honestly, there's sometimes I just go off on a tangent where I lose my trace of thought halfway through. Yeah, when you're constantly talking like this, mate, it's like it's difficult to keep up with everything between the Twitch chat and yeah, obviously the action that's been going on, and it's been a long ass day too. To be fair, 11 hours of coverage. So heads up now. So I mean, I'm not going to say I hope somebody gets knocked out quickly, but at least now there's only one more player to get knocked out before the tournament is finished. But it's been an entertaining one, for sure. Appreciate the kind words as well, mate. Here we have 9-8 here versus 10-6. And Christopher here now. I think he's going to go for a bet here, very, very high frequency. Christopher going to take that down pretty happily. Adds a little bit more to his ever-growing stack. I went with Christopher when we started four-handed. Looks like it was a good shout. I think there was one or two more in the chat that also had Christopher as their pick from the last four. Quick dealer change again. Well, I wouldn't say no, Pete. I would not say no if they were willing to give me one. The guys that are playing the cards, they've probably put in more time the last 2 days than I have. The way I see it, I got off a little bit lightly in terms of the hours. It was a very brief stream, 3 hours yesterday, so kind of looks like making up for that yesterday, or making up for that today, I should say. But yeah, it's just been one of those days where you know, not a lot of action in terms of when it went to the final table. Players just didn't drop off that quickly at that point. I think from nine players on the final table until the last 5, there was a huge gap in terms of when there was knockouts. And as I said, you had multiple situations where people were finding folds with hands that are just like, in my opinion, they don't even have a fold option. But you know, it is what it is. People were playing for probably money that would have a big impact on their life. I don't blame them one bit to be risk averse in some hands. But for sure, it made it longer. Honestly, I would say Christopher, and the reason why I say that is just I just seen him play very solid, and I just kind of feel instinctively that he's maybe the more competent player. But I had my doubts about Cedric earlier on at the start of the final table, but I saw him make some moves when it was four-handed, and he's also made me realise that he's probably a competent player too. But if you're really asking me to pick, I'd probably happily pick Christopher. And that's not because he has the 3-1 chip advantage at the moment. But no, I feel like Christopher is probably, maybe has an edge. If I had to say who has an edge here, I'd probably say Christopher does. But that's just my opinion. I've no doubt there's maybe some Cedric fans in the chat as well. But I would be going for Christopher in this heads-up duel. So if Christopher just open jamming all in there. Takes down the blinds. It's a really nice payday for somebody that finishes first here for a €270 tournament. 300k guarantee, guys. 45k up top and a 10k main event ticket, main event Europe ticket, I should say. So it's 55k for first, guys, for €270 buy-in. Pretty sick value, if you ask me. You managed to get this far. Obviously, you got to run good at some point, but it's also a possibility and a great experience on top of that. Cedric here moving all in. Christopher going to be folding the 10-6 off. I do remember you, Julian. How are we doing, sir? It's been a while. Nice to see you drop by. I'm surprised to see you from you, bro. How are you doing? It's the last name I expected to pop into chat, I'm not going to lie. I remember coaching you all right, bro. It's probably a year or two at this stage, I think. Cedric taking down a pot for himself there, stacking up some chips. Yeah, just going to have to fight every hand here for the chips. Is my voice very distinctive, bro? It's very hard to not realise it's an Irish accent. There isn't that many of them going around on Twitch. Anna, good for you to drop by, bro. I wouldn't coach someone at the moment and advise them to be watching a Twitch stream while playing a cash game, just saying. If you were my student right now. Must be a very, very soft cash game if you can juggle watching Twitch alongside playing. Where, yeah, obviously live games are a lot more slower paced than online formats or online platforms itself. As I said, guys, these are the final two players at the heads up. We're 11 hours into coverage here. 11 hours of me talking to myself. It's been a long one, but it's been a very, very enjoyable one nonetheless. Sounds like a good game, mate. Sounds like a good game to be in. Nice stakes as well. Here now with a king 6 might be tempted to. I mean, limping here is obviously viable without doubt. You feel like calling here is absolutely fine. That's what he decides to do. Christopher just going to be checking back the queen 7 off here. Realise his equity post flop. Five ace here. King 6 still ahead, marginally. I don't think so, Pete, and I'm not sure. Maybe if Apocalypse is still in the chat for the mods. I don't think it's allowed in Kings, but don't quote me on that. But last I heard, I think they don't allow heads-up deals. But as I said, if Apocalypse or any of the mods are still in chat, could you verify that with me? But I think that's the case, Pete, if I'm honest. If I had to guess. Yeah, that's what I thought. I remember seeing that before, Apocalypse. Thanks for dropping the information there. I'm just covering for my mate, Julian. He's another Irish guy that usually does it. Dan is his name. But he's away this weekend at a trip in... Oh, we have an all-in here, guys. He's away in London this weekend, so I'm just covering for him for yesterday and today. And it looks like we have an all-in and a call. Will this be the final hand, guys? Got ace 5 versus jack 10. So Christopher needs a jack or a 10 to take this prize home, to take this tournament home, to take the trophy home. Big enough pot, guys. Ace high flop. An ace high flop. Cedric. Very happy with that ace in the flop. Christopher needs to run a runner straight cards here, otherwise it's going to be a double up for Cedric. And there's a sweat in the turn. There is a sweat on the turn here. Never easy, as they say. Going to see a river. now the chips are more or less even. So stack sizes are even here, guys. Cedric right back up on 26, close to 27 million. Just going by what the graphic said there, I think Christopher is just over the 26 million mark, so they're pretty level, more or less even in terms of chip count. Doing the final chip counts to give Cedric his double up. He's delighted. Delighted that that one held. It's a 50-50 pre-flop, guys. In terms of equity, in terms of percentages. It's a big one for Cedric there. Very happy that that managed to hold there. There you have it, guys. Chips are now even. It's a level playing field. There is 20k up for grabs here. A little bit less, maybe 18 to 19k between second and first. Obviously, both of them are guaranteed a 10k ticket to the WSOP Europe main event. As of right now, these two are playing a heads-up battle for 20k more or less. So a lot is on the line here. And we have Cedric open jamming 33 big blinds. I'm not sure if I'm a big fan of this. And we've got a call from Christopher. So that means Cedric can take this home with it, as long as an ace does not come. It's a pretty big shove there, but Christopher definitely wakes up with a hand there. There's going to be a call all the time, even versus the 33 big blind jam. Big all in. Yeah. And the 10 on the flop here puts Christopher in very bad shape. Cedric in a huge favourite to win, take down this tournament. And that's it. An ace and only an ace, I should say, apology. 5% of the time he's going to hit an ace here. And Cedric takes down the tournament, guys, and that's the end of it. That is the end of it, guys. We have our champion, Cedric. Christopher, I had backed after the last four. Unfortunately, lost that flip against the ace-5 with the jack-10. And then was unfortunate enough to pick up ace-10 suited when Cedric open jammed with the 10s for 30 big blinds. Appreciate the kind words, Apocalypse. Appreciate the kind words. I'm going to maybe stick around for another minute or so, and I'm probably going to head off then. Clap. Clap for everyone. Clap for everyone. Yeah, 11 hours there. Appreciate it, Julian. Appreciate it, bro. 11 hours, lover. 11 hours and 15 minutes. It was a pretty long one. But as I said already, a thoroughly enjoyable one. Thoroughly enjoyable one. See Christopher giving an interview there. But as I said, guys, I think that's going to be it for me. Appreciate everyone that tuned in. It's been a blast. Not sure when I'm going to do the next one, but either way, it was very, very enjoyable to cover the EPF tournament here, European Poker Festival. And as I said, guys, it's been a pleasure. So peace out. Good to see everyone again, and I'll be seeing you at some stage in the future. Take care.